Some said that if he was going to kill himself, he couldn't have picked a better day for it. Life was hardly worth living that particular Sunday afternoon, and most organisms were doing a half-assed job of it. The atmosphere was as thick and hot as breakfast grits. It sucked the energy right out of every living thing, be it plant or animal. Clouds evaporated under the ferocity of the sun. Moving from indoors to out was like stepping into a blast furnace like those in the Hoyles foundry. At the family's fishing camp on Bayou Bosquet, so named because of the island of cypress trees in the middle of the creek's slow-moving current, a stuffed 6-foot gator basked in the heat of the yard. His glass eyes reflected the glare of the hot sky. The Louisiana state flag hung furled and limp upon its pole. Cicadas were too indolent to make their grating music. Fish remained well below the surface of the water in its opaque green blanket of duckweed. A water moccasin lay inert on the bank, menacing but motionless. The swamp was a natural aviary, but today every species of fowl seemed to be napping in its nest, with the exception of a single hawk. He was perched at the top of a tree that had been killed by a lightning strike decades before. The winged hunter eyed the cabin below. Perhaps he spied the mouse skittering among the pilings that supported the fishing pier. More likely, animal instinct alerted him to imminent peril. The crack of the gunshot wasn't as loud as one might expect. The air, dense as a goose-down pillow, smothered the sound waves. The shot created barely a ripple of reaction in the swamp. The hawk took flight, spiraling on air currents with a minimum of effort, on the lookout for prey more appealing than the small mouse darting among the pilings. To the dead man inside the cabin, the hawk gave no thought at all. Do you remember Slat Watkins? Who? The guy who was spouting off in the bar. Can you be more specific? What bar? When? The night you came to town. That was 3 years ago. Yeah, but you should remember. Chris Hoyle sat forward in an attempt to goose his friend's powers of recall. The loud mouth who caused the fight? Face that would stop a clock, big ears? The window blinds in the den of the Hoyles' home were drawn to block out the shimmering heat of a late afternoon sun. The closed blinds also made the room agreeably dim for better TV viewing. A Braves game was being televised. Top of the ninth, and Atlanta needed a miracle. But despite the unfavorable score, there were worse ways to spend a stifling Sunday afternoon than inside a semi-dark, air-conditioned den sipping cold brews. Chris Hoyle and Beck Merchant had idled away many hours in this room. It was the perfect male playroom, with its 50-inch TV screen and surround sound speakers. It had a fully stocked bar with a built-in ice maker, a refrigerator filled with soft drinks and beer, a billiards table, a dartboard, and a round game table with 6 leather chairs as soft and cushy as the bosom of the cover girl on this month's issue of Maxim. It smelled of tobacco smoke and reeked of testosterone. Beck uncapped another bottle of beer. Oh, that guy, right. So what about this slap? He's back. I didn't know he was gone. In fact, I don't think I've seen him since that night, and then I was looking at him through swelling eyes. Chris smiled at the memory. As barroom brawls go, that was a fairly good one. He caught several of Slap's well-placed punches. He was always handy with his fists. He had to be because he shot off his mouth all the time. Soon after our altercation with him, he got into a feud with his sister's ex-husband. Things came to a head one night at a crawfish boil, and Slap went after his ex-brother-in-law with a knife. He's been in Angola for the past 3 years, now out on parole. Lucky us. Chris frowned. Not really. Slap's got it in for us. At least that's what he said that night 3 years ago when he was being hauled away in a squad car. I don't remember that. That may have been when you were in the men's room nursing your wounds. Anyhow, Chris continued, Slap is an unstable and untrustworthy ne'er-do-well, a trailer trash bubba whose only talent is holding grudges. We humiliated him that night, and even drunk as he was, I doubt he's forgiven and forgotten. Keep an eye out for him. I consider myself warned. Am I invited to dinner? Standing invitation. Good. You'll get no argument from me, Chris. Chris's father, Huff Hoyle, strode in, fanning his ruddy face with his straw hat. Get me one of those long necks. I'm so damn thirsty I couldn't work up a spit if my dick was on fire. He hung his hat on a coat tree, then plopped down heavily in his recliner, swiping his sleeve across his forehead. Damn, it's a scorcher today. Thanks, son. He took the chilled bottle of beer Chris had opened for him and pointed it toward the TV. Who's winning this ball game? Not the Braves. In fact, it's over. Beck muted the sound as the commentators began their post-mortem of the game. We don't need to hear why they lost. The score says it all. Have you been playing golf all afternoon? Chris asked. Too hot, Huff said as he lit a cigarette. We played 3 holes and said screw this, went back to the clubhouse to play gin rummy. How much did you fleece 'em of today? The question wasn't whether Huff had won or lost. He always won. Couple of $100. Nice going, Chris said. Ain't worth playing if you don't win. He winked at his son, then at Beck. He finished his beer in a gulp. Either of you heard from Danny today? He'll show up here in a while, Chris said. That is, if he can work us in between Sunday morning worship and Sunday night vespers. Huff scowled. Don't get me in a bad mood by talking about that. I don't want to spoil my dinner. The gospel according to Huff was that preaching, praying, and hymn-singing were for women and men who might just as well be women. He equated organized religion to organized crime, except that churches had impunity and tax advantages, and he had about as much intolerance for holy joes as he did for homosexuals and laborers with union cards. Chris tactfully steered the conversation away from his younger brother and his recent preoccupation with spiritual matters. I was just telling Beck that Slap Watkins is out on parole. White trash, Huff muttered as he toed off his shoes. That whole bunch, starting with Slap's granddaddy, who was the lowest reprobate ever to draw breath. Down to the last one of 'em, they're ugly as sin and dumber than stumps. Beck laughed. Maybe, but I owe Slap a debt of gratitude. If it hadn't been for him, I wouldn't be here sharing Sunday dinner. Huff looked across at him with as much affection as he showed his own sons. Naw, Beck, you were meant to become one of us, by hook or by crook. Finding you made that whole Gene Iverson mess worthwhile. You're the only good thing to come out of it. That and a hung jury, Chris said. Let's not forget those 12. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't be here sharing Sunday dinner. Instead, I could be sharing a cell with the likes of Slap Watkins. Chris often made light of having been put on trial for the murder of Gene Iverson. His joking dismissal of the incident never failed to make Beck uncomfortable, as it did now. He changed the subject. I hate to bring up a business matter when it isn't even a work day. In my book, every day's a work day, Huff said. Don't tell me that we've been slapped with another fine by the EPA over those cooling ponds. No, it's not that. Not directly. Then what? Hold on, I'm going to pour a drink first, Chris said to Huff. Want one? Lots of ice, no water. Beck? I'm fine, thanks. Chris moved to the bar and reached for a decanter and 2 glasses. Then, leaning closer to the window, he peered through the slats of the blinds and twirled the wand to open them wider. What have we got here? What is it? Huff asked. Sheriff's car just pulled up. He's got somebody with him. Who? I don't know. Never saw him before. Chris finished pouring the drinks and brought one of them to his father, but the 3 said nothing more as they listened to Selma making her way from the kitchen at the back of the house to the front door to answer the bell. The housekeeper greeted the callers, but the exchange was too softly spoken for individual words to be understood. Footfalls approached the den. Selma appeared ahead of the guests. Mr. Hoyle, Sheriff Harper's here to see you. Huff motioned for her to usher him in. Sheriff Red Harper had been elected to the office 30 years before, his campaign substantially boosted and his win guaranteed by Huff's pocketbook. He had remained in office by the same means. Never jolly, he seemed particularly downcast as he shuffled into the room and removed his hat. By contrast, the younger officer with him, a stranger to them, looked as tense and alert as a sprinter in the blocks waiting for the starting gun. Evening red? Huff? Instead of looking directly at Huff, he focused on the brim of his hat, which he was feeding through his fingers. What's going on? Who's this? Red cleared his throat. He waited a long time before looking Huff in the eye. It's about Danny, he began. The highway was barely recognizable. Countless times, Sayre Lynch had driven this stretch of road between New Orleans International Airport and Destiny. But traveling it today was like doing so for the first time. In the name of progress, landmarks that had made the area distinct had been obscured or obliterated. Rural Louisiana's charm had been sacrificed to gaudy commercialism. Little that was quaint or picturesque had survived the onslaught. She could have been in anywhere USA. Fast food franchises now occupied the spots where once had been mom-and-pop cafes. Homemade meat pies and muffaletta sandwiches had been replaced with buckets of wings and value meals. During the 10 years she had been away, trees draped with Spanish moss had been bulldozed to allow for additional highway construction. This expansion had diminished the vastness and mystery of the swamps that flanked the road. The dense marshes were now ribboned with entrance and exit ramps jammed with semis and minivans. Until now, Sayre hadn't realized the depth of her homesickness, but these substantial changes in the landscape made her nostalgic for the way things had been. She longed for the time she could drive with the windows down, and rather than choking on motor exhaust, inhale the soft air that was perfumed with honeysuckle and magnolia and the seminal scent of the swamp. The last time she'd driven this road, she'd been traveling in the opposite direction, away from Destiny. That day, the farther she got from home, the lighter she felt, as though she were molting layers of negativity along the way. Today she was returning, and her dread was as heavy as chainmail. Homesickness for the area, no matter how acute, would never have brought her back. Only her brother Danny's death could have compelled her to return. Apparently he had withstood Huff and Chris for as long as he could and had escaped them in the only manner he'd felt was open to him. Fittingly, as she approached the outskirts of Destiny, she saw the smokestacks first. They jutted belligerently above the town, large and black and ugly. Smoke billowed from them today as on every other day of the year. It would have been too costly and inefficient to have shut down the furnaces, even in observance of Danny's demise. Knowing Huff, it probably hadn't even occurred to him to make this concession to his youngest child. The billboard marking the city limit read, "Welcome to Destiny, home of Hoyle Enterprises." As though that's something to boast, she thought. Iron pipe casting had made Huff rich, but it was a blood-stained wealth. While still a block away from the First United Methodist Church, she heard the organ music. The pipe organ had been a gift to the church from her mother, Laurel Lynch Hoyle. How heartbreaking that the organ was playing a dirge for one of Laurel Hoyle's children who had died 50 years too soon, and by his own hand. Sayre had received the news Sunday afternoon upon returning to her office from a meeting with a client. Ordinarily, she wouldn't have worked on a Sunday, but that was the only day this particular client was free for an appointment. Julia Miller had recently celebrated her 5th year as Sayre's assistant. While Sayre was with the client, Julia had been catching up on paperwork. When Sayre returned, Julia passed her a pink memo slip. "This gentleman has called 3 times, Ms. Lynch." Sayre glanced at the area code, then wadded up the memo and tossed it into the wastepaper basket. "I don't wish to speak to anyone in my family." "He's not family. He says he works for the family. It's imperative that he reach you as soon as possible." "I won't talk to anybody who works for my family either." "Any other messages? By any chance has Mr. Taylor called? He promised those valances by tomorrow." "It's your brother," Julia blurted out. "He's dead." Sayre stopped short of her private office. For a long moment she stared through the wall of windows toward the Golden Gate Bridge. Without turning around, she asked, "Which one?" "Danny." Danny, who had called her twice in the last several days. Danny, whose call she had refused to take. Sayre turned to face her assistant, who was regarding her sympathetically. She said gently, "Your brother Danny died earlier today, Sayre. It appears he killed himself. I'm sorry." Sayre then retreated to her private office and closed the door. Had Danny been calling to tell her goodbye? If so, how would she live with the guilt of having refused to speak to him? After about an hour, Julia knocked tentatively on the door. "Come in," Sayre called. The assistant laid a sheet of paper on her desk. "Can I bring you anything?" Sayre shook her head no. Julia withdrew and closed the door. On the sheet of paper she'd brought in, she'd written down the time and place of the funeral. Tuesday morning, 11 o'clock. Sayre hadn't been surprised that it was scheduled so soon. Huff always acted with dispatch. He and Chris would be impatient to put this behind them, to bury Danny and get on with their lives as soon as possible. Yesterday morning she'd caught a flight to New Orleans via Dallas-Fort Worth and had arrived in the late afternoon. She'd taken a walk through the French Quarter, eaten dinner at a gumbo shop, then spent the night at the Windsor Court. For all the comfort the luxury hotel afforded, she'd had a virtually sleepless night. She did not want to go back to Destiny. She did not. Silly as it was, she feared walking into some kind of snare that would trap her there, keep her in Huff's clutches forever. Daybreak hadn't lessened her dread. She'd gotten up, dressed for the funeral, and set out for Destiny, planning to arrive just in time for the service and to leave immediately thereafter. The church parking lot was already overflowing into the surrounding neighborhood streets. She had to park several blocks away from the picture-book church with the stained-glass windows and tall white steeple. As she slipped into the back row, the choir finished singing the opening hymn and the pastor stepped up to the pulpit. The casket was simple, silver, and sealed. She was glad of that. She couldn't see either Huff or Chris for the crowd, but she supposed they were seated in the front pew, looking appropriately bereaved. The hypocrisy of it all made her nauseated. She was named among the surviving family members, a sister, Sayre Hoyle of San Francisco, the minister intoned. She wanted to stand up and shout that Hoyle was no longer her name. After her second divorce, she had begun using her middle name, which had been her mother's maiden name. She'd had her name legally changed to Lynch. She had no doubt that whoever had supplied the minister with the information had intentionally given him the incorrect name. The homily was straight out of a clerical textbook. There was very little mention of Danny as an individual, nothing poignant or personal, which seemed particularly sad since his own sister had refused his telephone calls. As the service concluded with the singing of Amazing Grace, there were sniffles among the congregation. The pallbearers were Chris, a fair-haired man she didn't know, and 4 others whom she recognized as executives of Hoyle Enterprises. They carried the casket up the center aisle of the church. It was slow going, giving her time to study her brother Chris. He was as trim and handsome as ever, with the suavity of a 1930s matinee idol. His hair was still as black as a raven's wing. It was spiked up in front with gel, a rather hip look for a man in his late 30s, but nonetheless the style suited Chris. Huff followed the casket. Even on this occasion he carried himself with an air of superiority. His lips were set in the hard, thin, resolute line that she remembered well. His eyes glittered like the black bead eyes of a stuffed toy. They were dry and clear. He hadn't cried for Danny. Since she'd last seen him, his hair had turned from salt and pepper to solid white, but he still wore it in a flat top of military preciseness. He had put on a few pounds around his midsection, but appeared as robust as she remembered. Fortunately, neither Chris nor Huff saw her. To avoid the crowd and risk of being recognized, she slipped out a side door. Her car was last in the procession to the cemetery. She parked quite a distance from the tent that had been set up over the newly dug grave. In somber groups and singly, People made their way up to the slight rise for the gravesite service. Sayre recognized and remembered many of these people by name. They were townsfolk who had lived in Destiny all their lives. Some owned small businesses, but most worked for the Hoyles in one capacity or another. Sayre remained in her car with the motor idling. The service was mercifully brief. As soon as it concluded, the crowd returned to their cars. Huff and Chris were the last to leave the tent after shaking hands with the minister. Sayre watched them make their way to the waiting limousine provided by Weir's funeral home. The ancient Mr. Weir was still plying his trade, although he was way past due going to his own reward. He opened the limo door for Chris and Huff, then stood at a discreet distance while they conducted a short conversation with the blonde-haired pallbearer. When the conversation concluded, they climbed into the limo. The man waved them off. Mr. Weir got behind the wheel and chauffeured them away. Sayre was glad to see them go. She waited another 10 minutes until the last of the mourners had left. Only then did she kill her engine and get out of her car. "I've been asked by your family to escort you to the house for the wake." Startled, she spun around. He was leaning against the rear fender of her car. He'd taken off his suit jacket and folded it over his arm. His necktie was askew, and the collar button of his shirt was undone, shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He'd put on a pair of dark sunglasses. Beck Merchant. She had only seen his name in print and had wondered if he used the French pronunciation. He didn't. And his appearance was as American as apple pie, from his dark blonde hair, through his easy smile and straight teeth, to the Ralph Lauren cut of his trousers. "Does delivering messages fall into your job description? I thought you were their lawyer," she said. "Lawyer? Errand boy? Henchman?" He laid his hand over his heart and flashed an even wider grin. "You give me far too much credit." "I doubt it." She slammed shut her car door. "You've extended their invitation. Tell them I decline. Now I would appreciate some time alone to say goodbye to Danny." She turned and headed up the rise. "Take your time. I'll wait for you." She came back around. "I'm not going to their damn wake. As soon as I'm done here, I'm returning to New Orleans and catching a flight back to San Francisco." Once again she started up the rise toward the grave. "Do you believe Danny killed himself?" Of all the things he could have said, she didn't expect that. She turned to face him again. He was no longer leaning indolently against the car fender, but had taken a few steps toward her, as though not only to hear her answer, but to gauge her reaction to his surprising question. "Don't you?" she asked. "Doesn't matter what I believe," he said. "It's the sheriff's office that's questioning the suicide." "This'll start you off, Mr. Chris," Selma said, offering him a plate of food. "Thank you. Anything for you, Mr. Hoyle?" "I'll wait a while, Selma." The balcony above the gallery provided shade along its entire width, but even that was insufficient against the inescapable heat. Inside, the AC was keeping the house comfortably cool, but Huff felt it only proper for him and Chris to greet their guests as they arrived and personally accept their condolences before they went in. "If you need anything, sir, you just holler, and I'll fetch it." Dabbing her tearful eyes, Selma went back into the house. She had worked for the Hoyles since Huff had carried Laurel over the threshold as a bride, nearly 40 years ago. The black woman had seemed middle-aged and maternal then. Her age now was anybody's guess. After the children came along, Selma had acted as their nanny. When Laurel died, Danny, as the youngest, was also the neediest. Selma had mothered him, and consequently they'd had a special bond. She was taking his death hard. A couple approached and started up the gallery steps toward them. "How do, George? Lila? Thank you for coming," Huff said. George Robson, the foundry's safety director, pressed Huff's right hand between his own. "Danny was a fine young man, Huff. Nobody finer." "You're right about that, George. I sure appreciate you saying so." George's much younger second wife said nothing, but Huff intercepted the sly glance she cast at Chris, who smiled at her and said, Better get this pretty lady inside and out of this heat, George. She looks sweet enough to melt. Help yourself to the buffet. Plenty of gin in there, George, Huff said. Have one of those bartenders make you a tall one light on the tonic. The man seemed pleased that Huff remembered his drink of choice and quickly ushered his wife inside. Once they were out of earshot, Huff turned to Chris. How long has Lila been one of yours? As of last Saturday afternoon, while George was out fishing with his son by his first marriage. Smiling, he added, second wives are advantageous that way. There's usually an offspring that keeps their husbands occupied at least 2 weekends a month. Huff scowled at him. Speaking of wives, between diddling Lila Robson, have you talked to Mary Beth? For about 5 seconds. Did you ask about those divorce papers we sent down there? Mary Beth isn't going to sign any divorce papers. Then get her back here and get her pregnant. We'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it now. This isn't the time, Huff, Chris said. He headed for the front door. I'm going to get a drink. Hold on. Look at this. Huff directed Chris's gaze toward the lane in front of the house, where Beck was approaching a car that had just pulled to a stop. He opened the driver's door and extended his hand down. Sayre alighted, but without any assistance from Beck. In fact, she looked ready to hiss at him if he touched her. Well, I'll be damned, Chris said. He and Huff watched as the two came across the yard and started up the walkway. About halfway, Sayre tilted her head back and looked up from beneath the wide brim of her black straw hat. When she saw him and Huff here on the gallery, she changed her direction and angled off toward the side of the house and the footpath that led to the rear. They watched her until she disappeared around the corner. Beck climbed the steps to join them. I'm impressed, Chris said. I figured she'd tell you to fuck off. Close. What happened? Just as you thought, Huff, she was planning to leave without seeing you. Has she always been that snotty? Beck asked. Chris answered yes at the same time Huff said, She's always been a little high-strung. Well, that's a nice way of saying she's a pain in the ass. Chris scanned the yard. I think everybody who's coming is here. Let's go inside and give Danny his due. The house was jammed with people, which didn't surprise Beck. Anyone even remotely connected to or acquainted with the Hoyles would turn out to pay respects to one who died. Top and middle management personnel from the plant were there with their wives. Only a few laborers were there, men Beck knew had been employees since they were old enough to work. Then there were the ass-kissers, who were always eager to stay on the Hoyles' good side because their livelihoods depended on it. The local politicians, bankers, educators, retailers, and physicians all operated under Huff's largesse. If one got crosswise with him, he was soon out of business. The fewest in number were the people who were actually there for Danny, standouts because of their expressions of genuine grief. For the most part, they stayed clustered together, talking sadly among themselves, but having little to say to him, Chris, or Huff, out of either indifference or intimidation. As soon as they had stayed for a polite length of time, they left. Beck mingled, accepting condolences like a bona fide member of the family. Sayre mingled too, but only with guests. Him, Chris, and Huff she avoided. 2 hours elapsed before the crowd began to thin out. He joined Chris, who was grazing at the buffet. Where's Huff? Having a smoke in the den. Is Huff all right? Tired, I think. The last couple of days have been a strain. How about you? Chris shrugged. Danny and I had our differences, you know, but he was still my brother. I'll go check on Huff and leave you to play host. Thanks for nothing, Chris muttered. I'll try to keep these yahoos from walking out with the family sterling. Beck found Huff in his recliner smoking. Mind if I sit with you for a while? Who sent you, Chris or Selma? I know it wasn't Sayre. She wouldn't waste any worry on me. I can't speak for her. Beck sat down on the sofa. But I'm worried about you. I'm fine. You're putting up a brave front, but you just lost your son. And that's got to be tough. The older man smoked in silence for several moments, then said, "You know, I think Danny would have been Laurel's favorite. Because he was like her. Laurel was soft and sweet and pretty. She was a refined lady, knew which fork to use. Like Laurel, Danny was born about a century too late. He should have been born in a time when everybody dressed in white clothes and knocked around croquet balls and had clean fingernails all the time. Danny wasn't cut out for business, especially our business. Not clean enough for the likes of him. He did his job well, Huff. The workers loved him. They're not supposed to love us. They're supposed to be scared shitless of us." Huff took one final pull on the cigarette, then ground it out. "I should get back to the party." As they stood, Beck said, "Last night I put a folder on the desk in your bedroom. You probably haven't had a chance to look at it." "No, what's in it?" "Ever hear of a man named Charles Nielsen?" "Don't think so. Who is he?" "A labor advocate." "Bastard." "Synonyms for sure," Beck said with a wry smile. "He's written us a letter. A copy of it is in the folder. I need to know how you want me to respond." Together they moved toward the door. "Is he good, this Nielsen?" "He's building a reputation in other parts of the country," Beck said. "But we can handle him." Huff slapped him on the back. "I have every confidence in you. Whoever the son of a bitch is or thinks he is, he'll be a fly speck when you get through with him." Across the wide hallway, they could see into the informal parlor, which Laurel had designated a conservatory because of its expansive windows. She had filled it with ferns, orchids, violets, and other tropical plants. After she died, Huff had hired an indoor plant service in New Orleans to come to Destiny once a week to tend the plants. The room remained the prettiest one in the house, also the most infrequently used. It was presently occupied, however. Sayre was seated at the baby grand piano, her back to them, her head bent over the keyboard. "Can you get her to speak to me, Beck?" "I could barely get her to speak to me." Huff nudged him forward. "Use your powers of persuasion." "Do you play?" Sayre turned. Beck Merchant strolled into the room. When he reached the end of the piano bench, he acted as though he expected her to scoot over and make room for him. She remained firmly fixed. "I'm curious, Mr. Merchant." "So am I. I'm curious to know why you don't call me Beck. How did Huff know I was at the funeral?" "All of us were on the lookout for you." "Realistically, did you think the dark sunglasses and hat would conceal your identity?" "I knew there would be a crowd attending the funeral. I had hoped to get lost in it." "I don't think you could get lost in any crowd, Sayre. If you hadn't worn the hat, Huff and Chris would have spotted you immediately. I would have, and I don't even know you." Her hat had begun to give her a headache, so she had removed it. She had also unclasped her hair and let it hang free. The sunlight streaming through the tall windows of her mother's conservatory was catching each strand and setting it ablaze. The manner in which Beck Merchant was watching the play of sunlight on her hair made her wish for shade. With the intention of leaving, she slid toward the end of the bench. "Excuse me." He nodded down at the piano. "Do you play?" "No, regrettably. Mother enrolled me in piano lessons when I was 8 and mandated an hour of practice every day. She tried to curb my wild streak, but eventually she gave up on me, declaring me a lost cause. Piano required musical talent and self-discipline, neither of which I had." "Really?" He sat down beside her, crowding her with his back to the keyboard so that they were sitting hip to thigh and face to face. "You lack self-discipline?" "I did when I was 8. I've cultivated some since then." "I hope not at the expense of that wild streak. Restraint in a redhead would be a shameful waste of natural impulses." "You're living up to my preconceptions of you." I would expect you to be insulting." She slid off the opposite end of the bench and strode across the room, making it only as far as the portiere that separated the conservatory from the central foyer, which was crowded with a group of people about to leave. In the midst of this group was Sheriff Red Harper. Beck Merchant had moved up behind her. She sensed him standing close. Speaking softly, she said, "Red Harper doubts that Danny's death was a suicide? Let's go outside." He cupped her elbow, but as she turned to face him, she pulled it away. "Let's stay here." He looked annoyed at her rebuff, but kept his voice low. "Are you sure you want to talk about this where we might be overheard?" She left the room and headed toward the back of the house, trusting that he would follow her. Without having to think about her destination, Sayre walked across the manicured lawn in the direction of the bayou. The muddy creek bank behind the house had been her special retreat when she was a girl. She had come here to pout when things didn't go her way, or to escape the charged atmosphere of the house when Huff was displeased, or to seek refuge from Chris, whose favorite pastime had been to torment and tease her. She would lie for hours beneath the branches of the cypress and live oak trees, nursing whatever emotion was governing her life on that particular occasion. She made grand, ambitious plans for her future. Often she dared to dream of a home life where there were more hugs than hostility, where parents and children truly loved one another. Now, as she neared the familiar spot, she was disappointed to see that the dense shrubbery under which she used to hide had been replaced by a bed of begonias. They were pretty, but they wouldn't provide concealment for a little girl seeking solace. However, the old wood swing was still there, hanging from a stout horizontal branch of one of the oaks. It had weathered, but it hadn't been removed, and she was glad of that. She ran her finger up and down the prickly rope. "I can't believe it's still here." Beck had moved to the opposite side of it. "Sit down, I'll push you." "No thanks." "Okay, then you can push me." He sat down in the swing and took hold of the ropes. He smiled up at her, his eyes squinting against the sunlight. Bottle-green eyes, she noticed. Besides being attractive, they were also intelligent and intuitive, and she didn't know which attribute annoyed her most. Snubbing him in his smiling eyes, she walked past the swing toward the channel of water that moved slowly but inexorably toward the gulf. The muddy current already gave off a briny scent. "Was it something I said?" he asked. She turned toward him. "Stop with the charm, all right? It's wasted on me. I grew up with charming men. I know firsthand just how false it can be. In any case, Mr. Merchant, it lost its allure a long time ago. Call me Beck. And what is it exactly that you don't like, charm or men?" The swing wasn't moving in a very wide arc, but he was actually swinging, and it irritated her no end. "I don't like you. You don't know me." She gave a bitter laugh. "I know you. I know you because you're just like them," she said, motioning in the direction of the house. "How so?" "You're unscrupulous, unethical, greedy, and smug. Shall I go on?" "I don't think my ego could withstand any more," he said dryly. "What I'd like to know is how you formed such a low opinion of me so quickly. We've just met." "I formed it over time. I read the company reports that have continued to be sent to me even though I've repeatedly requested that I be dropped from the mailing list." "Then why do you read them?" "Because I'm staggered by the lengths to which my family will go to make a buck for Hoyle Enterprises." "You're a partner of Hoyle Enterprises." "I don't want to be," she said, raising her voice. "I spent a year of my time and thousands of dollars in attorney's fees trying to extricate myself. Your crafty machinations prevented me from pulling out." "Those machinations were legal." "Barely. Barely counts." He left the swing rocking upon its ropes and walked toward her. "I work for Huff. He wanted you to remain a partner in the family business and told me to pull out all the stops to make certain you did. I only did what he paid me to do. Then we know what that makes you, don't we?" "You're calling me a whore? I don't think you want to go there, do you, Sarah?" The implication stung, but she was more angry than hurt. She no longer empowered anyone with the ability to hurt her. "You even fight dirty like they do." "I fight to win." "What do you fight for?" "Survival," she fired back. "I fought to survive them. And I did. The only conceivable circumstance that could have brought me back here was to bury my brother Danny. Although I mourn his death, and will always, I'm grateful that at least he's finally escaped them. I hope he's found peace. But I'd like to know how Danny died. Give me the details." "He was killed by one gunshot to the head." "Who found him?" "Fishermen on the bayou. Their outboard had started smoking. They stopped at the fishing camp to see if they could borrow some oil. Danny's car was parked out front, so they assumed someone was there. When they went inside the cabin, they found him." She tried not to think about the scene that would have greeted the fishermen. "It was ruled a suicide." "Initially. But Red Hopper is having second thoughts?" "Not Red. There's a new detective in his department, a younger man named Wayne Scott. Red assigned him to investigate the scene. He thought it would be routine. But Scott came back from the fishing camp with more questions than answers." "Such as?" "Deputy Scott hasn't revealed his hand to me. I just have a gut feeling that he's not 100% convinced that the coroner's ruling is correct." "Are you saying that this detective thinks Danny was murdered?" "He hasn't said that directly. Why else would he be looking for clues and asking questions?" "He's new in town? He's been on the job only a few weeks? He doesn't know that his boss takes graft from our family and then looks the other way whenever they break the law? Huff subsidizes Red's insufficient salary. He bribes him. Huff's subsidies make for more money in the parish till," he said tightly, "which prevents a tax increase. Oh, right, it's for the taxpayers' benefit that Huff bribes local law officials. Everybody benefits from his generosity, Sayer. Try looking at the big picture for a change and you'll see." "What I see, Mr. Merchant, is how neatly you've rationalized your corruption. Is that how you manage to sleep at night?" He stepped close enough for his pant legs to brush against her shins. As on the piano bench, he was crowding her. But she wasn't going to give an inch of ground. "For the last time, Sayer, call me Beck. And if you want to know how I sleep, consider this an invitation to find out. Anytime." Following the departure of the last guests, Huff went upstairs to his bedroom to exchange his dark suit and dress shirt for more comfortable clothes. On his way back downstairs, he glanced out the double French doors adjacent to Laurel's portrait on the landing. The doors opened onto the second-floor balcony. He spotted Sayer and Beck standing on the bank of the bayou in the shade beneath a grove of trees. Amused, he stood there to watch. Beck was carrying out his latest assignment and, as usual, was applying himself. Sayer just might have met her match. She was a double handful of hot-headed, short-tempered, outspoken female, but Beck had the tenacity of a pit bull. Huff wondered what Beck was saying to her to have kept her in place for even this long. They were standing practically toe-to-toe and seemed to be deeply engrossed in their conversation, or deeply engrossed in each other. That thought gave him pause. He looked at the two with a fresh perspective, and damned if they didn't make quite a pair. Huff watched as Beck stepped up closer to Sayer. They were drawn up tighter than a pair of bowstrings on the verge of snapping, and for a moment Huff thought Beck was going to grab her and plant one on her. But Sayer spun away from him and aimed for the house. "This ought to be fun." Chuckling to himself, Huff continued downstairs and was there to intercept Sayer in the central hallway when she angrily pushed through the kitchen doors. She drew up short. "Hello, Sayer." "Huff? You always did call me Huff, didn't you? That and a lot worse. You came up with some doozies, as I recall. Were you going to leave without even speaking to me?" What I had to say to you I said before I left. 10 years hasn't changed my mind about anything. Out of respect for Danny, you could have paid me the courtesy of asking how I'm getting on, how I'm dealing with my grief. I don't owe you any courtesy. I don't respect you. As for your grief, you didn't even shut down the furnaces today. Danny's death was tragic, but it doesn't change the character of this family. Your family. I've rejected my family. I want nothing to do with you or Chris or your foundry. I came to Destiny to say a personal and private goodbye to Danny at his grave. I was prevented from doing that when you sent your lackey after me. Beck didn't toss you over his shoulder and carry you here. No, but he cleverly baited me with something he knew I couldn't ignore. The ploy worked. I came, but now I've done my duty. I'm going to the cemetery, then I'm going home. You are home, Sayer. She laughed, but not with humor. You never give up, do you, Huff? Nope. Never. Well, do yourself a favor this once. Face up to the reality that you have zero influence over me. I will not heed a single thing you say to me, and don't bother threatening me. You couldn't possibly do anything to me that would be worse than what you've already done. I'm no longer afraid of you. Is that right? That's right. He crossed to the door of the den and pushed it open. Prove it. He had issued a challenge from which she couldn't back down, just as Beck Merchant had done earlier. It wasn't within her to stand down. She had inherited some traits from her father, like it or not. Acknowledging that she was probably playing right into his hands, she followed him into the den. With the exception of the large-screen TV, it looked much the same as she remembered. As she looked about, she tried to recall one pleasant memory associated with this room. There wasn't one. For her, Huff's den evoked only painful memories. She had cried in this room on more than one occasion, and especially on the night she had begged Huff not to do what he had ultimately done. That was the night she couldn't forgive. That was the night she had come to hate him. He crossed to the bar and offered her a drink. No, thank you. He poured a whiskey for himself. Want me to have Selma get you something to eat? I'm not hungry. And even if you were starving, you wouldn't eat food paid for by Hoyle Enterprises, isn't that right? He sank into his recliner and looked at her over the rim of his glass as he took a sip of bourbon. Sit down. Tell me about your business. She sat down on one of the two matching sofas that faced each other, separated by a coffee table. It's doing well. I read that piece about you in the Chronicle. It was quite a spread. Pictures and everything. Said you were the decorator of choice for San Francisco's wealthy and elite. She didn't ask him how he learned about the newspaper feature story. He was capable of anything, even spying. I love my work. I would almost do it for free. Fortunately, it's turned out to be lucrative as well as enjoyable. Huff swiveled his head like an owl and glanced beyond her. Come on in, Beck. I hate to interrupt. He spoke from behind Sayer near the door. She didn't turn around. But Red's back, Huff, and this time it's in an official capacity. Wayne Scott is with him. They want to talk to us. Sayer stood up. I'll go now and leave you to your meeting with Red. Looking at Huff, she said, Danny was unarguably the best of us. I deeply regret the loss. She turned toward Beck Merchant. For him, she had only a curt nod. But as she tried to go around him, he touched her arm. Red would like for you to stay. Why? He didn't say. Should I show them in, Huff? This is a damn bother, but we'd just as well get this over. Bring 'em in, Beck. Sayer had no intention of staying and would tell Red Harper as much. Beck disappeared only long enough to escort the veteran sheriff and a younger man into the room. Chris came in behind them. She went on the offensive immediately. Sheriff Harper, I'm trying to make a late flight out of New Orleans. I'm already pressed for time. The sheriff said, I hate to hold you up, Sayer, but Deputy Scott here wanted to ask you all some questions. You mind staying just a while, ma'am? The younger officer said. This'll be short, I promise. Reluctantly, she returned to her place on the sofa. Beck, pull 2 chairs away from the game table for the lawmen. Huff directed from the comfort of his recliner. The sheriff and his deputy sat in the chairs Beck dragged forward for them. Beck sat down next to Sayre. Chris sat on the opposite sofa. Huff said, Well, Red, you called this meeting. You've got our attention. What's on your mind? The sheriff cleared his throat. Wayne here has been doing some detective work out at your fishing camp, Huff, and there are facts relating to Danny's suicide that aren't sitting right with him. Like what? The shotgun that killed him? Shotgun? Sayre exclaimed. When Beck told her that Danny had died of a gunshot wound to the head, she had assumed it was a handgun. Yes, ma'am, the detective said solemnly. He didn't stand a chance of surviving. Beck said tersely, Maybe you should get to the point. Well, Mr. Merchant, my point is this. The victim still had his shoes on. I investigated a suicide by shotgun one time over in Carthage, East Texas. Anyhow, the man pulled the trigger with his big toe. Well, everything with Mr. Hoyle's apparent suicide is consistent with that other case, except it keeps nagging at me how he managed to pull the trigger. It'd be a real trick to do, considering the length of the barrels and, oh, that's another thing that's got me stumped. This weapon was a side-by-side double barrel, and both barrels were loaded. Now, if you're planning to shoot yourself in the head with a shotgun, why would you bother to load both barrels? You'd hardly need that second shell. Have you checked the gun for fingerprints? He replied to Sayre's question with a polite, Yes, ma'am. Your brothers, Danny's, are all over it, along with some others. So you know that Danny handled the shotgun? Yes, ma'am. I just don't know when. Is his fingerprint on the trigger? We didn't lift any distinct prints off the trigger, Red Harper said, which is also a bit confounding. I mean, if Danny was the last one to touch it. Huff seemed to reach the limit of his patience. Why in hell are you letting this new detective of yours drag us through all this? Danny is dead. We buried him. That's the end of it. Excuse me, Mr. Hoyle, but that's not the end of it. There's more to it that puzzles me. It was your son's newfound religion. Sayre glanced at Chris and then at Huff to see if they were laughing over the bizarre notion of a Hoyle with religion, but they remained stone-faced. She turned toward Beck, who evidently sensed her bewilderment. Danny had recently joined a congregation of Bible thumpers, Huff snarled. He had embraced their beliefs and became very devout, Beck continued. How recently? For about a year. He never missed a Sunday service or Wednesday night prayer meeting. He became a real bore, Chris added. He stopped drinking, got upset if we took the Lord's name in vain. He'd become a real Jesus freak. What brought it on? Chris shrugged. You never asked? Yes, sir, we asked, he replied snidely. Danny refused to discuss it. She turned back to the young deputy. How do you think this relates to a suicide? I've questioned his pastor and the members of the congregation who talked to Danny Sunday morning. Without exception, everybody said he was upbeat and happy. Left the services on fire for God and telling everybody he would see them that night at evening vespers. It seems peculiar that a man in that mood, on a spiritual high, so to speak, would go off and shoot himself. Are you saying it was staged to look like a suicide? Sayre asked. What I'm saying is that the circumstances surrounding Danny Hoyle's death warrant further investigation. The parish medical examiner didn't equivocate when he ruled it a suicide. That's right, Mr. Merchant, but the cause of death was obvious. It's the method of death that, in my opinion, remains undetermined. The method of death, Beck repeated, his eyes narrowing on the detective. The barrels of the shotgun were still in Danny's mouth, indicating that he did not pull the trigger. Right, Scott said, nodding somberly. Otherwise, the weapon would have been knocked away from the body by the recoil. It's pretty much a foregone conclusion that someone held the muzzle inside Danny's mouth. It was a homicide. The afternoon heat had taken its toll on the floral arrangements that covered the new grave. Because there was no breeze to disperse it, the smoke from the blast furnaces of the foundry had formed a gray cloud bank above the cemetery. It hung there, an ugly pall. Sayre thought of it as Danny's shroud. She'd gone to the cemetery in the hope of finding some measure of peace, but after the session with Deputy Scott, she thought it unlikely that Danny's death could be that easily reconciled. Of Huff's 3 children, Danny had been the least like him. He'd been mild-mannered, soft-spoken, and to her knowledge had never committed a spiteful act or harbored any malice toward anyone. She pinched a dying rose off one of the sprays and twirled it against her lips. A tear slid down her cheek. It was unfair that the sweetest, most harmless of them had died young and violently, and, if Wayne Scott's intuitions proved correct, he hadn't died voluntarily. "Miss Lynch?" Sayre spun about to see a young woman standing not 2 yards away from her. "I didn't mean to startle you," she said with apology. "I can come back later. I wanted to come and say goodnight to him." The woman was about her age, possibly a few years younger, and she was struggling not to cry. "I'm Sayre Lynch." She extended her hand and the young woman shook it. "Jessica de Blance. I was Danny's friend. Please." Sayre motioned toward a concrete bench beneath a tree a short distance from the grave. Together they walked toward it. Jessica was wearing a tastefully cut linen dress. She was petite and wholesomely pretty. They sat down. By tacit agreement, they shared a long moment looking toward the grave without speaking. Jessica sniffled into a tissue. Acting on instinct, Sayre placed her arm across the woman's thin shoulders. At her touch, Jessica began to tremble with weeping. There were dozens of questions Sayre wanted to ask her, but she refrained from saying anything until Jessica's crying had subsided and she mumbled a gruff apology. "We were going to be married." Jessica extended her left hand, and Sayre stared speechlessly at the round diamond solitaire on a narrow platinum band. "I'm sorry I didn't make it a point to speak to you at the house, Jessica. I didn't know Danny was engaged. No one told me." "No one knew about our engagement. No one in your family. Danny didn't want your father or brother to know about me until after we were married. He knew they probably wouldn't have approved of me." "That's ridiculous. Why wouldn't they?" "I don't come from money, Miss Lynch. Please call me Sayre." "How did you meet Danny?" "I teach 3rd grade, but I also work as a volunteer in the public library. He came in one night to browse and got interested in the book. It got time to close. I roused him and asked him to leave. He looked up at me and kept on looking for the longest time. Then he said, 'I'll go quietly, but only if you'll join me for a cup of coffee.'" "Did you?" "Yes," she said with a soft laugh. "We talked for hours. Before we said goodnight, he asked me for a date the following weekend." "They're saying Danny killed himself." "He didn't. I know he didn't. We were making plans about where to live and what we wanted to do. We'd chosen names for our future children. Danny did not commit suicide. He would have considered it a sin." "Do you attend Danny's church?" "Yes. After our second date, I invited him to go with me. Danny was reluctant to go. But after that first time, he realized that it was God's love that had been missing from his life. He discovered it and became a new person. I think you must have been very good for my brother, Jessica. I'm glad he knew you. I'm grateful to you for loving him." "I can't accept any gratitude for that." Her voice cracked, and she held the tissue to her eyes as tears began to flow. "I loved him with all my heart. How am I going to endure this?" As Jessica wept, Sayre hugged her. Tears filled her own eyes. "There were events in your life that you didn't think you could survive. and weren't sure you wanted to. Things happened that were so painful you'd rather die of them than to go on living with the agony of surviving. Sayre knew what that was like. But the survival instinct is a miraculous thing. One's heart goes on beating even after the will to live is lost. She didn't blame Danny's fiancé for her bitter grief, nor did she try to console her with banalities. She merely held her and would have continued holding her all night if necessary, because when she'd gone through her personal hell, there had been no one to hold her. Eventually, Jessica stopped crying. She blotted her eyes and blew her nose. When she was more composed, she said, "I do not accept the coroner's ruling. It may give you some comfort to know that you're not alone." Sayre told her about the meeting with Sheriff Harper and Wayne Scott. The young woman thoughtfully gnawed on her lower lip. Danny had been troubled by something lately. Every time I asked him about it, he made a joke. I'd begun to wonder if I was imagining it, but I don't think so. I knew him so well. He never gave you a hint about what was troubling him? No, but something definitely was. Something weighty enough to cause him to take his own life? No, Sayre, I'll never believe he shot himself. Do you plan to tell Huff and Chris about your secret engagement? No. I see no reason to announce it now. It would only cause a brouhaha with your brother and father. I wanted to concentrate all my thoughts on Danny, not them. I want each memory of our time together to be sweet. They would say or do something to taint it. Sadly, I agree with you, Sayre said, although it's their great loss that they won't know you. Sayre reached for Jessica's hand and squeezed it. I'm glad you and I met. It's made this easier knowing that Danny was happy the last year of his life. She decided to leave so that Jessica would have time alone at the grave. They exchanged telephone numbers before saying goodbye. Sayre promised to keep Jessica apprised of developments in the investigation. Out of keeping with her fragile appearance, Jessica said stubbornly, "No matter what conclusion that Deputy Scott reaches, I know that Danny didn't commit suicide. Somebody killed him." The Destiny Diner had undergone a renovation since Sayre had last been there. The chrome stools along the counter now had turquoise vinyl seats where once they had been red. New Formica tabletops had been installed in the booths. Compact discs had replaced 45s in the Wurlitzer, but at least the jukebox was still there. And although the decor had changed, the current unrepentantly high-caloric, artery-clogging menu was virtually the same as the original. Sayre placed her order, then relaxed against the padded pink vinyl of the booth to sip her vanilla-spiked Coke and to ask herself for the umpteenth time what she was doing here and why she hadn't driven back to New Orleans tonight so she could take the first connecting flight to San Francisco tomorrow morning. Instead, upon leaving the cemetery, she had driven to the better of the two motels in Destiny, which wasn't much of a boast, and checked into a room. Then, deciding that she was hungry or perhaps just restless, she left for the diner. On this weeknight, well after the dinner-time rush, she almost had the place to herself, which suited her frame of mind. She needed time to reflect on all that had happened today. Danny's recent engagement was the most compelling argument against the suicide ruling. Now that Sayre was equipped with that information, she wondered what she should do with it. It also made the reason Danny had called her after a 10-year silence an even more puzzling question. Had he been going to share the news of his engagement, or put closure on their relationship prior to his suicide, or ask her advice on the problem he was confronting? Not knowing would torment her forever. "Hiya, Red." Roused from her thoughts, Sayre glanced around expecting to see someone addressing Sheriff Red Harper. But the man standing at the end of her booth was grinning down at her and had obviously called her Red because of her hair. Did he actually think he was being original? Apparently so, because his smile seemed to be self-congratulatory. He nodded toward her glass of Coke. "Drinking alone? And I prefer it that way." She faced forward again, hoping he would take the hint and go away. He didn't. "How do you know? You ain't tried drinking with me yet." "Nor will I." "Nor will I," he repeated, imitating her. "You sure picked up some highfalutin ways out in San Francisco." She looked at him sharply. "Hi, wondering how I know you? I know you, Miss Sarah Hoyle. Couldn't forget that hair, or—" His eyes slid over her in what he probably thought was a sexy come-hither. "The way you're put together." Leaning in closer, he lowered his voice to a whisper. "But I bet your ass is still as sweet as it was when you were a 16-year-old cheerleader bouncing all over the football field, turning cartwheels and such. Gave me a charge every Friday night to see you do those high kicks." "Charming," she said, giving him a drop-dead look. "Now will you please get lost?" Instead, he slid into the bench opposite her. She reached for her handbag, but before she could leave the booth, he clamped his hand over her wrist. "I'm just trying to have a friendly conversation," he said. "It's not like we're strangers. Don't you remember me?" She didn't want to have a conversation, friendly or otherwise, with this creep who had long, yellow, lupine teeth, a scraggly yellow goatee, and enormous ears. She fixed her frostiest glare on the man. "I don't know who you are, nor do I care to know. If you don't let go of my hand immediately, I'll—" "What?" he taunted, applying more pressure to her wrist, digging into the tender underside of it with his thumb. "What you gonna do if I don't let go?" "She'll break your fucking neck, and if she doesn't, I will." Her unwanted companion's jaw went slack as he looked up and beyond her. She turned to see Beck Merchant leaning indolently against the back of the booth behind her, in much the same way he'd been leaning against the fender of her car that morning. "Who are you to be butting in?" "I'm the guy who's gonna break your neck." "I whipped your ass once, you know. You've obviously forgotten that, but I'd be all too happy to refresh your memory." "Let go of her. Right now." The man hesitated only a moment longer, then released her and slid out of the booth. Sneering down at Sayre, he said, "Just like all the Hoyles, you always did think you was hot shit." She didn't bother with a comeback, but watched him saunter to a booth at the far end of the diner, where his companions began riling him for being shot down. Then she looked at Beck. "I could have handled the situation myself." "Hold the thought." Before she could say more, he walked to the door of the diner, pushed it open, and whistled softly. A large dog leapt from the bed of a pickup truck and bounded up to him. "Frito, go on back there and let them feed you." The golden retriever ran to the double swinging doors that led into the kitchen and nosed his way through them. Sayre heard exclamations of greeting from the staff. Beck rejoined her, sliding into the booth. "Apparently Frito is a regular. So am I, but I've never seen you here, and frankly I'm shocked. At the house you were chomping at the bit to be on your way back to California." "I went to the cemetery. It got late. I decided to stay here tonight and get a fresh start tomorrow." "Have you ordered?" "A cheeseburger." He called out to the short order cook who could be seen through the open space behind the counter. "Grady, double her order, please." "Coming up." He settled back into the booth. "Now, what were you saying about handling the situation with Slap Watkins?" "Watkins?" she said with sudden enlightenment. "I remember now. He was a troublemaker, several classes ahead of me in school." "He's still a troublemaker. I heard from Chris that he's recently been released from prison and is on parole. When I pulled in, I saw you through the window and it looked to me like you needed some help." Insert, "Thank you for rescuing me here." He grinned, then looked up at the approaching waitress and winked when she set a glass of Coke in front of him. "You remember the lemon wedge without my even asking. Thanks." "You bet," she said, returning his flirtatious smile. "Do you know Sayre Lynch?" The two of them exchanged obligatory smiles. "Burgers will be ready soon." "Nice to meet you," she said to Sayre before turning away. But Sayre questioned her sincerity. In fact, she seemed reluctant to leave Sayre alone with Beck Merchant. The waitress probably wasn't the only heart in Destiny that he kept aflutter, and Sayre could understand why. He had an undeniable sex appeal. The green eyes, the rakish blonde hair, the smile that suggested he could talk you into being naughty. He looked as good and as comfortable in the old jeans and chambray shirt he was wearing now as he had in his funeral suit. Altogether, a very attractive package. But she trusted Beck Merchant no more than she trusted her older brother, and possibly even less. Chris came by his meanness naturally, whereas Beck was paid to be mean. Selma would be heartbroken to learn that we'd come here to eat after she tried all day to feed us, he remarked. She loves us. Always has. Much more than we deserve to be loved. Folding his arms on the table, he leaned forward. Why don't you think you deserve to be loved? You're a lawyer, Mr. Merchant, not a psychoanalyst. I'm only making casual conversation. I believe Slap Watkins used that same line. He laughed out loud. Then my technique needs some work. The waitress arrived with their orders. For several minutes they ate in silence, but she was keenly aware of him watching her. Finally she said, What is it, Mr. Merchant? What? You keep staring at me. Sorry, I was just thinking. Would it have killed you to thank me? For what? For fending off Watkins. I could have handled the situation, but probably not without making a scene and becoming the talk of the town tomorrow, so thank you. Glad to oblige. He said he had whipped your ass before. True? That's his version. Chris and I were reunited because of Slap Watkins. Chris and I met at LSU when I pledged the same fraternity. He was a senior. We had a passing acquaintance before he graduated. We didn't see each other again until 3 years ago. What happened 3 years ago to reunite you? The Jean Iverson case. Indirectly, anyway. How much do you know about that? Only what I read in the company newsletters. Those newsletters that you don't want sent to you, but which you read anyway. On that point he had her, although she would never admit it. She faithfully read the newsletters, not because she cared about Huff and Chris's welfare, but because she cared about the men and women who work for them and about the future of the town. Without Hoyle Enterprises, there would be no local economy. Hundreds of families would be without income. Even though she didn't want to profit from the foundry, she felt a moral responsibility to keep a close eye on it, warts and all. She said, The information in the newsletters is filtered through Huff and Chris, particularly if it's even fractionally negative. In other words, my source on the Iverson case was biased and unreliable. What can you tell me about it? He sat up straighter and cleared his throat. What do you want to know? Did Chris kill Jean Iverson? His left eyebrow shot up. You don't mince words. Did he? The evidence against Chris was purely circumstantial. The prosecution's case was weak enough to deadlock a jury, and it was never retried. It shouldn't have been tried in the first place. No body, no murder. That had been the crux of the article she had read. Jean Iverson's body had never been found. He had disappeared without a trace. How did you become involved? I'd read about the trial. Thought it was a bum rap. I came down here to lend support to my fraternity brother, assist him in any way I could. But by the time I got here, the trial was over. I found Chris and Danny celebrating in that old honky-tonk out on the highway. You know the place? The Razorback? That's the one. Chris was buying drinks for everybody to celebrate the outcome of his trial. Slap Watkins was there. He started spouting off about money buying justice and rich people never serving time and so forth. Didn't set well with Chris, or Danny. In fact, he threw the first punch in defense of his older brother. All hell broke loose. I plunged in and, despite Watkins' claim of victory, tilted the odds in the brother's favor. We mopped the floor with him. So you've rescued all three of us from the ugly clutches of Slap Watkins. So it would seem, he said, smiling. I'm a handy man to have around. Huff and Chris certainly think so. He propped his forearms on the table and leaned forward. Right now, I'm interested in what you think. I think it's time I said goodbye. When she opened her handbag, he said, I'll cover your dinner. I have a tab here. Thanks anyway. Afraid of being indebted to me? She tucked a $20 bill beneath the sugar dispenser, then looked straight into his teasing eyes. I'm not afraid of anything, Mr. Merchant. He left the booth when she did and followed her to the door. He whistled sharply. Frito shot through the swinging double doors. They stepped outside, where it felt like a steam room compared to the air-conditioned diner. Before I go, she said, I wanted to ask how you got from assisting my brothers in a brawl to becoming chief counsel for Hoyle Enterprises. After the night at the Razorback, how long before Huff hired you? Chris invited me to stay for a few days, go fishing, hang out. Over the course of the visit, it became clear to him that I was unhappy with the law firm I was in. By the end of my stay, Huff had made me an offer I couldn't refuse. He had sunk his fingers into Frito's pelt and was rubbing the back of his neck. The dog's eyes were closed. He looked drunk with pleasure. Snapping her attention back to the subject, Sayre asked him what had happened to Calvin McGraw. He had been Huff's lawyer for as far back as Sayre could remember. Beck Merchant had replaced him. Mr. McGraw retired. Or Huff retired him, she countered. I don't know what their arrangement was. I'm sure Huff offered him an attractive retirement package. Oh, I'm sure of that too. Ensuring McGraw's silence would have been expensive. His silence? About bribing the jury during Chris's murder trial. Beck's fingers stopped their mindless movement, and gradually he withdrew his hand from the nape of Frito's neck. The dog whined a complaint, but his owner seemed not to notice. His attention was focused on Sayre. Purposefully, he stepped closer to her. She recoiled. Back up. Not yet. He shouldn't have been standing this close to her. It was an inappropriate distance between strangers. Furthermore, it was physically uncomfortable. It was too sultry for two people to be standing this close enough to feel each other's body heat, forced to share the inadequate air. Pushing him aside, she headed for her car, which was parked a short distance away. By the time she reached it, he had caught up with her. Hooking her elbow, he brought her around. You've been tossing out some mighty bold allegations tonight. You intimated that Chris got away with murder, then accused your father of jury tampering. Those are serious crimes. So is tampering with evidence. He raised his shoulders. You've lost me. Yellow mud. She pointed down. Your boots are caked with it. There's only one place in the parish where the soil is that ochre color. On Bayou Bosquet, where the fishing camp is. His jaw bunched. Your point? You went out there tonight, didn't you? Don't bother lying. I know you did. I just wondered what you did while you were there. You know, he said, if your design business ever tanks, maybe you could sign up with the FBI. Deputy Scott told us that until further notice, the cabin at the camp was considered a crime scene. He said it had been cordoned off with bright yellow tape, which you ignored. Did you know that dogs are colorblind? Frito didn't realize it was crime scene tape. He charged right past it. I had to go get him. Even though he immediately responds to whistles? A weighty silence yawned between them. He knew he'd been caught. For a while, Huff had lain in bed, wakeful and alert. Sleep had eluded him completely. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw an image of Danny's fresh grave. He had a bad case of heartburn to boot. So rather than lie there and nurse these miseries until dawn, he decided to get up and go outside. Perhaps the tranquility of the countryside at night would calm him enough to bring on sleepiness. He pulled open the front door, eased himself into his favorite rocking chair, and lit a cigarette. He puffed in contentment as he gazed at the portion of the horizon that was aglow with the lights of the foundry. He might be momentarily at rest, but his work never was. Headlights swept a bright arc across the front lawn. Chris's shiny Porsche Carrera came to a stop, and he climbed out. He jogged up the walkway. "What are you doing out here this time of night?" Chris dropped into the other rocking chair and stretched his arms high above his head. "I'm so tired I might sleep straight through tomorrow." "What kept you out so late?" "George's mom came down with the stomach virus." Poor George had to go see about Mama, leaving Lila alone and lonely. "Are you going to waste your best years diddling frustrated housewives, or are you going to get your wife back into your bed and make her pregnant?" "I'm not going to talk about this tonight." "We'll talk about this when I say we talk about this," Huff said. "You've been dodging the subject of Mary Beth for weeks. I want to know what's going on." "All right." Chris took a deep breath. "She refuses to sign the divorce document." "Then there's hope for a reconciliation." Chris gave a short laugh. "Mary Beth isn't refusing the divorce because she wants to stay with me. She's refusing it out of spite. She hates me, hates you, hates this town, the foundry. She despises everything about us." "Hell, boy, she's only a woman." "A woman. Stop screwing, Lila. Get yourself down to Mexico. Woo your wife. Do what you have to. Flowers, jewelry, a new automobile, new tits if she wants 'em. Eat some crow if you have to. It won't kill you. Hose her enough times to get her pregnant, then lock her up until the kid is born. Once you got the kid, we'll claim her an unfit mother, send her packing without a penny." Chris shook his head. "It's not going to happen, Huff. She had her tubes tied." Huff felt his blood pressure skyrocket. "The last time I made a pitch for reconciliation, she laughed at me. She said she knew I only wanted to patch things up so I could provide you and myself with an heir. Then she dashed our hopes for good by informing me that she had a tubal ligation." He sighed. "That's what I've been dreading to tell you, and I can honestly say I'm glad it's finally off my chest." Huff smoked his cigarette down to a nub while he contemplated this unwelcome piece of news. His silly, shallow daughter-in-law had made herself barren. All right. That left Chris with only one option: to obtain a divorce from her and marry a woman who would bear him children. "We need to concentrate on getting you a speedy divorce." He patted his son's knee, then stood up. "Let's go to bed." "Long day," Chris observed as they entered the silent house. "What did you think of Sayre?" "Still prissy." "Prissy?" Chris scoffed as they climbed the stairs. "That's like calling Osama bin Laden a troublemaker." "She didn't leave town like she said she was going to. The manager of the lodge called me. She booked a room for tonight. At least Beck was with her part of the evening. He saved her from Slat Watkins." Chris stopped on the landing. "Come again?" Huff recounted for Chris what Beck had told him. "I'm glad Beck came along when he did. No telling what that white trash was up to. Beck called me as soon as he and Sayre parted company. He was following her back to the motel. He watched until she was inside her room. She knew he was following her and probably knew he was talking to me the whole time. He said if looks could kill, he'd be dead." Sitting behind his desk, Red Harper took a moment to look her over. "California's treated you favorably, Sayre. You look good." "Thank you." He eased back in his chair. "What can I do for you this morning?" "More to the point, there's something I can do for you. I have information pertinent to Deputy Scott's investigation." Registering surprise, he signaled for her to continue. She told him about running into Beck Merchant at the Destiny Diner the night before and seeing the telltale yellow-caked mud on his boots. When she had finished her story, Red nodded. "Right? Right. Beck was out there last night at my request. I asked him to meet me and Deputy Scott out there. I wanted someone from the family to walk through the cabin, see if there was anything that didn't belong, anything out of kilter, maybe something noticeably missing." I didn't have the heart to ask Chris or Huff to do it. It's still, well, it's a bloody mess, speaking frankly. Feeling like a complete fool, she murmured, I understand. She hadn't slept for wanting to report Beck Merchant's activity, which had seemed suspicious at best and possibly criminal. When she'd challenged him about the mud on his boots, he could easily have explained the situation to her. He had deliberately set her up to look like an idiot. Did Mr. Merchant find anything unusual, out of place, or missing? I can't discuss the particulars of a criminal investigation while it's ongoing, Sayre. I'm sure you understand. She understood perfectly. He was stonewalling her. We're being thorough, is all. We want to be 100% certain that at some point while he was fishing in Bayou Bosquet, Danny decided, for whatever reason, to take his own life. We'll probably never know all the answers. Did he leave a note? Not that we've found. Don't you think it's odd that he didn't? In at least half the suicides I've investigated, the person didn't leave a note. Tell me about Jean Iverson, she said. Huh? Abruptly shifting the subject had been intentional. She'd wanted to see what kind of reaction she would get at the mention of the name, and she got one. The sheriff had gone whey-faced. I went to the library as soon as it opened this morning and got on the microfiche, she said. The local newspaper's accounts were laughably slanted and incomplete, so I read the Times-Picayune coverage of Iverson's disappearance, Chris's arrest, and the eventual trial. She now had a better grasp of the facts surrounding her brother's indictment. Eugene Iverson had been an employee of Hoyle Enterprises. Almost from his first day on the job, he had lobbied to organize a chapter of the Ironworkers Union. Although he performed his job without fault, he antagonized management personnel by rallying other disgruntled workers. Eventually, he threatened to organize a strike unless working conditions improved and safety measures as mandated by the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, were implemented and enforced. The threat of a strike agitated workers loyal to or cowed by the Hoyles. Many of the employees didn't welcome union interference and resisted mandatory membership. This fission of opinion caused friction in the workplace that hampered production. Huff, wanting to prevent adverse publicity, OSHA's attention, and unionization, called a meeting between Iverson and upper management to see if they could reach an agreement they could all live with. During that meeting, Iverson denounced the lame concessions that Huff proposed. He said he couldn't be bought with a piddling pay increase and empty promises for improvements. He pledged that he would continue his efforts until Hoyle Enterprises was a union shop. Iverson left the meeting and was never seen again. Iverson was an agitator, she continued. He may have been the most obnoxious individual on the planet. I didn't know him, but I admired what he was trying to do. Huff and Chris would not. Hundreds of workers didn't like what he was doing, Sayre. He was threatening their livelihoods. If they don't work, their families don't eat. Maybe Iverson could have afforded to strike, but they couldn't. Any number of them would have liked to see him dead. But no one did. See him dead, I mean. That's how Chris got off. Chris got off because the jury thought he was innocent. Only half of them. It was a good shot, but it didn't dent the sheriff's armor. She hadn't really expected it to. Red Harper would go to his own grave covering for the Hoyles because they owned him body and soul. She gathered her handbag and stood up. Thank you for seeing me. As she was leaving, something else was niggling at her, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Then, just as she reached the end of the hallway, she realized what it was. Sheriff Harper? By now he had stepped back into his office. He poked his head out the door and looked at her inquisitively. Earlier you said that at some point, while he was fishing, Danny decided to take his own life? I find that hard to accept. We've been through that, Sayre. I'm not talking about the suicide. It's the fishing I don't accept. Danny loathed fishing. The moment Beck walked into Huff's office, He could tell the old man was upset. Before he could even say good morning, Huff picked up an enclosure card from a stack of similar cards on his desk and waved it at Beck. "This pisses me off." "What is it?" Huff handed Beck the card. "With deepest sympathy, Charles Nielsen," he read. Then looking across at Huff, he laughed shortly. He sent flowers to Danny's funeral? Can you believe the gall of that son of a bitch? Can't believe he would use my son's death as a means of pricking with me. Have you had a chance to look through the file I left you? I read enough to know that Nielsen is only trying to build a name for himself. Those newspaper articles read like press releases he wrote. I tend to agree, Beck said. So far, he's targeted only smaller shops, but he's been 100% successful in bringing the union into those companies or winning extraordinary concessions from management. Now he's feeling flush with success. What I'm afraid of is that he's looking for a bigger bullseye that would place him in the media limelight. And you're afraid Hoyle Enterprises might be that target. Would be a natural, Huff. We're a captive shop. Our castings are our product. We don't do castings for other manufacturers, so if only one aspect of the melting or casting process is affected, production suffers. We can't fill orders and our business goes to crap. I'm sure Nielsen realizes that, and unfortunately we've had some work-related accidents and deaths. Shit. You know how many men have worked here who have never had a serious accident or injury? Huh? Hundreds. Do they write about that? Do these labor agitators paint picket signs with that statistic on it? Hell no. But one worker bleeds a little and it makes news. Bleeds a little was a gross understatement for the bloodletting involved when one's leg is crushed by pipes sliding off an unguarded vibrating conveyor, or the loss of a digit in a machine without a kill switch, or a burn that literally melted flesh off the bone. But Beck kept silent. Huff was too wound up to reason with. An accident on the shop floor makes news, network news, mind you. Next thing you know, I'm up to my ass in government inspectors. Bullshit is what it is. His color was high and he was breathing hard. Are you taking your blood pressure medication? No, I take that my dick won't stay stiff. It was no secret to anyone that at least once a week he visited a woman who lived on the outskirts of town. As far as Beck knew, Huff was her only customer, and she was probably well compensated for keeping it that way. Between high blood pressure and a limp dick, I'll take high blood pressure, thank you. Hear, hear, said Chris, strolling in. As always, he was immaculately groomed and dressed. It sounds like I'm missing a very interesting conversation. What's up? Pun intended. While Huff poured himself a glass of water from a carafe on his desk, Beck summarized for Chris their discussion about Charles Nielsen. Chris dismissed the threat he posed. We know his type. These provocateurs come on strong and then fade into obscurity. We just have to wait him out. This one is distinguishing himself. I don't think he'll fade that quickly. Let's sit back and wait. See what he does next, Huff said decisively. Let the son of a bitch sweat over what we're thinking, not the other way around. The telephone on Huff's desk rang. Get that, will you, Chris? Chris went to the desk and depressed the blinking button on the phone. Sally, it's Chris. The nasally voice of Huff's long-suffering assistant could be heard through the speakerphone. I know y'all are in a meeting, but I thought y'all would want to be interrupted for this. Your sister's downstairs, and she's raising Cain. Hoyle Enterprises had nearly 600 employees, but only several dozen of them were women. They worked in clerical capacities in annex offices. Except for the executive's assistants like Sally, the production area of the plant was exclusively male. The center was where hard-working men took their breaks, swapped jokes, talked sports and women. 50 or so were presently taking their morning break. When Beck strode in, Sarah was attempting to converse with a group of 5 seated around one of the tables. It appeared she was having limited success. In spite of having dressed down in a pair of jeans and a simple cotton t-shirt, she wasn't exactly blending into this blue-collar environment. The men kept their heads bent and mumbled monosyllabic answers to her questions, evidently wary of her desire to chat. As he approached, Beck forced himself to smile warmly and to say, for the benefit of their audience, "This is an unexpected pleasure." He gripped her elbow in a way that brooked no resistance and turned her around. "Come with me, Miss Lynch. We keep hard hats for visitors over here." Beck propelled her through the maze of tables and chairs and into a supply room which was vacant. As soon as he shut the door, she rounded on him. "They didn't want me talking to the workers, did they? They sent you to get rid of me." "Not at all," he replied evenly. "Huff and Chris are pleased by your interest. But if you want to talk to someone about our operation here, ask me, not those men out there. Even in this new bargain basement outfit, you're too glamorous. You make them tongue-tied." "I'll find out much more by going on the shop floor anyway," she said. "Where's my hard hat?" "You can see most of it from the windows in our offices upstairs. Those nice, clean, safe, air-conditioned offices. Not a fair representation at all, is it? I want to experience what the workers do." "That isn't a good idea, Sarah," he stated firmly. Placing his hands on his hips, he moved in closer. "What the hell are you doing here? As you reminded me yesterday, I'm a partner of Hoyle Enterprises. Why today when you've never shown one iota of interest in the business before?" "It's time I got interested." "Again, why?" "I don't have to explain my reasons to you." He hitched his chin toward the door behind her. "To get through that door, you damn sure do." "You're an employee, Mr. Merchant. Ergo, you work for me, don't you? I'm your boss." Her haughty condescension infuriated him. It also aroused him unreasonably but urgently. He wanted very badly to kiss her, to show her that not in all aspects was she boss. Tamping down the impulse, he asked, "What do you hope to achieve?" "I want to see if this place is as dangerous as it's reputed to be. Have the allegations of hazardous working conditions been exaggerated or, as I suspect, understated?" Her truculent expression told him that she couldn't be talked out of this. The more he tried to dissuade her, the more determined she would become, and the more suspicious that they had something to hide. Beck hoped, if he indulged this whim, she would have her curiosity satisfied and go on her way before causing any real damage. He removed 2 hard hats from the shelf behind him and thrust one at her. Safety glasses, too. He passed her a pair. She put on the glasses first, then set the hard hat on her head. Not good enough. Before she could stop him, he removed the hard hat, gathered her hair and piled it on top of her head, then worked the hard hat down over it. He took his time, standing close. "As long as I've been here, there's never been a woman on the shop floor. There sure as hell has never been one who looked like you. They'll be checking out your breasts and your butt. There's nothing I can do to stop that. But I'd hate for a guy to get hurt because he was looking at your hair and imagining it sweeping across his stomach." He put on his glasses and hard hat. "Let's go." He opened a trapdoor into hell. That was Sayre's first impression. The immensity of the heat struck her full force. It was a realm of noise and darkness and heat. The vastness of it amazed her. She couldn't see the far end of it, only blackness and more blackness relieved by showers of sparks and bubbling vats of liquid fire. Molten metal glowed white-hot in giant ladles as they rocked along the overhead monorail. Metal clanged against metal. Conveyor belts rolled, machinery clanked and clattered and churned. The racket was incessant, the darkness encompassing, but the heat was inescapable. Once inhaled, it became one with you. The Vulcans of this underworld were men with sweating faces behind safety glasses. They were in constant motion, some operating several machines at once. There was no sitting down on this job. One had to be always watchful for a spark, a spill, a fall, a slip, because life and limb depended on it. She watched as a ladle of molten metal was poured into one of the molds. She was impressed by the technology, but staggered by the danger to the men operating the machinery and coming into such close contact with liquid fire and hot, rapidly moving parts. "What's on his hands?" she asked, nodding toward one worker. Beck hesitated, then said, "Duct tape, to make the gloves we provide thicker so his hands won't get burned." "Why not just provide thicker gloves?" "They're more expensive," he said brusquely, then nudged her around a puddle of molten metal that was bubbling on the floor. She glanced up to see it dripping from one of the ladles. The man overseeing the ladle was standing on a platform with no guardrails. He nodded her toward an exit door. As he held it for her, she removed her safety glasses and hard hat and shook out her hair. "How hot does it get in there?" "In the summer up to 130 degrees. He ushered her toward an elevator and pushed the up button. Once they were inside the elevator, she said, "One of the machines?" "Yes." "Had a white cross painted on it." He took so long to respond that she thought he was going to ignore her. Finally, he said, "A man died there." She wanted to ask more, but when the elevator doors slid open, Chris was waiting to greet them. He smiled disarmingly. "Hello, Sayre. How was your tour?" "Very informative." "It's a shame I can't take you to lunch before you leave town, but I have business to attend to." He leaned forward and kissed her cheek. His eyes mocked her as he pulled away. "Have a nice flight, Sayre." Sayre didn't leave town immediately. Instead, she drove through a neighborhood that lay practically in the shadow of Hoyle Enterprises' smokestacks. At one time, when she'd been young and naive, when anything had seemed possible in the future had looked bright, just turning onto this residential street had made her giddy with joy. This house in the middle of this lower middle-class neighborhood had been the center of her universe. It had signified hope, happiness, security, and love. Today, seeing it filled her with despair. The whole neighborhood had declined in the past 10 years, but this house in particular had fallen into disrepair. The front yard was littered with children's toys. A few shrubs clung to life near the house. What grass there was grew in scattered patches. The paint on the exterior walls was blistered and peeling. Before she could summon the courage to get out of her car, the screen door of the house was pushed open and a man came out onto the narrow gallery. He was shirtless and barefoot, dressed only in a pair of stained blue jeans. His manner was suspicious and belligerent as he called out, "Can I help you with something?" Sayre lowered the window. "Hello, Clark." The instant he recognized her, his lips formed her name. Then his face broke into the smile that had melted hearts at Destiny High School when he was the star quarterback on the football team, president of the student body, the senior voted class favorite, and the most likely to succeed. Clark Daly jogged down the front steps as she got out of the car. They met at the halfway point of the cracked walkway leading up to the house. He reached for her hand and tightly clasped it between his. "I can't believe it." His eyes moved over her face, down her body, back up again. "You look just the same, only better." "Thank you." He looked neither the same nor better. His athlete's body was now so thin that each rib was discernible. He had several days' growth of beard. His eyes were bloodshot, and there was alcohol on his breath. He let go of her hand and took a step back, as though suddenly aware of how changed he must look to her. "I guess I shouldn't be all that surprised to see you," he said. "I'm sorry I couldn't make it to the funeral. It's just, you know." "That's all right. I understand." She had a hard time looking him in the eye. "So what are you doing these days?" "Working at the foundry." She gasped with disbelief. "Doing what?" "Charging the furnace. Graveyard shift." At first she thought he must be making a bad joke, but as she gazed into his sunken eyes, she saw a bleakness that was deep and absolute. Her father had succeeded in ruining this man's life as thoroughly as if he'd shot him dead, as he had threatened to do. "It's a living," he said, forcing a grin. "Are you happy out there in California, Sayer? You got a decorating business out there, right? Home interiors? You'd be good at that. Do you have a family?" She shook her head. "My marriages didn't last. I'm on my second. 4 kids, 3 of them hers. We got one together, a boy." "That's wonderful, Clark. I'm happy for you." "Yeah, well, we all do the best we can, I guess. Play the cards that are dealt us." She hesitated, then asked the pressing question. "Why didn't you go into electrical engineering like you planned?" "I never got to go to school. My scholarship was revoked." "What?" she exclaimed. "Why?" "I never was told why. Just one day I got a letter that said basically don't bother enrolling unless you can pay your own tuition because your scholarship has been rescinded." They both knew the reason his scholarship had been rescinded. Huff. He had pulled strings that probably had large amounts of money attached to them. He had vowed to ruin Clark Daly, and he had. "Clark?" A woman who appeared to be in her late 20s had come out onto the gallery. She was blonde and pretty, or would have been if not for her surly expression. "Hey, Luce, this is Sayer Hoyle. Sayer, my wife, Luce." "How do you do?" Sayer said pleasantly. "Hi." Her notable lack of friendliness seemed to embarrass Clark. "I'm going to be late for work," Luce announced ungraciously. The screen door slammed shut behind her as she re-entered the house. "Don't blame Luce for being rude. She's not mad at you. I'm the one who's put that chip on her shoulder. I'm not the most reliable husband. The truth is, Sayer, I'm a drunk. Ask around about me, that's the first thing folks will tell you." "I would never pay attention to gossip, Clark, especially about you." "Well, the gossips would be right." He turned his head aside and gazed off into the distance for several moments. "After, you know." Yes, she did know. "After all that, I got off track," he said. "I'm sorry." She reached out and touched his arm. He glanced down at her hand where it rested, then looked at her, and they smiled at each other. But their smiles were rueful expressions of regret over what might have been. "I won't keep you," she said hoarsely, letting her hand fall away. "Take care of yourself. You too." Close to tears, she turned and walked quickly to her car. As she drove away, she glanced back at him. He was standing on the gallery watching her. He raised his hand in farewell. Casual though Red wanted it to appear, Chris's being called into the sheriff's office to answer questions amounted to an interrogation. "Did Danny fish much?" the sheriff began. "I have no idea. This morning your sister said—" "My sister? You called me in here to verify or deny something that Sayer told you? What did she say?" Beck held up his hand to silence Chris, then asked the detective, "Are you seriously basing this interrogation on something said by someone who hasn't even lived in Destiny for more than a decade and hasn't spoken to any member of her family in all that time?" "She told Sheriff Harper that Danny loathed fishing. Her word, right, Sheriff? Loathed." "That's right." Chris looked over at Beck and started to laugh. "What are they getting at? That somebody took a shotgun to Danny because he bad-mouthed fishing?" "This isn't a joke," Scott snapped. "Really?" Chris looked at him coldly. "I think you're hilarious." Beck tried to improve the climate in the room. "What was Danny doing out at the fishing camp when he didn't like to fish? That's what you're trying to reconcile, correct?" "Correct." "How the hell should I know?" Chris said. "Anything else?" "When did you last see him?" "Saturday, at the country club. We played several sets of tennis that morning. We quit around noon because of the heat. I stayed to swim for a while. Danny left right after our match." "You didn't see him on Sunday?" Chris answered your question, Beck said. Where were you on Saturday night? I went to a new nightclub in Breaux Bridge. It had a great band, pretty cocktail waitresses. Do you smoke, Mr. Hoyle? Not habitually, sometimes when I'm out. Did you smoke on Saturday night at the new club in Breaux Bridge? Beck jumped in before Chris had time to answer. Nothing more from Chris until I know where this is going. Scott looked down at Red Harper, whose hangdog face seemed to have stretched another several inches since the interrogation began. With apparent reluctance, he opened one of his desk drawers and withdrew a brown paper sack, like the ones they used for collected crime scene evidence. He handed it to the deputy, who made a production of opening it and shaking out the contents onto Red's desk. Sarah didn't make the drive back to New Orleans. Following her visit to the foundry and her conversation with Clark, she was physically and emotionally whipped. Driving for 2 hours, then having to contend with the inconveniences of modern air travel held no appeal whatsoever. One of her clients in San Francisco was president of a jet charter service. She placed a call to him. He lent a sympathetic ear and arranged for a jet to be flown in for her from Houston. Leave your rental car keys with the airfield personnel, he told her. Someone will pick the car up later and drive it back to New Orleans. The Royal Service was a rare luxury for her, but she could afford it, and if it got her out of Destiny sooner rather than later, it would be well worth the cost. The concrete tarmac was like a broiler when Sarah walked out to greet the distinguished-looking gray-haired pilot who stepped out of the small, sleek jet. He introduced himself and they shook hands. As she climbed the steps to board, she heard a familiar voice calling her name. Turning, she saw Beck running forward, waving his arms frantically. He reached her, his face ashen. Huff's had a heart attack. Beck glanced at his passenger. Aren't you the least bit curious to know what happened? Sayre hadn't spoken a word since he boosted her into the cab of his pickup truck. She turned her head toward him now. Her expression was impassive, but at least she was looking at him. Huff was in his office, he said. Sally, his assistant, heard him cry out. She rushed in, found him slumped over his desk, clutching his chest. Her quick thinking may have saved his life. She pushed an aspirin tablet into his mouth and then called 911. Chris and I got to the hospital right behind the ambulance. In the ICU, they were trying to get Huff stabilized. He was extremely agitated and asking for you. I was dispatched to locate you and bring you back. She turned her head away and stared out the passenger window. Her hair shimmered like flame in the glaring sunlight. Her skin looked feverish. It would be hot to the touch. Better not to think about touching her, although it did no good to tell himself that. He had thought of little else since seeing her for the first time yesterday at the cemetery. She looked across the seat at him. Before today, has he shown any symptoms of a heart ailment? High blood pressure. He's supposed to take medication for it, but he doesn't like the side effects. He smokes constantly. Sometimes I think out of sheer defiance of the warnings against it. His only form of exercise is rocking in his rocking chair. He makes his cafe au lait with half and half. He was probably a heart attack or stroke waiting to happen. Do you think Danny's death contributed? No doubt. Losing his son, especially under those circumstances, coupled with the repercussions, has been stressful. What repercussions? She asked. He wasn't about to tell her that Huff had suffered his heart attack less than an hour after he and Chris had recapped for him their unsettling meeting with Red Harper and Deputy Scott. Here we are. He parked in the hospital parking lot, alighted from the truck and went around to open the passenger door for her. By the time he reached it, she was stepping from the cab and declined the hand he offered. Together they walked toward the hospital entrance. He allowed her to go ahead of him through the revolving door. When it emptied him into the lobby, he bumped into Sayre, who had barely cleared the door before coming to a dead stop. Almost knocking her down and losing his own balance, he took her lightly by the shoulders and caught her up against him, their bodies making accidental intimate contact in a way that at any other time would have stopped his breath. It would have now, except for his puzzlement over why she'd stopped so suddenly. Dr. Tom Carew was coming toward them from across the lobby. He was a short man who carried his narrow shoulders in a perpetual stoop. His sparse hair was dyed unnaturally black in an attempt to conceal his advanced years, which the lines on his face gave away. As he reached them, he said hello to Sarah and extended his right hand. But when she made no move to take it, he quickly let it drop to his side. To cover his embarrassment, he said, "Thank you for bringing her so soon, Beck." "No problem. How is he?" Sayre, overcoming her shock, or whatever it was that had caused her to become transfixed, shrugged his hands off her shoulders and moved to stand at his side. "He's stable," Dr. Carew told them. "I need him that way before conducting any more tests." Speaking for the first time, Sayre issued a direct challenge to the family physician's competence. "Are you qualified to make a diagnosis? Shouldn't a cardiac specialist be consulted?" "Yes, I think one should be," he replied evenly. "But Huff doesn't. He was quite insistent about it. Maybe I can convince him otherwise." Beck nudged Sayre toward the elevator. "What floor?" "Second. He's in ICU," the doctor said. Focusing on Sayre, he added, "He particularly wanted to see you, which frankly I think is inadvisable. But if you do speak with him, keep in mind his condition and don't say anything that's likely to upset him. Another arrest could kill him." Staring into Huff's face, Sayre marveled at how completely the man to whom she owed her life had destroyed her love for him. She stood at his bedside for several moments before he became aware of her. When he opened his eyes and saw her, he smiled and spoke her name. "Are you comfortable?" she asked. "Now that they've got me doped up." "It must have been a mild attack or you wouldn't be feeling so well. The damage to your heart couldn't be too severe." "So you're a cardiac specialist now?" he asked caustically. "No, but I've had a lot of experience with damaged hearts." He tipped his head as though to say, "Nice shot." "You're a hard, unfeeling creature, Sayre." "I learned by example." His eyes narrowed. "You probably don't believe this, Sayre, but I grieve for Danny. I do." "Who are you trying to convince, Huff? Me or yourself?" "Okay, don't believe me. But I've had plenty to be upset about. First Danny, now Chris coming under suspicion." "Chris? What? What do you mean?" "Miss Hoyle?" It was the nurse coming to remind her to keep the visit short. She nodded, not bothering to correct the name. "Don't mind her," Huff said after the nurse withdrew. "She wouldn't dare throw you out." The sad fact was, Sayre couldn't wait to leave him. "You'll recover, Huff. I don't think even the devil is ready for you." One side of his mouth tilted up in a grin. "He wouldn't appreciate the competition." "The devil is no competition for you." Mighty harsh words to lay on a man who could have died a few hours ago. "You've harbored this grudge for years. Isn't it time you stopped being so goddamn angry with me?" "I'm not angry at you, Huff. Anger is an emotion. I don't feel anything for you. Nothing. Then why did you rush back here to see your poor old daddy one last time before he cashed in? Why did you send for me?" "To prove that you'd come running. And looky here, Sayre. Here you are." "What do you think they're talking about?" Beck looked across at Chris, shrugged, and continued to thumb through the outdated People magazine. "What's the problem between them?" "It goes back to when Sayre was a teenager. She was high school sweethearts with Clark Daly. For a while, Huff was okay with their little romance. It seemed harmless enough. But as soon as they graduated high school, when it looked like the puppy love was growing more serious, he put a halt to it." "How did Sayre react?" "When her tantrums didn't make an impact on Huff, she went into a deep funk, lost a lot of weight, moved around the house like a ghost. She wasn't attending college, wasn't working, wasn't doing anything, and never left the house. This went on for months. Finally, Huff had his fill of it. He told her to stop sulking and get it together, or he was going to send her to a psychiatric hospital. That was Huff's cure for a teenage broken heart. He threatened to commit her. It sounds severe, doesn't it? But it worked, because when Huff picked out a guy and insisted she marry him, she went willingly enough to the altar. I guess she figured marriage was better than the loony bin. Chris stood up and stretched his back, then moved to the window. For a long time he stood there silently, staring out seemingly at nothing. Eventually Beck asked, "Something on your mind, Chris?" "That business today, and the sheriff's office. I've been giving this a lot of thought and have come to a conclusion. Somebody's framing me." "Framing you?" Chris returned to his chair. "Think about it, Beck. Because of that Iverson case, which is still on the books as an unsolved missing person and possible homicide, wouldn't I make an ideal fall guy? For whom? Slap Watkins. He resents the Hoyle brothers. You too, for that matter. He's got an axe to grind. Over a barroom brawl that took place 3 years ago? But he hasn't forgotten it. And it's not just that. On a hunch, I had Danny's secretary check the job applications we've received over the last few weeks, and guess what turned up?" He withdrew a folded sheet of paper from his trousers pocket and waved it at Beck. "Slap Watkins filled one out. He applied for a job at the foundry? Danny rejected his application. Slap has another reason to dislike the Hoyles. Enough to murder Danny? A guy like that, it wouldn't take much provocation." "I suppose it's feasible," Beck said thoughtfully. "Certainly worth checking into." Glancing up, he saw Sarah emerge from the ICU. "We can talk about it later." They stood up as she approached. "He's fine," she declared, "hardly on the brink of departing this world." "Then why was he so adamant about seeing you?" "No cause for alarm, Chris. He didn't change his will and appoint me his sole heir, if that's what you're worried about. He called me back for his own entertainment." Since she had already dismissed the jet and returned the rental car, Sarah had no choice but to stay another night at the motel. There was no taxi service in Destiny, so she accepted Beck's offer to drop her off. "You look tired," he said as he gave her a hand up into the cab of the truck. "Encounters with Huff always leave me feeling tired." He went around and got in. As he turned the ignition key, he apologized for the heat inside the cab. "I should have left the windows open an inch or so." "I don't mind it." She laid her head on the back of her seat and closed her eyes. "When it's 50 degrees in July in San Francisco, I miss the real summertime. I actually like the heat." "I would guess that about you." She opened her eyes and looked across at him. "By the way, I'm not leaving tomorrow," she announced. "Why not? You were ready to rocket out of here this afternoon. What happened to change your mind?" Chris came under suspicion in connection to Danny's death. "Who told you about that?" "Huff." Will you talk about it?" He shrugged with more nonchalance than he felt. Red Harper asked Chris to come to his office to address some questions. "Apparently your comment about Danny's aversion to fishing got Deputy Scott excited. I thought it might be pertinent. Danny hated the fishing camp. He never went there." "He hadn't been out there as long as I've been around," Beck admitted. "Not to my knowledge, anyway." "Then don't you find it strange that he died there?" "I don't know. Is it?" Beck had pulled into the motel parking lot and stopped in front of the office. He turned toward her, his arms stretched along the back of the seat, his fingers within touching distance of her shoulder. Meeting his gaze directly, she said, "Why are they investigating Chris?" "They found something in the cabin that implicates him, a matchbook from a nightclub in Breaux Bridge." "That's it?" "That's not very solid evidence. Anybody could have dropped a matchbook there at any time." "Ordinarily, yes. But the club's grand opening was last Saturday, the night before Danny died. The matchbooks weren't available until then," he explained. "Chris admits to being at the club and coming home late. He admits to smoking a few cigarettes, so he had reason to have a matchbook." I don't suppose Danny was at the club that night, too. He shook his head. Not his kind of place, especially not recently. After a short silence, she said, I've decided to stay in Destiny until all this has been resolved. I can't let Danny's death go unexplained. Whether he killed himself or otherwise, I need to know why he died, for my own peace of mind, if for no other reason. She reached for the door handle. Don't bother coming around for the door. Good night. He allowed her to get out on her own and retrieve her bag from behind the seat. She didn't even look at him when she shut the door and went into the motel office. Beck told himself to drive away, to make a clean break. He even reached for the key in the ignition. The less he had to do with Sayer Lynch, the better for everybody, especially him. She didn't like him anyway. What was he hanging around for? When she came out of the office with a room key, he was waiting for her. Reaching for her bag, he asked, Upstairs or down? You don't have to walk me to the door. Huff would never forgive me if something happened to you. He wrested the bag from her hand. Resigned, she pointed down the long open-air corridor. Last room. Then she gave a bitter laugh. Huff, don't fool yourself into believing he's concerned about my well-being. I take it that you didn't have a sentimental reconciliation in the ICU. He was playing one of his sick games and I was the pawn. He thought he was dying. Maybe you're wrong. I'm not. No benefit of the doubt for Huff? None whatsoever. Then I guess when he broke up the romance between you and Clark Daly, you— What? She came to an abrupt stop and grabbed his arm. What do you know about that? Only what Chris told me. Well, I hope you found the story entertaining. Letting go of him, she continued down the corridor at a steady clip, and when she reached the last in the row of identical doors, she shoved the key into the lock with such force Beck was surprised it didn't break. She yanked the bag away from him and threw it into the room. I wouldn't have mentioned it if I'd known it would upset you like this, he said. It upsets me to know that you and Chris were gossiping like two old ladies about my private life. We weren't gossiping. Besides, it's ancient history. Then his eyes narrowed on her. Isn't it? Why should that interest you? It interests me the same way your 2 marriages do. 2 husbands in 3 years. Huff picked the first, which could explain why the marriage didn't last very long. What happened to break up the second? Incompatibility? Alienation of affection? The torch you were still carrying for Daly? I'd bet on that. I understand you 2 had a hot thing going. You understand nothing. Then explain it to me, Sayer. Lay it all out there so I'll understand. Maybe you thought since you couldn't have the man you wanted, you'd at least go for the goodies. Yes, she hissed. That's exactly what I did. Do you want a sampling? She reached up and hooked her hand around the back of his neck, pulled his face down to hers and stamped a hard, angry, and defiant kiss on his lips. Then she released him so abruptly that his head snapped back. Turning away, she stepped into the room and was about to slam the door when he reached for her. I want to sample more than that. Curving his arm around her waist, he pulled her against him, then walked her backward into the room. He was the one who kicked the door closed as his mouth came down on hers. He worked her lips apart and thrust his tongue between them. She tried to turn away, but he took her jaw in one hand and held her head in place while he plundered her mouth. Suddenly her hands were in his hair, her fingers tightly gripping strands of it. But she wasn't pushing him away. She was pulling him closer, now kissing him back hotly and wetly and with small wanting sounds vibrating up from deep within her throat. Immediately he tempered the violence of the kiss. His hand no longer held her jaw but caressed it. Their tongues still tangled, but sexily, not angrily. He turned them so that her back was against the door and he was leaning into her, pressing his middle into the receiving hollow of hers and wishing like hell their clothes would dissolve. Coming up for air, he rubbed her lips with his. I knew you were hungry for this. In breathy stops and starts, she fiercely denied it. but she angled her head to one side, inviting his lips to slide down the column of her throat. He opened her suit jacket and kissed her breasts, which were swelling out of a low-cut brassiere. When he kissed her raised nipple through the lace, she murmured, "Don't, don't." But he continued, and she didn't stop him. Kissing her mouth again, he put his hands on her ass and pulled her against him. "Oh, God," she moaned, then turned away to face the door. Undeterred, he lifted her arms above her head, planting her hands flat against the wood. He nuzzled the back of her neck while his hands coasted over her breasts, down her stomach, hips, her thighs, all the way to her knees. On their way back up, one hand slipped beneath her skirt. Fabric gathered against his wrist as his hand moved higher along the longest, smoothest thigh a man could imagine. The thong was a patch of lace. He caressed her through it, then beneath it, where the hair was soft and the flesh pliant. His fingers found her center ready. Awed, thrilled, grateful, he whispered her name. He applied the merest pressure, but she reacted with a start and a soft gasp. Reflexively, she rocked her hips slightly forward and then back, and when she did that, he groaned with near unbearable pleasure. He was there, right there, snug against the cleft of her ass, and she was moving in a mind-blowing rhythm against him. When she came, he leaned into her even more, pressing her firmly between himself and the door. She rolled her forehead against it, breathing in rapid pants, until even the smallest shudders ceased and the tension ebbed, and she became still. Then she turned around to face him. Her hair was a wreath of damp unruliness, the perfect frame for eyes the color of the strongest whiskey ever to make a man drunk, and a mouth that he hadn't had nearly enough of. "If you touch me again, I'll kill you." Stunned, he took a step back. "What? You didn't seem to mind my touch a minute ago. Want me to get graphic? I want you to leave." With a broad sweep of his hand, he motioned her away from the door, exaggerating his efforts not to make physical contact. He yanked open the door, then stopped and looked back at her. "Who are you really angry at, Sarah? Me or yourself? Get out of here. You knew it was going to happen. The minute we laid eyes on each other, we both knew it was inevitable." She shook her head furiously. "You wanted it to happen, and you liked it. I did not." "No?" Leaning down close to her face, he left her with one whispered word. Huff, lying flat on his back in the hospital bed, eyes closed, heard someone enter his ICU. "Who's that?" "Your gifted physician." "Took you long enough," Huff grumbled. "You're not my only patient," Tom Carew said. "I'm not your patient at all." Huff swung his bare legs to the side of the bed and sat up. Cursing, he pulled the cannula from his nostrils. "I hate being tethered to all this crap." The doctor laughed. "This was your idea, Huff. How long do you plan to drag it out? The nurses are already scratching their heads, wondering why a cardiac patient has such healthy vitals. I can't keep up the pretense for long. When could a heart attack victim feasibly make a miraculous recovery? A day or two. I could tell your family that I found only minimal infarction as a result of this attack, that it was minor, a wake-up call for you to modify your diet, stop smoking, start exercising, etc." Huff thought it over. "I'd like one more day in the hospital, just for show. Of all your shenanigans, this one takes the cake. Why are you doing it? What's it matter to you? You're getting paid." Put in his place, the doctor laughed nervously. "I'm not trying to butt into your business, Huff. Just wondering. I have my reasons for wanting to look fragile, and you couldn't be more right. Those reasons are none of your goddamn business. Go on, get out of here." "I'll see you in the morning." On his way out the door, Corot pointed to his nose. "Don't forget your oxygen." Huff replaced the cannula, then lay back down and settled his head into the pillow. A low laugh rumbled out of his chest, which he turned into a cough in case a nurse happened to pass by. Damned if he hadn't pulled it off. Sayre's return had made him sit up and take notice of just how much control he'd lost. He'd once called all the shots. Nobody did anything without his permission. Somewhere along the way, he'd let that control slip. Where Sayre was concerned, he'd lost all control. It was damn past time to regain it. But before he could get control, he had to get her attention, and in a big way. So he had faked a heart attack, and it had worked to keep her in town. As he lay there, in the quiet of the ICU, he smothered another laugh, thinking of the plans he had for Miss Sayre Lynch Hoyle. Fortunately, she was playing right into them. For the second time in less than 24 hours, he sped to the parish hospital and entered the emergency room at a run. There to meet him was Fred Declouet, who had worked for Hoyle Enterprises for 30-something years. He was built like a fire hydrant and was about that sturdy. Tonight he looked nervous and queasy, and had a death grip on the cap he was twisting between his hands. From his shirt collar to the cuffs of his khaki work pants, his clothes were stiff with drying blood. "Thanks for coming, Mr. Merchant. I hated like heck to bother you in the middle of the night, but I figured somebody from upper management should be notified." "It's all right, Fred. I'm glad you called. What happened to Billy Pollock, and how bad is it?" "Awful bad, Mr. Merchant. I figure Billy's gonna lose his arm." Beck took a deep breath and exhaled it slowly. "How did it happen?" "He was operating one of the conveyors for a guy who's on vacation. He was tracking a drive belt that wouldn't stay centered." "While the machine was running?" Declouet shifted his feet uneasily. "Well, yes, sir. You know, unless it's a real bad problem, we don't shut a machine down. So it was still moving. Billy's sleeve got caught in the mechanism. He couldn't reach the switch to shut it off. Damn thing pulled his arm right into the track. One of the other men got to the switch and stopped it, but by then, Billy's right arm was hanging by a thread from his shoulder." "Have you spoken with the doctor?" "No, sir. They rushed Billy back there, and that's the last we saw of anybody except that nurse yonder at the desk." "He has a family, doesn't he?" "I called Alicia. She ain't got here yet." Beck placed his hand on the man's shoulder. "You did your best for Billy. I'll take over from here." "Have you been calling me?" "Chris, where the hell are you?" "The diner." "On my way. Order coffee." Beck had just left the hospital when Chris returned his call. He was headed for home but made a U-turn and arrived at the diner a few minutes later. "I'm brewing a fresh pot for you, Beck," the waitress called to him as he walked in. "Give it 2 minutes." "You're an angel." He joined Chris in a booth, propped his elbows on the table, and wearily dragged his hands down his face. Will this day never end? "Why wasn't your cell on?" "It was. On vibrate. Problem was, the cell wasn't on me." Chris smiled lazily. A gentleman removes not only his boots but his cell phone when he joins a lady in bed. Didn't your mother teach you anything? Billy Pollock nearly had his arm ripped off tonight. Chris's grin faded. The two men stared across the table at each other while the waitress refreshed Chris's coffee and filled a mug for Beck. Sensing by their solemn mood that banter would be inappropriate, she left them. Beck then told him what had happened and brought him up to date. They've flown Billy by helicopter to a trauma center in New Orleans. He'll undergo surgery, but the ER doctor here told me that his arm is so mangled, it would take divine intervention to successfully reattach it, much less make it useful, and that they'd be doing Billy a favor if they didn't even try. He paused to take a sip of coffee and glanced up as another customer came in. It was Slap Watkins, exuding the same belligerent arrogance as he had the night before. When he spotted him and Chris, his chin went back a notch as though surprised to see them there. "Well, well, Slap Watkins," Chris said easily. "Long time no see. How was prison?" Slap divided a calculating look between them, then said to Chris, "Anything beats working in your foundry." "With an attitude like that, I guess it's a good thing my brother didn't hire you." "Yeah, speaking of your brother." The grin he flashed raised the hair on Beck's arms. "I bet Danny boy's getting real ripe by now." Raising his nose in the air, he inhaled deeply. "Yep, I can smell that fucking corpse from here." Chris moved to leave the booth and attack, but Beck laid a restraining hand on his arm. "That's what he wants you to do. Let it go." The waitress came from behind the counter and approached Slap. "If you want something to eat or drink, take a seat." She handed him a menu. Slap pushed it aside. "I don't want nothing to eat or drink. I was supposed to meet a partner here to talk some business." Unintimidated, she placed her hands on her hips and eyed him up and down, taking in his greasy blue jeans and the ratty tank top that left his arms bare. There was an array of tattoos. All of them were lewd, some outright obscene. Most appeared to be the work of amateurs. The waitress said, "I can see you're all dressed up for an important business meeting. But we're not keeping this place open so you'll have free office space. Order something or leave." "Good idea," Chris said tightly. Slap looked at them with malice. "Couple of fags. Can't even tell which one's the bitch." Then he turned and swaggered out. Through the window, they watched him climb onto his motorcycle and speed out of the parking lot. "I told you he was trouble, Beck," Chris said. "Waiting to happen. Or already has. You heard what he said about the foundry. Did you see his reaction when I mentioned Danny? I think we should discuss it with Red." "All right, tomorrow. But right now we've got an immediate problem. Do you think we should wait a day or two to tell Huff?" "About Slap Watkins?" "About Billy Pollock, Chris," Beck said impatiently. "The guy was maimed for life in your foundry tonight. He's got 5 young kids. He's worked for Hoyle Enterprises since he was 17. We don't have any jobs for one-armed men. What's he going to do now?" "I don't know. Why are you upset with me? I didn't stick his arm into that machine. If he's worked for us since he was 17, he's well aware of the dangers and should have been paying better attention to what he was doing. Billy was trying to do some minor repair while the conveyor was running. He took it upon himself to do a repair he wasn't qualified to do. Because it needed to be done. He was thinking of production first, not safety, because that's how he's been ordered to think. The machine should have been stopped before anyone worked on it. Take that up with George Robson. He's the safety director. He sets the criteria for shutting down a piece of machinery. George does what you and Huff tell him to do." Chris sat back against the booth and looked at him closely. "Whose side are you arguing here?" "His medical expenses will be covered by workman's compensation insurance. That's why we pay out the nose for it." "Think you can keep it out of the media?" "I'll do my best." Chris drained his coffee mug. "I'm bushed." As if being questioned by the sheriff and Huff's heart attack weren't enough excitement for one day. Lila was feeling particularly amorous tonight. "How did you avoid George?" She told him she was visiting a sick friend. "And he fell for that?" "She's got him wound around her little finger by a string that's attached to his dick. Besides, he's not the sharpest knife in the drawer." "No, just our safety director," Beck said under his breath as he and Chris left the booth and moved toward the door. Before they parted in the parking lot, Chris asked, "Do you think he'll be all right?" "He won't be all right, Chris. Losing a limb, not Pollock. Huff." "Oh." "Yes," he told Chris with confidence. "I think he'll be all right." Thoughtfully, Chris bounced his car keys in his palm. "Do you know what he told me today?" He said he wouldn't know what he'd do without his 2 sons. I reminded him that he'd lost Danny, but he was referring to you. He said, Beck is like another son to me. I'm flattered. Don't be. Being a son of Huff Hoyle comes with a few disadvantages. Like what? Like you can be the one who tells him about Billy Pollock. Sarah hadn't enjoyed a moment of tranquility since she'd ordered Beck Merchant from her motel room last night. Liar, he'd whispered. The incriminating word had stung because it was true. She had denied having any intuition that something like that would happen between them. She'd also denied that she had wanted it to. He had canceled her denials with that one word, liar. Liar also applied to her in a way Beck didn't know or couldn't guess. She had explained her reason for staying in Destiny as wanting to see to what extent, if any, Chris had been involved in Danny's death. But the underlying reason was her guilty conscience. Days before his death, she had rebuffed Danny. Her guilt over that was as omnipresent as the humid Gulf air. She couldn't escape it. It had brought her to the library this morning to see Jessica. I'm surprised to see you. I thought you were leaving town yesterday. Change of plans. Something happened yesterday that I wanted to talk to you about. I don't know how significant it is, but it's one of the reasons I postponed my trip home. Chris was questioned by Sheriff Harper and Deputy Scott in connection with Danny's death. While Jessica sat stunned, Sarah recapped what Beck had told her. It's nothing more than a matchbook. A defense lawyer could make a dozen cases as to how it got inside the fishing cabin with no help from Chris. It doesn't prove anything. But it's made the sheriff's department wonder if Chris was out there with Danny that afternoon. I'm wondering that too, Jessica. Do you know if there had been any strife between them recently? Hasn't there always been strife between them? Their personalities and interests couldn't be more dissimilar. Danny knew that Chris was your father's favorite, but he seemed comfortable with that. Chris is Huff made over. Danny wasn't. He knew it, accepted it, even preferred it. He had no desire to be like either of them. I don't know what I'm after, Jessica. I thought perhaps Danny had mentioned an argument or some recent disagreement between them. Chris is seeing a married woman. Danny disapproved. Morally, the brothers would always be at opposite poles. Something tells me. Something tells you what? It's just a feeling I have. I can't be sure. You knew Danny better than anyone. If you have a feeling about something, I trust that instinct. The thing that had been weighing heavily on Danny's mind, I think he was struggling with a spiritual matter. Like what? I wish I knew, especially if he died because of it. I hated seeing him in that kind of spiritual quandary and urged him to discuss it with me, or our pastor, or someone else he trusted. He refused. All he would say was that he couldn't be the Christian he should be or was supposed to be. His conscience was bothering him. Jessica nodded. I told him there was no sin or shortcoming that God wouldn't forgive. He made a joke of it and said that maybe God hadn't met the Hoyles. As far as you know, he never reconciled whatever was troubling him? I don't think he could reconcile it. I hate that he died without making peace with it. Perhaps he found peace at the end. Thank you for saying that, but I don't think he did. The more we talked about marriage and our future, the more he seemed to dwell on this problem. As she was leaving the library, Sayre asked Jessica for a favor. I'll do anything that might help us learn what happened to Danny. What do you need? Do you know anyone who works at the courthouse? Christ. The media'll have a field day just like they did the last time someone got hurt on the job. From across the ICU room, Chris said, Beck should have waited a few more days before telling you. Huff practically snarled. Of course he should have told me. He should have told me last night and not waited till this morning. Chris noted that Beck remained silent while Huff ranted over the news of Billy Pollock's accident. Pollock's medical bills will be through the roof, Huff said. The premiums on our workman's comp insurance will go up because of this. Mrs. Pollock may not file, Beck said, speaking for the first time. She told me she wasn't going to. Huff reeled off a stream of vulgarities. He knew what Alicia Pollock's failure to file an insurance claim portended for Hoyle Enterprises, and so did Chris. If she sues, how much do you think it'll cost us? Beyond the medical expenses, I think we can safely anticipate Mrs. Pollock to cite things we can't quantify, like the family's pain and suffering, Billy's lost income due to his disability. I'm afraid she plans to hit us from all sides, and the total damages she'll seek could be astronomical. Then let's head her off, Chris said. Let's stop her before she starts. Let's demonstrate our goodwill by giving the kids a carte blanche trip to Toys R Us. Let's park a shiny new SUV in their garage. How about paying their rent for 1 year? That dump they live in can't be very expensive. We own that dump, Huff said. It's one of our rent houses. Even better. We can paint it, make repairs, install a backyard grill. After that, I'll bet Mrs. Pollock would think twice about filing suit, especially if she thought she might lose. And Beck, you could dazzle her with legalese that would convince her she would, in which case we would evict her from her renovated house and take back the new car and all the other goodies. Huff looked across at Beck. What do you think? Worth a try, I suppose. Still, if I'd lost my arm and effectively my livelihood, I'm not sure I could be pacified with a few toys and a coat of paint on my house. Dividing a look between them, he said, I still think we should brace for the worst. The house was situated well off the road. A narrow lane of crushed oyster shells led straight to the front steps. The roof was steeply pitched and extended over the deep gallery to provide shade. The exterior walls were white. The shutters and front door were dark green. Sayre turned into the lane and brought the car to a stop at the bottom of the front steps. Beck was sitting in a teakwood glider on the gallery, a bottle of beer in one hand, the fingers of the other buried in Frito's thick pelt. When she opened the car door, the dog growled low in his throat, but as she alighted he must have recognized her because he bolted down the steps to greet her. She became trapped against the car by 90 pounds of exuberance. Beck whistled sharply, and Frito subsided, but only marginally. He stayed right at her feet, causing her to stumble over him several times as she made her way up the steps. His owner didn't stand, didn't say anything, just sat there, looking remarkably imposing for a man wearing only a pair of olive khaki shorts. His expression revealed nothing, whether he was surprised or angry or completely indifferent to her showing up on his turf and interrupting his cocktail hour. When she reached the top step, she paused, but she never broke eye contact with Beck. Finally, she said, I doubt you know how difficult it was for me to come here and face you. He took a sip from his bottle of beer but didn't say anything. I didn't want to come and wouldn't be here at all, except that I think there's something we should talk about. You want to talk? Yes. Then you're not here to pick up where you left off last night. Her cheeks grew hot with embarrassment as well as anger. You're not going to be one whit gallant about that, are you? You want gallantry after threatening to kill me if I touched you again? You don't ask for much, do you? That's fair, I suppose. You're damn right it is. She had assumed that whenever she faced him again, she would be subjected to his ridicule and had bolstered herself for it. While she wanted to rush back to her car and drive away, blushing cheeks and all, she endured his stare and held her ground. Finally, he snuffled a bitter laugh and scooted over to make room for her on the glider. Have a seat. Would you like a beer? No, thank you. She sat down next to him. He glanced at the red convertible in which she'd arrived. Snazzy automobile. It was all the rental company had available on short notice. They drove it out to you from New Orleans? This morning. Being this close to him would have been uncomfortable had he been fully clothed, but in his half-dressed state, his nearness was discomforting. It was vexing that he was the one partially undressed, yet she felt exposed. I heard about the accident at the plant last night. That's all anyone is talking about. What's being said? That it was bad, and that Hoyle Enterprises is largely responsible. That's what I would expect them to say. Is it true? The man's arm couldn't be saved. They amputated it this afternoon. I'd call that bad. He didn't address whether or not the fault lay with Hoyle Enterprises, and she doubted that his failure to was an oversight. He gave the glider a hard push with his bare foot. So you came to talk about the accident? No. I came to ask you about something that's been bothering me. She got off the glider and stood at the porch railing facing him. I think Chris may have murdered Danny. He left his seat and crossed the porch in 2 long strides. That would make you happy, wouldn't it? It would validate your hatred of Chris and Huff, and you'd have your vengeance on him. It's not vengeance I want. Then what, Sayre? Justice, she said heatedly. And as an officer of the court, I would hope that you'd want that too. He made a sound of aggravation. In any case, I can't talk to you about this. I'm their attorney. You're not a criminal lawyer. Chris doesn't need one. Are you sure? Their gazes locked and held. He was the first to back down. He ran his hand through his hair and motioned her back into the glider. She remained where she was, but he returned to it and sat down. Okay, Sayre, let's talk. I don't promise to say anything, but I'm willing to listen. She took a moment to arrange her thoughts, then asked, Lately, had Danny and Chris been quarreling about something? About something? You have been away for a long time. They quarreled about everything, from the hourly wage we pay a new employee to the virtues of Coke over Pepsi. I'm not talking about a squabble. This would have been a recurring argument over something consequential. Danny's religion, he said without hesitation. He and Chris quarreled about it at the country club the day before Danny died. Huff had asked Chris to speak to Danny about it to see if he could straighten him out. Chris was irreverent. Danny took offense. I'm not violating confidentiality because several people at the country club witnessed the quarrel and told Deputy Scott about it. Did any of these witnesses overhear what they said, specifically? Not to my knowledge. Why don't you just level with me and tell me what you're thinking? Because I don't trust you. You could take anything I say and use it for your own purpose. What is my purpose? Tell me. To let Chris get away with murder, she said huskily. Again. He held her gaze for a moment, then said, The state failed to prove that Chris killed Jean Iverson, and the defense failed to disprove it. I know from somebody close to Danny. Who? I can't tell you that, but someone who knew him well told me that Danny was wrestling with a personal dilemma, and this individual feels that it was a moral dilemma, a matter of conscience. Perhaps it involved something going on at the foundry, something illegal. Whatever it was eating him alive. I think he wanted to get it off his chest, come clean. Chris was afraid that he would, so he killed him. Beck stared at her for a moment, then got up and came to stand at the railing. You've really got it in for them, don't you? Do you honestly think I enjoy accusing my brother of murder? I think you might. I don't. I don't even want to think that Chris is capable of it, but tragically I do. Killing runs in our family. Huff killed a man and got away with it. Oh, first Chris, now Huff. He shook his head with incredulity. You just don't stop, do you? He went to his front door, opened it, and motioned Frito inside. The screened door slammed shut behind him. Sayre hesitated only a second before going after him. She followed the clatter of pots and pans and found him in the kitchen lighting a burner on the range. Frito was excitedly dancing around his feet. His name was Sonny Halsa, she said. He was a foreman at the plant in the mid-'70s, an advocate for unionizing. He and Huff had locked horns over the working conditions and, "Look," he said, coming around and facing her, "I know all about it. I don't need any details because I read them for myself." He took 2 eggs from the refrigerator, cracked them into a skillet, cooked them quickly, and then mixed them with kibbles in Frito's bowl. Frito attacked it as soon as Beck set the bowl on the floor. "Huff offered me a sweet deal," he continued. "It was a lawyer's wet dream. I checked out my client before I took his money. I did my homework. One of the more negative write-ups about Chris's trial harkened back to all the other Hoyle employees who had died in job-related accidents. Sonny Halser was named. I did extensive research, learned everything there was to know about the fatal incident. Granted, the circumstances surrounding it were murky, but Huff is clever enough to make them murky. What do you know about it?" "I lived through it. I was 5 years old, but it made an indelible impression. My mother stayed locked in her bedroom crying all the time. Huff was in a constant state of agitation. Red Harper and other men came to our house in the middle of the night and gathered secretively in Huff's den. Tension inside the house was so hot and thick you could cut it with a knife. Even as a child, I sensed all this, and it frightened me. I asked Selma what was going on. She told me that some people thought Huff had killed a man and had made it look like an accident. She told me it was a big fat lie and to pay it no mind. But I did, Beck. I thought about it a lot and wondered if it was a lie. I'd seen Huff when he was angry enough to kill someone. Long after things had settled down and returned to normal, I continued to think about it. Years later, I did my own research into the matter." "Then you know there was no basis for an indictment." "Maybe not from a legal standpoint, but I'm convinced that Huff did precisely what was alleged. The machine with the white cross painted on it, the one I saw yesterday, that's where Sonny Halser died, isn't it?" "That's what they say." "It's a behemoth capable of crushing a man. Huff pushed Halser into it and watched him die." Propping his hands on his hips, Beck bent slightly at the waist and took several deep breaths. When he straightened up, he said, "The authorities conducted a thorough investigation, Sayer. The authorities were bribed. No criminal charges were ever filed, which doesn't mean a crime wasn't committed. Huff was cleared of all suspicion. The case was swept under the rug. Because no one could prove any wrongdoing," he shouted. "And whether I like it or you like it, that's the way the legal system works." He was breathing hard, his eyes alight with the ferocity of his argument. Frito's whine finally penetrated his anger. He dropped the combative posture and walked to the back door to let the dog out. "Don't go too far. Remember the skunk." Turning back into the room, he said, "Sure you wouldn't like something to drink?" She declined with a small shake of her head. His anger had abated. Now he was merely frustrated, and frustration looked good on him. She tried but failed to keep her eyes away from him as he took a canned Coke from the refrigerator and popped the top, tossing the tab onto the tabletop with typical male negligence. He drank deeply from the can, then placed it on the kitchen table. Where were we? She pulled her gaze away from his bare torso. Nowhere. We're going round in circles. This was a mistake. I never should have come here. She made it only as far as the interior door before he laid his hand on her shoulder. Why did you come, Sayer? Truthfully. With him standing that close, turning around was a bad idea. She knew that before she did it. But she turned anyway, bringing her eyes on a level with the V of his throat. Truthfully? To see if you knew what had been bothering Danny. I don't know. And I regret that I don't, because if I did, maybe we'd have an explanation for what happened to him. Now, is that the only reason you came? Yes. No other? No. I don't believe you. When she raised her head and looked up at him, he added, I think you came here because you wanted to see me. I'm glad you did. I wanted to see you too. I'm not nearly the villain you think I am. He took a step closer. There must be something about me you like. She tried to move away, but he wouldn't let her. Let's talk about last night. No, Beck. What's the worst thing you did, Sarah? He asked softly. You surrendered to your natural impulses. Is that so terrible? For me, yes. He shook his head. If you believed that, you wouldn't be standing here now. She whispered, I can't do this, Beck. Neither can I. This is all kinds of wrong. He placed his hands on her waist and drew her lower body against his. But I still want to be all over you. Then he kissed her. His lips were warm and his tongue was nimble, and she surrendered her mouth to both. She actually whimpered a small protest when he pulled back. He touched the split on her lower lip with the knuckle of his index finger. Too much pressure? No. He smiled. Not enough? He touched the delicate spot with the tip of his tongue, kissed it tenderly, then took bold and intimate possession of her mouth. His hand moved from her face to her breast. His palm ground lightly against her nipple, and she felt a responsive tug, like a hunger pang deep within her. I can't do this with you, she said breathlessly. Before he could react, she pushed him aside and rushed through the doorway, only to be brought up short the instant she entered the living room. Chris was leaning against the back of the sofa, ankles and arms crossed, smiling his most insolent smile. I would have cleared my throat, but I hated to interrupt. He gave Sarah a smirking once-over, then looked at Beck. Go take a cold shower. It seems I'm in dire need of my attorney. Red Harper was pacing along the sidewalk outside the sheriff's office when they arrived. I just want y'all to know that I had nothing to do with this. With what? Beck asked. Scott acted alone. I knew nothing about it beforehand. Chris, you'd better look sharp in there. Chris thrust his face to within an inch of the sheriff's. And if you can't manage this asshole, you better start looking for another job. It wasn't an empty threat, and Red knew it. We'd better go inside. Spit and polish ready, Deputy Wayne Scott was waiting for them inside Red's private office. He thanked them for coming on such short notice. I thought it would be best to clear this up right away. Exactly what is it that needs clearing up? Chris asked. Let me do the talking, Chris, Beck said. They sat in the same chairs as before, facing Red across his battered and littered desk, with Deputy Scott practically standing at attention beside him. Red began by clearing his throat. This needs some explanation, I'm afraid. He extended to Beck a sheet of paper on which was printed computer gobbledygook. I subpoenaed your telephone records, Mr. Hoyle, Scott said. This is a record of the calls you made from your cell phone the day your brother died. I've highlighted the call that we'd like explained. Beck saw that a line of data had been marked with a yellow highlighter pen. At 7:04 that Sunday morning, Mr. Hoyle placed a call to the victim's cell phone. It didn't escape Beck's notice that Danny was now being referred to as the victim. Well, you caught me red-handed, Deputy. I called my brother on the telephone. You'd better handcuff me quick before I'm unleashed on an unsuspecting public. Beck shot Chris a look that warned him to shut up. Then, putting on his game face, Beck addressed Scott. Like my client, I fail to see the problem. The problem is that Mr. Hoyle told us he'd slept late that morning till about 11 o'clock. He didn't mention waking up a little after 7 to call his brother. And it seems a strange thing to do anyway. Hadn't Danny Hoyle been sleeping in his room down the hall just a little while before that? Red, speaking for the first time, said, We've established that Danny got home shortly before midnight on Saturday. He slept in his bed that night because Selma made it up on Sunday morning. He had a cup of coffee with her in the kitchen between 6:30 and 7, when he left for a men's prayer breakfast the church has every Sunday morning. He'd been away from the house approximately 4 minutes when you called him on a cell phone, he said to Chris. Before Chris could respond, Beck said, "Someone else could have used Chris's cell phone. Selma, Huff, me. We all had access to it." "Where do you keep your cell phone, Mr. Hoyle?" Chris glanced at Beck, signaling that he wanted to answer. "I advise you not to say anything until we've had a chance to discuss this," Beck said. "It doesn't matter. This is bullshit." Ignoring Beck's warning, he turned to the law officers. "Nobody else used my phone Sunday morning. I called Danny that morning. I didn't mention it before because I'd actually forgotten about it, and I'd forgotten about it because it was insignificant. I woke up to go to the bathroom. If you say it was around 7 o'clock, then I guess it was around 7 o'clock. I was on my way back to bed when I heard a car engine starting. I looked through my bedroom window and saw Danny's car driving away. I remembered that Huff wanted Danny at home for dinner that evening, and he didn't care if St. Peter himself was going to appear at that Holy Roller Tabernacle." That's a quote. I knew we'd all bear the brunt of Huff's foul mood if Danny wasn't there because I'd forgotten to tell him to be. So while it was fresh on my mind, I called him. Danny promised he would be. I asked him to toss a 5 into the collection plate for me to cover the sins I'd committed the night before. He laughed and said a 5 probably wouldn't come close to covering my transgressions. Then he told me to go back to bed, that he would see me at dinner, and hung up. His smile was pleasant, but it dripped contempt. "Now, Deputy Scott, if you think you can hang a murder rap on me with that, you're even more laughable than I originally thought." "Yes, sir, that would be pretty flimsy in itself. But then there's the matter of the time." "Time?" "That's right, Mr. Merchant," Scott said. "What time did you join Mr. Hoyle to watch the baseball game?" "The game started at 3. When I got there, it was in the second inning, so I would put my arrival at around 3:20. "And Mr. Hoyle was at home?" "In the den." "And you were with him the rest of the afternoon?" "Until you and Red came to the house." "So what's the issue, Deputy?" "The issue is the 2 hours between 12:30 and 2:30, when no one can account for Mr. Hoyle's whereabouts." Chris drove to the Sonic, which to Beck seemed an unlikely choice given the gravity of their upcoming conversation. On any summer night, cars packed with teenagers cruised endless circles around the place. The kids honked their horns at each other. The boys shouted innuendos to the girls, and the girls shouted back "kiss off" or equivalents. Some congregated around the metal picnic tables. They noshed chili-covered French fries and created small dramas for their small-town entertainment. Above the Beach Boys classic blaring through the outdoor speakers, Beck said, "What are we doing here?" "I'm thirsty for a slush." Chris pulled his car into a vacant slot and placed an order through the speaker. Then he turned to Beck. "This had better be good, Chris. Deputy Scott is beginning to annoy me. You said Selma could vouch that you stayed home all day? I didn't know she'd tell them about her afternoon nap. Which leaves you unaccountable for 2 hours. Did you leave the house? And you goddamn well better not lie to me." "So what if I did leave?" "If you did, that means you had an opportunity to kill Danny, because the time of his death, as established by the coroner, would fall into that period of time when nobody knows for certain where you were." The car hop arrived with their lime slushes. Chris paid her and gave her a generous tip. He sipped from his straw and observed to Beck that the only thing wrong with the drink was that it was missing a couple shots of tequila. Irritated by his friend's cavalier attitude, Beck said, "Chris, what is it going to take to wake you up to the fact that you are in a serious situation? What was that bullshit about the phone call? Couldn't you come up with a better story than inviting Danny to Sunday dinner? They saw straight through that, and so did I." "All right, Beck, you want to hear a better story? What if I'd told Red and Deputy Scott that I called Danny to ask him to meet me at the fishing camp that day?" "That's right," he said, seeing Beck's astonishment. "That was the purpose of the call. I didn't mention it to Huff on Sunday afternoon because I had failed in my mission and I was in no mood for one of his tirades. And just how bad would it have looked for me if I'd told our esteemed lawman the truth? Would you have preferred that?" Beck expelled a long breath. No, that would not have been preferable. From here on, Chris, don't say anything to anybody. You've got to learn to keep your mouth shut. You're talking like you think I'm guilty, Beck. I did not kill my brother. I was not at the fishing camp. Then why in the name of God did you ask him to meet you out there? Danny and I had argued the day before. I got nowhere with him. I saw him going off to church that morning and thought, damn it, I didn't make a dent. So I thought if I got him out in the countryside, in total privacy, we could have a calmer and more effective heart-to-heart. It would also placate Huff to know that I'd made an earnest attempt to talk to Danny. Huff was seriously worried about the influence this religious nonsense was having on him, and he wanted it to stop. Danny agreed to meet you out there? No, he didn't, Chris declared. That's what has me puzzled. He said he wouldn't be caught dead. He stopped, realizing what he'd said, and placed his hand against his forehead. Christ. I get the idea. Go on. Well, when Red showed up and told us that Danny had been found dead at the fishing camp, I was dumbfounded. First of all, because my brother was dead, which was shocking enough, but second, because of where he had died. You didn't go out there. I had told Danny that I would go, hoping he would change his mind and meet me. He said, "Don't wait for me, Chris, I won't be coming." It was so blasted hot that afternoon, I was hungover, lazy, so I took him at his word and decided to hell with it and didn't go. But apparently Danny also took me at my word. He went, expecting me to be there. Beck rested his head against the back of the seat and took a deep breath. Give me your best guess as to what happened to Danny when he got out there. You shot down my best guess, Chris said. That somebody's trying to frame you? That's what I think. Have you talked to Red about Slap Watkins? This afternoon, obviously before Scott obtained the phone records. And Red's reaction was that it was thin, but that he wouldn't put anything past Slap Watkins. He said he would look into it and keep an eye on him. Chris frowned. That's not much of a commitment, but it's something, I suppose. How could Watkins or anyone else have framed you, Chris? Who else would have known about the phone call to Danny arranging a meeting? No one. But somebody following Danny, looking for an opportunity to kill him, would seize it when he was alone in a remote spot like the fishing camp. And he would use a shotgun owned by the family? He would if he wanted to pin the murder on a member of that family. Before they left the sheriff's office, Deputy Scott had asked Chris to produce the clothes he'd been wearing on Sunday afternoon. Chris claimed not to remember what he'd had on. I haven't told them this, Beck said, but when I got to the house, you were wearing a striped shirt with a button-down collar and a pair of black Dockers. I remember because I was on the verge of melting. The back of my shirt was damp just from the short drive over. I noticed the difference in us. You looked like you'd stepped out of a bandbox. You had just cleaned up, hadn't you? What difference does it make? It'll make a difference if someone is put on the witness stand and has to testify under oath what she found, or didn't find, in your clothes hamper between Saturday afternoon after you left for Breaux Bridge and Sunday afternoon. She'll have to testify that you took a shower in the vicinity of 3 o'clock after Danny was shot in the head sometime between 1 and 2:30. Beck looked at him hard. Did you leave the house on Sunday? Chris stared at Beck with an unwavering gaze, then relented with a drawn-out sigh. He raised his hands in surrender. Guilty. Beck tried to keep his anxiety under control and his voice even. Where did you go, Chris? And why did you have to shower and change clothes shortly before I got to the house? Remember that nasty, incriminating evidence on Monica Lewinsky's dress? He grinned. Caught without a condom. Can you believe it? At my age, I had to pull out before I came. Who were you with? Lila. I knew George was playing golf with Huff, so I went over to her place for some afternoon delight. For Christ's sake, why didn't you tell me this? When you were first questioned about how you spent your Sunday afternoon, why didn't you say you were with someone? Lila is your alibi. That'll go over real well with the sheriff." It took Beck a moment to connect the dots, then he groaned. "Oh, shit. Right. Lila is Red's sister's daughter. I couldn't have been killing my brother because I was going down on our sheriff's niece. I'd rather avoid telling him that, although right now I'm not feeling too kindly toward him. If you're forced to produce an alibi, can we count on her to back you up?" "I'd rather not involve her," Chris said with a slight wince. "Besides being Red's niece, I don't know that she would jeopardize her marriage to George by owning up to an affair." "All right. We'll hold Lila in abeyance, to be used only if absolutely necessary." "It won't be necessary," Chris said. "They've got nothing but circumstantial evidence. I know from experience, having been falsely accused of murder before, that isn't enough." "This time is different, Chris. This time they've got a body." Red Harper knocked lightly, then poked his head around the door of Huff's den. "Selma told me it was all right to come on in." "I've been expecting you. Fix yourself a drink." "Believe I will." He poured a bourbon and water and carried it with him to the sofa where he sat down, resting his uniform hat on his knee. Huff saluted him with his own glass, and they each took a sip. "You look good," Red remarked. "When did Doc Carew let you out of the hospital?" "Couple of hours ago." "How you feeling?" "Like I'm 20. "I forgot what that feels like." "I remember it like yesterday," Huff said. "I was working for old man Lynch in the foundry. My job was to charge the furnace, back-breaking work, but I pulled a double shift every chance I got. Already I had plans for that place. By age 25, I was his right-hand man. Spent the next several years trying to pound some business sense into him. I was 30 when Mr. Lynch died. 2 years later, I put my own name on the business. You've always had a healthy ego, Huff. Did you ask me out here to talk about old times?" "No. You're here to tell me what the hell's going on. Chris is being pestered by this new detective on your staff, and you're allowing it. Why? Aren't I paying you enough?" "It's not that, Huff. I'm dying." He tossed back the remainder of his whiskey, then rolled the empty glass back and forth between his palms. "Prostate cancer." Huff waved his hand as though dismissing the problem. "That's no life sentence these days. They can go in, get it." "Afraid not, Huff. Didn't catch it in time. It's spread into my lymph glands, bones, practically everywhere now." "Chemo? Radiation?" "I don't want to go through that. It would only buy me a few months, if that, and I'd feel like shit for the short time I have left." "Hell, Red, I'm sorry as all get out." "Ah, well, if one thing doesn't get you, something else will," the sheriff stated philosophically as he set his glass on the coffee table. "Fact is, Huff, I'm tired. Plumb worn out. I'm not up to taking on Wayne Scott in any kind of fight. He's an honest man, trying to do the job he was hired to do. Me, I'm a reprobate. Like you. I've done more crooked things than I care to think about. Nothing I can do about what I've done in the past, but now Chris has got himself into another jam, and I don't think I have the time or the energy to get him out of it." "How long before you leave the job?" Huff asked. "A month, give or take a few weeks." "That soon? Your retirement is coming at a damn inconvenient time, Red." "I can't help that. This thing with Chris could drag on for a while." "This thing with Chris," he mimicked angrily, "is goddamn serious business. Now, I don't know if this Watkins cretin is capable of planning and executing a gumbo cook-off, much less a murder he framed someone else for, but it's an idea worth thinking about. I'm sure you agree." Huff's stare warned the sheriff that agreement was his only option. Unless there be any misunderstanding of his meaning, he continued, "Watkins is a criminal with 3 years of prison under his belt. I'll seriously doubt he spent his time there getting reformed and rehabilitated. I bet if you looked hard enough, Red, you'd find him breaking laws right and left. And one of those crimes might include doing away with Danny, out of revenge or just pure meanness. Huff always conveyed what he wanted done without having to come right out and say it. Sheriff Harper read the message loud and clear. Reluctantly, he nodded. I'll bring him in for questioning. That'll be a good start, maybe all you'll need to get a confession. The boy said he's acting real cocky. You come down on him hard enough and he might boast his way right onto death row. I'll put out an APB right away. Red was about to stand, but Huff motioned him to remain. As he lit a cigarette, he said, There's something else I want you to do, in New Orleans. Huff, no, this should be relatively simple. You could even delegate it to somebody there you trust. You've got contacts in the city, right? I'll make it worth your effort. You know how well I pay for solid information. I want all you can dig up on Charles Nielsen, spelled with an I-E. I just got a FedEx letter from the son of a bitch threatening to nail my ass to the wall for Billy Pollock's accident. Beck's cell phone rang as he was climbing the front steps of the Hoyles' house. He answered, listened, cursed, then asked, When? Red Harper said, About an hour ago. Did he offer an explanation? That was the problem. He couldn't. Okay, Red. Thanks for letting me know. I'll get back to you. He disconnected and went into the house. The wide foyer was shadowed and hushed as though the house was napping. There was no one in Huff's den. Beck found him in the most unlikely place, Laurel Lynch Hoyle's plant conservatory. What are you doing in here? I live here. Sorry, I didn't mean that in the way it sounded. I'm a little cranky. Sit down. You're wound up tighter than an 8-day clock. Beck lowered himself into one of the rattan pieces that furnished the room. Huff was reclined on a chaise lounge, fringed throw pillows behind his back. He was holding a glass of bourbon, but he wasn't smoking, upholding his late wife's wish that he not smoke in her special room. Tell me what's going on. Beck released a long breath. We're getting hit from all sides, Huff. Give them to me one at a time. For starters, there's Mrs. Pollock. The new SUV we sent over yesterday was in my parking space when I got to work this morning. I dispatched laborers to their house to do some repairs, repainting, etc. She sent them packing, then called and told me where I could stick our bribes. She's moving her family out of your house, your stinking house, to quote, and said that if we thought a few play pretties could shut her up, we could think again. Huff took a sip of bourbon. That's not all, is it? No. She's going to sue us. Damn it. She said that? She promised that. And there's a furthermore. Beck paused, sighed. Furthermore, she's threatening to talk to the Justice Department. She wants criminal charges to be filed. Huff scoffed at that. It'll take more than one disgruntled, loud-mouthed woman to shut down Hoyle Enterprises. Ordinarily, I would agree with you. But Alicia Pollock isn't acting alone. She's recruited Charles Nielsen to lead the charge. I received a fax from him today. I won't bullshit you, Huff. It's your worst nightmare. Where's a fax? Beck opened the briefcase he'd carried in with him, took out a single sheet and handed it to Huff. Huff got off the chaise and began pacing the width of the windows as he read it. He's pissing in the wind. Our workers won't strike, Huff said definitely. They might. They won't. If they're rallied, rallied hell, he roared. They're too afraid for their... Things aren't like they were 40 years ago, Huff, Beck shouted. You cannot conduct business like you did when you first took over the plant. You cannot be autonomous. Tell me why the hell not. Because destiny isn't some feudal burg without any connection to the outside world. The government has no goddamn right telling me how to run my business. Beck laughed shortly. Well, federal law says they do. The EPA and OSHA are monitoring us and taking names. Now justice might enter the fray. That's probably giving Nielsen a hard-on. He's called upon the labor unions to send thugs. They'll be here by the 1st of next week. They'll organize a picket line and urge our employees to strike until, well, you read the facts. There's a list of demands with the promise of more to come. Huff made an impatient gesture. Our employees won't listen to any outside agitators, especially if they're from up north. And what if they're homegrown Southern boys, Cajun, whites, and blacks? Nielsen's too smart to send men who would be dismissed out of hand. He'll send people from this area who speak the language. No matter where they hail from, our people will resent their interference as much as we do. Possibly. Hopefully. But Billy's accident has had a profound impact, Huff. You haven't been to the plant since it happened. The atmosphere is dismal, charged with resentment. Men are grumbling, saying it wouldn't have happened if we had maintained the machinery routinely and enforced safety rules. Pollock had no business trying to work on that belt. He hadn't been trained to. I wouldn't use that argument, Huff, because it's one of theirs. I've heard complaints that new employees are put on the floor without any proper training, and that a foundry is no place to get it on the job. Muttering a stream of profanity, Huff turned toward the windows and looked out over his property. Beck let him have this time to mull over what they discussed. Here's what I think, Beck. I think this Nielsen character is all talk. Why did he give us advance warning that he's sending people in? Why not spring 'em on us? Why did he give us time to prepare? He's let us know he's gunning for us. That indicates to me that either he's a lousy strategist or that he's raising a ruckus to drum up publicity for himself but doesn't really intend to follow through on his threats. I don't think he wants a fight. I think he's scared of us. Beck thought it over for a moment. He doesn't seem anxious to confront us. I placed several calls to his New Orleans office today after I received the facts. I was told he was out. I left word for him to call me back. He hasn't so far. Huff smiled expansively. See what I mean? He's avoiding us. That says coward to me. Call his bluff. Keep trying to contact him? Pester the snot out of him. Let's see how he likes being the one who gets pushed and pushed again. Make a nuisance of yourself. That's actually a good idea, Huff. Don't let up until he's agreed to have a face-to-face meeting. That's the only way we'll get an accurate read on him. These faxes and FedEx letters are bullshit. I'm tired of littering my trash can with them. I'll get on it first thing in the morning. In the meantime, I want you to talk to some of our most loyal men, Fred Declouet for one. Men whose loyalty we can count on. We need to know who the rabble-rousers among our employees are. I talked to Fred this afternoon. He and some others will be keeping their eyes and ears open and reporting back who the troublemakers are. Huff winked at him. Should have known you'd already be on top of the situation. Now let's talk about something else. Let's talk about Sayre. What about her? Why don't you marry her? Beck looked at him in astonishment. You must be feeling the effects of mind-altering drugs. What did Doc Carreau give you, and should you be mixing it with alcohol? I'm neither drugged nor drunk. Hear me out. Do you like her looks? Beck merely stared at him, schooling his features to remain impassive. I thought so, Huff said around a belly laugh. I saw the two of you together down by the bayou after the wake. Even from that distance I sensed some heat. Heat? Right. She was telling me in so many words that I'm the lowest life form on the planet. Where did you get this harebrained notion? You're practically a member of the family already. Marrying Sayre would make it official. There's a major hitch to your plan, Huff. Even if I were dying to marry Sayre, and I'm only playing devil's advocate here, she despises this family. You could bring her around. Beck smiled crookedly. She doesn't strike me as being that pliant. In fact, she's about as flexible as one of our iron pipes. You don't think you're man enough to handle her? Not even close, Beck laughed. It's not going to happen. Let's forget you ever mentioned it. But from the look on Huff's face, Beck could tell that the old man wasn't finished. I worked all my life for one thing, Beck, he stated seriously. You might think money. Nope. I like having money, but only because it buys you power. Respect? Shit, no. I don't give a damn what anybody thinks of me. I work for this and this alone, for my name to outlive me. That means grandchildren, Beck. So far I don't have any, and I mean to remedy that. You'll have to rely on Chris. Huff frowned with annoyance. Chris isn't going to be a father any time soon. He then told Beck about Mary Beth's tubal ligation. So you see the problem? But you, he said, fixing his gaze on Beck. If you got down to business, I could have a grandson in 10 months. Beck shook his head with incredulity. This conversation gets more bizarre by the moment. First you have me married to a woman who can barely tolerate the sight of me, and now you have me fathering her child? Unfazed, Huff said, Sure, there are some obstacles, but I can find a way around every one of them. Not everyone, Huff. Name one. Conflict of interest? I'm Chris's lawyer. So, what's that got to do with it? So, Sarah thinks Deputy Wayne Scott may be onto something. He watched Huff's face gradually evolve into a mask of rage. She thinks Chris killed Danny. How could she? Why would she? Because of Iverson? There's a specter of that, certainly. And? She mentioned Sonny Halser. She said that killing runs in the family. Huff's face had turned so red that Beck had a fleeting fear he was about to go into cardiac arrest again. I didn't mean to upset you, Huff, but you asked. Huff waved off the apology. She's going to think what she wants. Why she'd want to dredge up something that happened when she was just a mite, I can't even begin to guess. She had run out of reasons to hate me, I suppose, and had to go scraping the bottom of the barrel to find another. Who the hell knows why she does anything? But she doesn't have to feel kindly toward me to marry you. For God's sake, Huff. I'm not listening to any more of this. You're not listening to any more of what? Chris said, strolling in. I'm trying to persuade Beck to marry Sayre, Huff said. I told Huff he was delusional, and apparently you're living in a dream world too. What the hell were you doing out at the fishing camp? What? Huff exclaimed. Red called me on my cell phone on my way here, Beck explained. He was giving us a heads up. Seems Wayne Scott returned to the sheriff's office a while ago, barely able to contain his excitement because he'd caught Chris inside the cabin at the fishing camp. So fucking what? What were you doing out there? It's my cabin. It's a crime scene. Do you know how that makes you look? No. How? Guilty. The two glared at one another, each as angry as the other. Chris was the first to back down. It's nothing for either Scott or you to get worked up about. I took Lila on a picnic this afternoon. I wanted to soften her up in case I need her as an alibi for Sunday afternoon. As I drove back into town, I saw the turnoff and acted on impulse. I hadn't been there since it happened, and I wanted to see the cabin for myself. I went inside and looked around. It's been cleaned up, but you can still see bloodstains. I stayed no more than a few minutes. When I came out, there was Scott, leaning against his squad car with this stupid smirk on his face. What did he say? Something clever about criminals always returning to the scene of the crime. I told him to go screw himself. He asked me what I was doing in there and if I'd removed anything. What did you tell him? Nothing. You told me not to answer any questions without you present. What happened then? I got in my car and left him standing there. Chris, did you remove anything from the cabin? The only thing I touched was the doorknob to let myself in. Beck wasn't sure he believed that, but he asked no more questions. When Chris had called late Saturday afternoon and invited him to go out, he declined. But Chris had been persuasive. "We've been on edge with each other because of all the crap that's going on. Let's go out and forget about our troubles for a few hours." "Where are we headed?" Beck asked now. Chris was driving away from town. "I thought the Razorback." "I don't want to go there. It's too boozy, noisy, and—" "What's this?" "What?" Beck turned around to see what had attracted Chris's attention in his rearview mirror. A motorcycle was behind them, and it was roaring up fast. "Wasn't he driving past my house as I came out?" Beck asked rhetorically. Then, "Oh, hell, that's our friend Slap Watkins. I thought Red was handling that situation. Obviously, he hasn't found him yet." Beck reached for the cell phone clipped to his belt. "You can outrun him in this, but try and keep him in sight. I'll give Red our location. Maybe we can keep Watkins busy long enough for Red to get here." Just as he said that, the motorcycle rammed the back of the Porsche. Chris cursed lavishly. He sped up, then shouted, "Hold on!" Less than a second later, he stamped on the brakes. Beck hadn't had time to brace himself before the tightening seatbelt caught him hard across his chest. Averting a total disaster in which Chris and Beck would probably have been decapitated as the bike sailed over the Porsche, Watkins managed to cut his front wheel sharply to the left. It clipped the left rear fender of the Porsche before skidding across the road on its side, Slap's left leg beneath it. He pulled himself free, got to his feet, then came at them in a hopping, running limp while shaking his fist and yelling obscenities. Beck's phone had been jarred from his hand when Chris hit the car's brakes. Unbuckling his seatbelt, he searched the floorboard for it. "Call Red. I'll take care of this." Before Beck could advise against it, Chris got out of the car and immediately went on the offensive. "You must want to talk to me real bad, Slap." Slap cut his eyes toward Beck, who just retrieved his phone from the floorboard. "Drop it, merchant. Not until you back down and cool off." Suddenly, looking nervous and indecisive, Slap licked his lips before swinging his gaze back to Chris, who said, "My brother's blood wasn't enough for you? Is that why the sheriff's looking for me? Unless you've killed somebody else." He took one lurching step toward Chris. "You goddamn." That was all he got out before Chris bent double and head-butted Slap in his midsection, sending him reeling backward. Slap reacted with the reflexes of a habitual fighter. Beck quickly pressed 911 on his phone, then tossed it onto the seat, knowing that the emergency call would be traced to their location. He clambered out the passenger door but hadn't noticed that the car had stopped on the shoulder of the road. He didn't anticipate the deep ditch and stepped into it hard, lost his footing, and fell. By the time he got back on his feet and climbed out of the ditch, Chris and Slap were standing on either side of the white stripe in the center of the road, frozen in a tableau that crackled with tension. Chris was holding his arm against his side. Blood seeped through his fingers. Slap looked down at the knife in his hand, blinking at it stupidly as it dripped blood on the hot tarmac. Lifting his head, he looked at Chris with an expression of stunned disbelief. Then he turned on his heel and ran back to the motorcycle. Chris took several staggering steps after him. "Let him go." Beck grabbed a handful of Chris's shirt and held him back. "They'll get him." Chris's knees buckled and he dropped to the ground. Slap righted his bike, hopped onto it, and as soon as the motor roared to life, he sped away. Beck helped Chris to his feet and ushered him around to the passenger side of the car. "Watch your step. We're on the edge of the ditch. Are you all right?" Chris nodded, then muttered, Yeah, I'm fine." Glancing down at his arm, he said, "Cocksucker cut me." I called 911. As he put Chris in the seat, Beck picked up his phone. "Shit. They've got me on hold." "I'm fine, Beck. It's only a flesh wound." Beck looked at the arm Chris extended to him. A long cut ran from his bicep to his wrist. The wound didn't appear to be deep, but darkness had fallen and there were no lights by which to see. It might be more severe than it looked. "You don't know where that knife has been." "Take me to Doc Carreau. He'll give me an antibiotic." Beck called Red Harper. The sheriff wasn't available, but a dispatcher took down all the information. "Tell Red we're on our way to Doc Carreau's house." By the time Beck had completed his call, they had reached the neat brick home of the family physician. He had settled in for an evening of HBO, he told them, when he answered the door in his pajamas. He led them down a dim and narrow hallway into a room at the rear of his house that was outfitted to serve as an examination room. He concurred with Chris that the knife wound, while ugly, wasn't deep enough to require stitches. He cleaned it with antiseptic. As they were leaving, Red Harper arrived. "We've got an APB out on Watkins' motorcycle," he said. "Officers are focusing on the roads in the vicinity of where you saw him. How's your arm, Chris?" "It'll be fine. Just find Slap and be quick about it." Red promised to keep them updated, then returned to his car and drove away. "Not quite the evening out I anticipated," Chris remarked once they were back in his car, which now sported a dented rear fender and busted taillight. Beck was driving. "I knew I should have stayed at home." "Well, thanks a lot for your concern," Chris said with feigned affront. "It strikes me as odd that Slap pursued us tonight," Beck said. "If he killed Danny, wouldn't he be trying to avoid us, particularly you?" Chris shook his head. "You're thinking like a rational, intelligent person, Beck. Watkins is a moron. He's itching to let us know that he killed Danny. He's taunting us. He can't resist the impulse to gloat. Before he went to prison, I could count on one hand the times we crossed paths. Now suddenly he's everywhere we are. You think that's coincidence?" "I suppose you're right. He could have killed you, Chris." "That crossed my mind," he said grimly. Sayre phoned Beck at his office at 5 o'clock on Monday afternoon. "Beck Merchant." "Sayre Lynch. Are you free this evening?" "Are you asking me for a date?" "There's someone I want you to talk to." "Who?" "Calvin McGraw." "My predecessor. What for?" "I'll meet you at my motel at 6. The next thing he heard was the dial tone. He knocked on the door of her room at precisely 6 o'clock, and she answered immediately. Her handbag was already on her shoulder. The room key was in her hand. "I don't get to come in?" She closed the door behind her. "I'll drive." The top was down on the rental convertible. The wind played havoc with her hair as they headed out of town, but she seemed not to notice. "I heard that you and Chris had an exciting Saturday night," she remarked. "How's his arm?" "Not as bad as it could have been." "I can't imagine Chris having a face-off with anyone in the middle of a public road. What was he thinking?" "He was thinking that Watkins killed Danny." She turned her head sharply. "Slap Watkins? Are we talking about the same guy?" He gave her a condensed explanation of why Watkins was considered a viable suspect. "Do you think that's credible?" she asked when he finished. "Credible? Yes." "Likely?" "I don't know, Sayre. The sheriff's office thought it had enough credibility to want to question Watkins. If you lined up everybody who has a grudge against the Hoyles, the line would stretch for miles. I can think of 100 people with far more reason to hate them. What about all the employees over the years who've been fired? It's like Watkins' name was drawn out of a hat. He attacked Chris with a knife. Did you witness the fight? Most of it? When I wasn't wading my way out of a ditch." He told her about his mishap, but the humor of it escaped her. "If you were on the witness stand in a court of law, could you testify under oath that Watkins intentionally slashed Chris?" "Isn't it obvious? Chris had a bleeding arm." She pulled off onto the shoulder and stopped the car beneath a magnolia tree that provided shade. Leaving the engine to idle, she turned to him. "Once, when we were teenagers, I was spending the afternoon in the bathroom primping. Despite there being 3 other bathrooms available, Chris kept knocking on the door, bugging me for no other reason than that he was bored. Finally, I opened the door and told him to get lost and leave me the hell alone. He pushed his way into the bathroom, and we got into a tussle, slapping each other, kicking. Then suddenly he screamed bloody murder and went tearing out of the room in search of Huff. He claimed that I had attacked him with my curling iron, and he had a nasty burn on his arm to prove it. She paused to let him know that she had reached the point of the story. I wasn't even holding my curling iron when I opened the door to him, Beck. It was plugged in but lying on the dressing table. You're suggesting that he intentionally burned himself? Yes. It was worth the pain to get me in trouble. What you're saying is that Chris may have let himself get conveniently cut by Slap Watkins' knife. She gave him a long look, then steered the convertible back onto the road. Your encounter with Watkins wasn't the only buzz today. Where do you hear your buzz? The beauty shop. He tipped down his sunglasses and looked at her wind-wrecked hair. I had a pedicure, she said defensively. The point is, a salon is the best source of local information. They may be iffy on the exact location of Iraq, but they know with absolute certainty who's sleeping with whom, who got slashed last Saturday night, and so forth. Is that how you tracked down the jurors of Chris's trial? She shot him an arch look but refused to be thrown. Actually, no, she said coolly. I got that information from the courthouse. After a short pause, she said, I knew when I started calling on those jurors that it would get back to Huff and Chris. And you, she added, glancing across at him. I didn't care. What did you hope this scavenger hunt would yield? An individual with a conscience? One who would admit to either accepting a bribe or knowing that others had? She described her meeting with a man who had begun to weep when she asked him about his jury service. When I pressed him for more information, his wife asked me to leave. Later I discovered that he was saved from declaring personal bankruptcy a month following Chris's trial. What a coincidence. She turned off the highway and drove through a pair of impressive iron gates. The retirement community was situated on a man-made lake and flanked by an emerald 18-hole golf course. Sarah parked at the clubhouse in the lot designated for visitors but made no move to leave the car. I hate places like this. They're so sterile. Everybody's the same, and so is each day. Don't they get bored? At least they don't have labor strikes to worry about. She turned to him. So that buzz was accurate too. Unfortunately. Tell me about it. There's this guy named Nielsen. His name was mentioned at the salon. Who is he? Trouble for companies like Hoyle Enterprises. Apparently, Billy Pollock's wife has been in contact with him. And because of that, Beck said, he's called in the heavy artillery. He's recruited union men to picket and incite our workers to strike. Good for him. It's going to get ugly, Sayre. It's already ugly. People will get hurt. No, don't say it, he said quickly when he saw that she was about to speak. I realize you can't get hurt much worse than Billy was, but that was a tragic accident. Preventable, perhaps, but still unintentional. A strike is a war. I hope your side loses. He laughed ruefully. You may get your wish. She nodded toward a row of lakefront homes. Calvin McGraw lives in the third house from the corner. He consented to talk to me this morning. I was actually surprised that he agreed to see me. Until I arrived. I was shocked by his appearance. He's aged considerably since I last saw him. 10 years can take their toll. I think most of his aging has occurred in the last 3, since he tampered with the jury and saw to it that Chris got off. He's been ravaged by guilt. He admitted that? Yes, Beck, he did. That was his last big hurrah for Hoyle Enterprises. He left Huff's employ financially fixed for life, able to afford a swank retirement community like this. But the man isn't living out his days peacefully. He welcomed the chance to unburden himself to me this morning. He admitted everything. Beck looked at her for a long moment, then reached for the door handle. Okay, let's go hear what Mr. McGraw has to say. Calvin McGraw was seated in the same chair he'd been in on her previous visit. It was facing the door. Sayre smiled at him and spoke his name. He looked at her without registering any recognition, and she felt a twinge of apprehension. "I've brought Mr. Merchant to see you. Is now a good time?" "I'm afraid not, Sayre." Chris, seated in a wicker chair with a high fanned back that had concealed him up till now, stood up and turned around to face her. "Beck told me you were coming out, and it reminded me that I've been neglectful of Calvin lately. I try to get out here every so often, check in on him. Unfortunately, he's not having one of his good days. His mind comes and goes, you know. I understand that's how it is with Alzheimer's." He walked over to the old man and placed an affectionate hand on his shoulder. McGraw didn't flinch or show any reaction whatsoever, but continued to stare blankly into middle space. "It's tragic, isn't it? When you think about how eloquent he used to be in the courtroom, mind like a steel trap. Now he'll go for days without saying a word. Other days he's a regular jabberwocky. Of course, at those times he talks crazy and doesn't make any sense. You can't put stock in a thing he says." Her breath was coming hot and quick. Blood had rushed to her head. She could ignore Chris. She would expect treachery from him. It was Beck's betrayal that she felt like a mortal wound. Turning to him, she said, "You son of a bitch," which was a paltry epithet compared to what she was feeling. She brushed past him, left the tasteless pseudo-home and ran every step of the way back to her car. She pushed the ignition key into the slot and saw that her hand was bleeding. She had been squeezing her fist so tightly, the teeth of the key had punctured her palm. Clark Daly left his house at 10:10. That was a half hour before it was necessary for him to leave, the plant being less than a 5-minute drive from his house and his shift starting at 11. But the atmosphere at home was so hostile, he'd just as soon be at the foundry. Luce was on his case about Sayre. She had known when she married him that he and Sayre Hoyle had once been involved, and that even though they'd been in high school at the time, their relationship had been serious. That was one thing. Having Sayre in town again now, showing up at their house and looking like a million, was something else. Luce hadn't liked it one bit. "I won't have it, Clark. On top of the drinking and the chronic depression, I will not have you sleeping around on me with Sayre Hoyle or Lynch or whatever her name is. I'm not going to be sleeping with Sayre. We're old friends. You were lovers. Were. When we were kids. Besides, do you think she'd want me now?" Of all the things he could have said, that was probably the most ill-advised. Luce took it to mean that if Sayre would have him, he'd be willing. It also suggested that he was good enough for Luce, but not good enough for Sayre Hoyle. The hell of it was, he loved Luce. She didn't have Sayre's polish and sophistication, but she possessed a beauty of her own. She loved her children, and had provided for them alone when her first husband walked out on her. Most important, she loved him, and that was just shy of a miracle. He had given her few reasons to love him. Lost in thought, he didn't notice the car behind him until it was right on his rear bumper. He pulled to the right side of the road, giving the other driver ample room to pass him, but the driver stayed on his tail and began blinking his headlights. Clark pulled his car to the curb and braked. The car behind him did likewise and turned off the headlights. Clark saw the driver get out, rush around to the passenger side of his car, and tap on the window. "Clark, it's me." Recognizing the face beneath the baseball cap, he leaned over to unlock the door. Sayre scrambled in and closed the door quickly to extinguish the interior light. She was dressed in blue jeans and a dark t-shirt, her hair stuffed under the cap. "What the hell are you doing?" he exclaimed. "I'll admit it's a little theatrical, but I had to see you without anyone knowing. I have a telephone and the bill is current, I think. Luce might have answered if I'd called. Unless I miss my guess, she wasn't too happy to see your high school sweetheart standing in her front yard." "No, she wasn't." "Clark, I swear I don't want to complicate things for you. I would never do anything to harm your marriage or come between you and your wife. If you don't believe that, I must leave right now." He studied her face for a moment, and while it was still lovely, her eyes no longer glowed with passion for him. Between Sayre and him there would always be an affection based on bittersweet memories, but their chance for a lasting love had died. Rather, it had been destroyed by Huff. "I believe you, Sayre." "Good. So what is this about?" He listened for a full 5 minutes, his amazement increasing the longer she talked. She finished by saying, "Will you do it? You're asking me to spy on the men I work with? Because they're spying on you, Clark. Do you think Huff and Chris are going to let this strike happen without putting up a fight? Beck Merchant predicted it would get bloody. He referred to it as a war." "I've heard the scuttlebutt about Charles Nielsen," Clark said. "He's supposed to be sending union organizers here to talk to us. Secret meetings are being scheduled." "So the employees are already talking about it?" "Almost to the exclusion of everything else," he admitted. "Well, you can be sure that Huff has spies who report to him everything that's being said and who is saying it. You could level the playing field, Clark. Sniff out Huff's spies, feed them false information, at the same time begin organizing men you know who would stand up against Huff if it comes to a showdown. You could help change things. You could make Billy Pollock's accident count for something, Clark. I know what I'm asking of you won't be easy. You'll have to look sharp, be sharp. You'll have to earn the respect and trust of men." She took his hand and pressed it between hers. "I don't want you to do this to get even with Huff. Nothing could pay back what he took from you, Clark. Nor do I want you to do it for me. I want you to do it for you. Now what do you say?" As she drove back to the lodge, Sayre was cautiously optimistic that Clark would come through. At the door of her motel room, she pushed the key into the lock. "You're out late." Nearly jumping out of her skin, she spun around to find Chris standing close. It was as though he had materialized out of thin air. "What do you want, Chris?" "I want to talk to my sister." "About what?" "Invite me in and I'll tell you." He held up a bottle. "I brought wine." He hadn't come bearing wine out of the goodness of his heart, nor had he come merely to chat. Chris had an ulterior motive for everything he did. She was loath to be near him, but in spite of her aversion she was curious. Turning back to the door, she opened it and went in ahead of him to switch on the lamps. He followed her inside and took a look around the drab room. "I haven't patronized this place since high school, when I used to bring girls here. I didn't pay much attention to the decor then." "Not much, is it?" "No." "Then why not stay at home? For 10 years Selma has faithfully kept your room in ship shape." She removed her baseball cap and shook out her hair. "That isn't my home any longer, Chris." He sighed over her stubbornness. "Do you at least have drinking glasses?" She brought 2 tissue-sealed plastic cups from the tiny bathroom. He looked at them derisively as he opened the bottle of wine with the corkscrew he'd brought with him. After filling their cups, he touched his to hers. "Cheers, Sayre." "What are we drinking to? The coup you pulled off at Calvin McGraw's house? I'm sure you and Beck found it amusing." He sat down in the shabby armchair and motioned her toward the bed. "Can you sit down and try to be civil?" She hesitated, then moved to the bed and sat on the edge of it. "What do you want, Chris?" He sighed. "I can't be here simply to have a conversation. You won't let me be a nice guy?" "You're not a nice guy. You never have been. You know what your problem is, Sayre? You can't let things go. You wouldn't know what to do with yourself if you didn't have a bug up your ass. Your current grievance is Danny's death, and that's what I want to talk about. You've taken it upon yourself to do some sleuthing into his apparent homicide. I admire and share your desire to get to the truth. What I'm having trouble with is the direction you've taken. Let me make this clear, Sarah, and save you a lot of time and trouble. My trial 3 years ago has nothing whatsoever to do with what happened to Danny. You killed him, didn't you? Just like Huff killed Sonny Halser. No and no. Does anyone except me know that you saw Huff do it? What are you talking about? You sneaked out of the house that night, Chris. I caught you, remember? You threatened me within an inch of my life not to tell Mother. You said you wanted to surprise Huff at the foundry and stay with him until he came home. I remember being envious of your courage to walk all the way there by yourself after dark. And even more envious that Huff would be glad to see you. I knew he would think you were brilliant for having done it, that you wouldn't get into trouble for it. Lowering her voice, she said, "What did you walk in on that night, Chris?" How old were you? 5. Right. So how could you possibly remember? I often sneaked out and went to the plant so I could ride home with Huff. You're getting your nights mixed up. No, she wasn't. Some childhood memories were too sharp to confuse, and the days following the discovery of Sonny Halser's mangled body were one of them. It was also starkly fixed in her mind because it was the only time she remembered Chris behaving as though he was frightened. I believe Huff killed that man, she said, and you killed Gene Iverson decades later over the same argument. But you learned from Huff's mistake. You disposed of Iverson's body so it would never be found. No one knows what happened to Iverson. Maybe Huff had put the fear of God into him. He got cold feet and ran away, leaving everything he owned behind. Maybe he was kidnapped by aliens. He snapped his fingers. I know. Colonel Mustard got him with the lead pipe in the library. This is no game of Clue, she said angrily. How can you joke about a man's murder? Which brings me to the next point. We don't even know that Iverson is dead, much less that he was murdered. What I know with absolute certainty is that I didn't kill him. Unswayed, Sayre said, You and Huff didn't trust a jury to acquit you, so you took matters into your own hands. Calvin McGraw admitted to me that he bribed those jurors. He has dementia, Chris exclaimed. If you had asked him if he'd blown up the Golden Gate Bridge, he would have confessed to that too. He doesn't know which end is up, Sayre. For God's sake, be reasonable. Why would you believe an Alzheimer's patient with limited mental capacity over your own brother? Do I think you killed Iverson? She asked rhetorically. Yes. You got away with it. But if you kill Danny, you will pay, Chris. I swear to you that I'll see to that. Go back to San Francisco where you belong, Sayre. Yes, I'm sure you'd like that. Not for my benefit. For yours. She laughed and laid a hand on her chest. I'm supposed to believe that you're thinking of my well-being. That's right. And do you want to know why? Do you want to hear what Huff has in store for you? Charles Nielsen's office was in a bank building on Canal Street in downtown New Orleans. The anteroom was small and furnished with basic waiting room issue. Seated at the reception desk was a pretty middle-aged woman. She was in conversation with Sayre when Beck entered the office. It would be difficult to say who was the more stunned to see the other there. The receptionist said to her, Sometimes Mr. Nielsen makes appointments and forgets to tell me so I can put them on the calendar. He didn't forget. She stopped, cleared her throat. I don't have one. My name is Sayre Lynch. My last name used to be Hoyle. The receptionist's smile faltered. Of Hoyle Enterprises? That Hoyle? Yes. I see. I don't believe you do. I'm not here as a representative of my family. When you speak with him, please impress upon him that I want to offer him my assistance. Yes, well, Mr. Nielsen. The receptionist was interrupted by the ringing of the telephone. Charles Nielsen's office? No, I'm sorry. He's presently unavailable. May I relay a message? She reached for a notepad and began jotting down information. Sayre turned toward Beck. Did you follow me here? Don't flatter yourself. Unlike you, I have an appointment." As soon as the receptionist concluded her call, he stepped around Sayre and approached the desk. All smiles, his voice like melting butter, he said, "You must be Brenda." "That's right." "We've spoken on the telephone several times. I'm Beck Merchant." She reacted with obvious distress. "Oh, my goodness. You didn't receive my message?" "Message?" "Mr. Nielsen was called out of town unexpectedly. I left word on your cell phone that he was unable to keep your appointment this afternoon. I had hoped to catch you before you drove all this way." "When will he be returning?" "He hasn't informed me of his plans." "Is he reachable by phone?" "I can give you his hotel. He's in Cincinnati." "I suppose a cell phone number is—" "Out of the question," she said. "When Mr. Nielsen calls in for messages, shall I reschedule your appointment, Mr. Merchant?" "Please. And this time, if you would be so kind, call my office and home numbers too. I'd like to prevent a mix-up like this from happening again." "Certainly, Mr. Merchant. I'm sorry you were inconvenienced." "Both of you," she said, including Sayre. "I would also like to see Mr. Nielsen at his earliest convenience," she said. "I'll let him know that, Miss Hoyle." "Lynch." "Of course. I'm sorry." Sayre gave the receptionist her cell phone number and that of the motel switchboard, then turned to leave. Beck was standing at the door and held it open for her. They moved down the corridor in tandem. They waited together for the interminably slow elevator. They rode it down to the lobby level. When they stepped out of the elevator, he headed straight for the exit. Sayre followed the signs to the ladies' restroom. All of this was accomplished in complete silence. He was standing on the sidewalk in the shade of the skyscraper talking on his cell phone when Sayre emerged from the building 5 minutes later. She wasn't glad to see him, having given him ample time to disappear. It was 5 o'clock, and the downtown sidewalks were crowded with people eager to get home. When he spotted her, he ended his call and swam upstream of other pedestrians until he fell into step with her. "You could have knocked me over with a feather when I saw you in his office. What prompted you to come?" "As I told his assistant, I was there to volunteer my support." "Why did you?" "I wanted to show him that neither I nor the Hoyles have horns and cloven feet, and hopefully to negotiate a peaceful resolution to our differences and avert a strike. I wanted to impress upon him how detrimental one would be, particularly to the foundry workers who depend on a weekly paycheck." "You're all heart," she said, being intentionally droll. "How much?" "How much what?" She nodded down at his briefcase. "How much of a cash bribe did you bring with you?" The light changed, and she rapidly crossed the street. When she reached the other side, Beck nudged her out of the tide of other pedestrians and forced her to stop. "Enough cash to cover dinner." "Get out of my way, Beck," she said when he stepped in front of her. "I'm going to be late." "For what?" "Visiting hours. I'm going to see Billy Pollock." That took him aback, which gave her time to step around him. "Wait, Sayre. I'll drive you." "I'll drive myself. Besides, I don't think you'd be welcome." "Actually, I've got something to deliver." He patted his briefcase. "Where's your car?" She told him. He said, "My truck's closer." Alicia Pollock was in the hallway conferring with a young man in a white lab coat when Beck and Sayre alighted from the elevator. Spotting them as they made their way toward her, she glared at Beck with unmitigated hostility. "What are you doing here?" "We came to see about Billy," he replied evenly. "This is Sayre Lynch." She eyed Sayre up and down. "Lynch, huh? You're Huff Hoyle's daughter. Can't say as I blame you for going by another name." "Is it all right if I go in to see Billy?" Beck asked. "What for?" He held up the manila envelope Sayre had seen him take from his briefcase before they left his pickup. "Get well messages from his co-workers. I promise not to stay long." She snatched the envelope from his hand. "I'll deliver it to him. It'd likely upset him to see you or anybody from Hoyle. As you wish, Mrs. Pollock. He told Sarah he would call the elevator, then turned and walked briskly down the hallway, leaving her alone with Alicia Pollock. How are your children coping? They're scared. Wouldn't you be? Overlooking the woman's defensive tone, Sarah said, Yes, I would. Are you back in Destiny for good? No, I'll soon be returning to San Francisco. Sooner the better. As you, I'd leave town before the trouble starts. Wouldn't want to be a Hoyle when Nielsen gets hold of him. Before Sarah could form a response to that, Beck called her from the end of the corridor. Elevator's here. She touched Alicia Pollock's arm lightly. I know you mistrust me, and your mistrust is understandable, but I'm deeply sorry for what's happened. Then she turned and went to join Beck at the bank of elevators. I had to let that one go, he said. I'm sorry I detained you. I just wanted... She was interrupted by a shriek that raised the hair on her arms. She looked back to see Alicia Pollock standing in the spot where she'd left her, but now her feet were surrounded by cards and letters. The contents of the card she was holding in her shaking hands had obviously been so shocking she had dropped the others. Sarah turned to Beck aghast. What was in that envelope? Another elevator arrived, and he motioned her toward it. I don't want to miss this one, too. But Sarah was moving away from him and the elevator, quickly making her way back to Alicia Pollock, who was hugging a greeting card to her breast and loudly keening. He was waiting for her in his pickup outside the main entrance of the hospital. I was serious about dinner, he said. I skipped lunch. Would you like to go with me or not? It wasn't the most gracious invitation she'd ever received, but she accepted it. She was hungry, but her hunger could have been assuaged with a stop at a fast food restaurant's drive-thru. Her curiosity, however, couldn't be satisfied with a quick fix. The questions arising from what had happened in the hospital could be answered only by Beck, and getting him to address them might require some time. They said little as he navigated his way through traffic back down Canal Street and then into the French Quarter. He parked in a public garage, and from there they set out on foot along Royal Street. She never would have found the restaurant, nor would anyone else who didn't know it was there. The side street on which it was located was no more than an alley. There was no sign to indicate a place of business. Beck stopped at an ivy-draped iron gate and worked his hand through the foliage to press a bell. Through a concealed speaker, a disembodied voice said, "Oui?" "It's Beck Merchant." The gate unlocked with an audible click. Beck ushered her through. They followed a narrow exterior corridor that opened into a courtyard enclosed by lichen-covered brick walls. Ferns the size of Volkswagens were suspended by chains from the branches of a live oak tree that embraced the entire enclosure. Flowering plants peeked out from beneath gargantuan philodendrons and elephant ears. Beck directed her upstairs. They were greeted by a dapper man in a tuxedo. He clasped Beck's hands between his own. He spoke rapid French, but Sarah understood enough to know that he was exceedingly glad Beck had come. Beck asked if they could be served drinks on the balcony before going inside for dinner. "Champagne, please." "Certainement. Take your time. Enjoy." Beck motioned her toward a bistro table at the far end of the balcony. He held one of the dainty chairs for her, then sat down in the other across from her. There 1 second and gone the next, the waiter appeared with the serving tray on which were 2 champagne flutes. Another waiter placed a wine cooler near their table. He poured from the open bottle of champagne, then replaced the bottle in the ice and melted into the shadows along the balcony. Beck raised his glass and clinked it softly against hers. "What are we drinking to?" she asked. "Your departure." "Oh? Get the hell out of here, Sayer. Go back to your life in San Francisco before you get hurt." "I got hurt. You had your heart broken over a high school romance. That was kid's play compared to what could happen to you now." Little do you know, Beck. Then tell me. She debated with herself for maybe 30 seconds before she said, Danny called me. His surprise was evident. When? The Friday before he died. She told him about the calls she had declined to take. For the rest of my life, I'll chide myself for refusing to talk to him. I think he was calling for some fundamental reason, and I can't resume my life until I know, with a degree of certainty, what that reason was. Looking down at the bubbles rising in her glass, she said thoughtfully, Chris wants me out of the picture. I wonder why. His eagerness for me to leave raises speculation that makes it impossible for me to go. She looked again at Beck. I'm staying. He seemed to accept that he couldn't talk her out of her involvement. Sighing with resignation, he nodded at the crystal flute. Drink up. After taking a sip, she said, Is the champagne part of your seduction strategy? Would you rather I just cut to the chase? Our host would accommodate us with a room, and it would be my pleasure to accommodate you. So you could rush back to Huff, mission accomplished? Sarah, you can't think that I considered his proposition as anything but ridiculous. She smiled ruefully. Chris delighted in telling me that Huff was trying to pawn me off again, like he did when he found me my first 2 husbands. Chris delivered it as the coup de grace of his campaign to get me out of town. A waiter appeared with a platter of complimentary appetizers. Beck said, Can we forget all that long enough to enjoy our dinner? Beck, at the hospital, the first card Alicia Pollock took from that envelope was from you. You heard her reaction. The check you sent them was extremely generous. That's relative, isn't it? How generous is generous? Huff suggested that we, as he put it, sweeten the pot. Huff had nothing to do with that gift. It wasn't a company check. It was drawn on your personal account. He removed the bottle from the wine cooler and poured each of them more champagne. Mrs. Pollock was overcome by your generosity, Sarah went on, but it also left her conflicted. Why did you do it? Be thinking about what you want to eat. I recommend the oysters Bienville. Beck, damn it, answer me. Okay, he said brusquely. Maybe I'm trying to buy myself a clean conscience. Does that make you think better of me or worse? Monday afternoon, why did you tip off Chris about Calvin McGraw? Did you think it would be fun to watch my reaction? No, Sarah, but I thought it would be interesting to watch Chris's. Chris's? Chris and Huff have been nervous over your talking to the former jurors. I've been asking myself why. Why not leave you to make an ass of yourself? Why not let you play yourself out until you gave up and went back to San Francisco? That's what one would expect them to do. Catching his drift, she said, unless they had something to hide. Unless they had something to hide. I let you be embarrassed because I wanted to see what Chris would do if Calvin McGraw had been having a good day and giving a credible, lucid account of what took place during Chris's trial, like you said he'd done that morning. You believed me, didn't you? If I believe that, I'm one step away from believing that Chris killed Jean Iverson and disposed of the body where no one would ever find it. He learned from Huff's mistake, she said quietly. What mistake? Chris was a witness to Sonny Halser's murder. His eyes focused sharply on hers. What? Chris waylaid me when I returned to my motel room last night. We talked about more than just Huff's design for you and me. She recounted for him their conversation, specifically regarding Halser's death. Whether he saw Huff push that man into the machine or saw him leave Halser to die in agony after an accident, it would have a profound effect on him. It would either have turned him against violence forever or enlightened him to its benefits. I think the latter. He realized its true value when Huff suffered no consequences for what he'd done. Chris was Beck's client. He would have been a fool to respond to what she had just told him, and Beck was no fool. She understood the reason for his rigid silence and, in spite of herself, respected him for it. Each of their 3 courses was sumptuous, but none outdid the chantilly-drenched chocolate souffle they shared for dessert. The dining room had no more than a dozen tables, set with white damask cloths, sterling, crystal, and antique china. Above the wainscoting, the walls were covered with pink moire, which matched the window drapes that pulled on the gleaming hardwood floor. The room was subtly illuminated by tapers on the tables and a crystal chandelier. As they moved back outside to have their coffee, Sarah said, "My compliments to the chef, as well as to the interior decorator. I'll see to it that they're both commended." The waiter poured their coffee, then left them alone. Beck added a dollop of Grand Marnier to the coffee and passed a dainty china cup and saucer to her. It's not quite the Destiny diner, but they try. Smiling, she carried her cup and saucer to the railing. Speaking into the hush of the courtyard, she said, "Last night, Chris told me that he didn't kill Danny. His denial was quite earnest." Beck came to stand beside her. "Maybe we've been chasing our tails. Danny may have pulled off the perfect suicide." She finished her coffee, returned her cup and saucer to the silver tray on the table, then rejoined him at the railing. "What's sacred to you, Beck?" "Why, I want to tell you something, but you must swear to me that you won't divulge it, because by telling you, I'm betraying a confidence. Remember, I'm Chris's attorney, Sayre. Be careful what you entrust to me." Well aware of the risk she was taking, she said, "Danny was engaged to be married." She could tell that he was genuinely stunned. "Engaged? To who?" "I won't tell you her name. She loved Danny with all her heart. He loved her too. She has a diamond ring. He intended to marry her, create a future with her, which makes her absolutely certain that he did not take his own life. But it was she who told me that Danny was going through a personal crisis that he wouldn't share even with her. She called it an emotional struggle that Danny felt must be resolved before he committed his life to her. My first guess was that it was an illegal practice at the foundry. Now I'm thinking that Danny knew what became of Jean Iverson. Danny had become religious. Confession is part of it. Isn't it possible that he knew something about Iverson and that it was weighing so heavily on his conscience he had reached the point where he didn't think he could go on with his life until he had unburdened himself of the guilt? Which is a solid reason for killing yourself. It's just as solid a reason for someone to commit murder, especially if a damaging public confession was in the offing. He swore into the darkness. "You've just handed me what Wayne Scott's case against Chris has been missing. His motive." He stared down into the courtyard for the longest time. Finally, he roused himself and turned around. "We should be going. It's a long drive back to Destiny." "Yeah, and it just got longer." The maitre d' thanked them profusely, kissing Sarah on both cheeks and urging Beck to bring her back very soon. Halfway across the courtyard, Beck stopped. Puzzled, Sarah turned and looked up at him. He didn't smile or explain why he'd stopped. He didn't have to. He began taking backward steps, drawing her into the shadow of the wisteria clinging to the wall. She let herself be drawn. She could see the blood vessels of his throat just beneath the damp skin. She wanted to feel his pulse beating against her lips, but resisted the urge to place her mouth there. He slipped his hand beneath her hair at the nape of her neck and brought her face to within inches of his. His breath was as soft and warm as a morning mist that hovers above the bayou. "If I'd touch you, you'll think it's because of Huff's offer." Going up on tiptoe, she whispered against his lips, "I don't care. Touch me anyway." He kissed her. She reached for him with her entire body, pressing herself up into him as his arms tightly encircled her. His kiss was possessive and willful. On her hips, his hands were hard and insistent, holding her lower body firmly against his sex. Bending his head down, he kissed her breasts through the cloth of her dress. Then he clasped her to him again, and cupping the back of her head in his wide palm, pressed her face into his neck while he spoke directly into her ear. There's not enough money in the world to shackle me to a woman I don't want. You must know that, Sarah. The hell of it is. He moved against her intimately, provocatively. The hell of it is, I do want you. He could have had her. At that moment she was tasting him with all 5 senses. She was drinking him up, wanting him with the same mad, blind, impossible passion that he wanted her. But damn the irony, he said, his voice rough. Huff's green light to take you stops me. He began releasing her by slow degrees until he set her away from him, and they were no longer touching. I want you, but I'm damned if I'll have you doubting the reason why. Huff's head was wreathed in smoke. Mechanically, he puffed on the cigarette anchored in one corner of his lips. Feet planted wide apart on the loading dock, hands on his hips, he scowled at the pickets. About 40 men carrying inflammatory signs were marching slowly and silently in an oval pattern along the shoulder of the highway just outside the main entrance gate of Hoyle Enterprises. How long have they been at it? The group of men huddled around Huff included Chris, several plant foremen, and a few middle management personnel, all of whom had been called from the comfort of their homes, some from their beds, and alerted to this latest critical development. Fred Declouette had had the misfortune of having to notify everyone when the pickets arrived, so answering Huff's question also fell to him. Well, they began assembling about 10 o'clock and were in place by the time the shift changed. Get Red over here, have them arrested for trespassing. He can't, Huff, Chris said. As long as they stay on that side of the fence, they're on public property. But unfortunately, everybody reporting to work or leaving passes through that gate. There's no way our employees can avoid seeing them. They practically have to drive right through them. Plus, they have a permit to picket. This from George Robson. They've covered their bases. Will somebody please give me some good news? Huff snarled. The good news is that their permit is valid only if the demonstration remains peaceful, Chris said. I think our job is to see that it doesn't. There were chuckles from the group. Huff looked over at Fred. You got some boys ready? He gave his boss an affirmative nod, but Huff sensed reservation behind it. What, Fred? Talk to me. Do I have to pull information out of you? We might meet with some resistance from our own men. Fred glanced around uneasily. There've been rumblings that some of our employees might join them. Huff threw down his cigarette and ground it out beneath his shoe. I'll take care of that right now. The group entered the plant and within 5 minutes had reassembled inside Huff's office. They lined up along the wall of glass that overlooked the shop floor. Work was continuing as usual, but not very energetically. A pervasive tension could be sensed. Is the sound system on? Huff asked. Chris flipped several switches on the public address system console. It is now. Huff picked up the microphone, blew into it to test it, then said, Everybody listen up. His voice boomed into every corner of the factory, reaching every worker on that shift no matter where they were. All of you know about what's going on outside. By now you've probably heard the name of the man who sent those clowns to hassle us, and you're probably asking yourself, who the hell is Charles Nielsen? Well, I'll tell you. He's a troublemaker who hasn't got a damn thing to do with Hoyle Enterprises. Those pickets are wasting their time and looking ridiculous in the process, but that's their choice. If we stick together and ignore them, they'll eventually give up and crawl back under the rocks they came from. We know their sort, don't we? We've had agitators like this before. They breeze into our town, poke their noses into our business, and try to tell us how to run it. Speaking for myself, and I think I speak for most of you, I hate like hell for somebody to assume they know more about what's better for me than I do. What happened to Billy Pollock was tragic. Nobody can argue that. He suffered, and he's going to continue suffering for a long time. We could give him all the money in the world, and it still wouldn't make up for his loss, would it? We're going to do our best for him and his family, but at the end of the day, Billy's future is really up to Billy, because none of us can roll back the clock and undo what's been done. Truth is, the work we do is dangerous. Accidents happen. Men have been hurt and men have died, but I'd like for some bureaucrat from Washington, D.C. to show me how to melt metal and cast iron pipe without risk. It can't be done. Those nitwits out there will urge you to strike. You know, I wish I didn't have to work for a living. I wish all I had to do was parade around other places of employment and encourage men to walk off their jobs. Never mind about the work ethic or the paychecks that won't be there come payday. If I told hard-working men to leave their jobs, I would expect them to call me a damn fool. I've got bills to pay, groceries to buy, a family that's dependent on me to provide for them. Now, I know we're far from perfect here at Hoyle. We've had our share of mishaps over the years. George Robson and I are investigating the accident and why it happened. He saw George react with surprise to that lie, but he hoped that no one else had noticed. We see the need for longer and more thorough training periods before a new employee is put on the floor. It's also time you all had a pay increase. I'm a reasonable man, and I'm willing to listen to any grievances you might have. So make a list of things you'd like to see happen, and we up here in the offices will review them. But, he paused to emphasize the qualifier, if any of you agree with this bunch of rabble-rousers outside, go join them. Hear me? Go. Leave right now. If you think this is a rotten place to work, you know where the door's at. Only thing, if you join their ranks, you'll never work for me again, nor will anybody in your family, and you've made an enemy for the rest of your life. He paused to let that sink in, then concluded by saying, Y'all think about that. Now, we've wasted enough production time on this business. Get back to work. He switched off the microphone and turned back into the room. Chris said, Well, that should take care of any fence straddlers. It wouldn't surprise me if we've heard the last from Union sympathizers, too. They won't have the balls to speak in favor of it now. Huff didn't share Chris's confidence. Fred, what do you think? Clearly uneasy with being the center of attention, the laborer shifted from one foot to the other. I'm sure you did some good, Huff, but this is Billy's shift. Those men saw him bleed and heard him scream. The accident is still fresh in their minds. I know you're doing a lot for his family. Just today I heard about Beck going to see him. Alicia said, Beck went to see him? Chris asked. Casting a wary glance around, Fred said, That's what I understood from Alicia. She called a few hours ago, said Beck came to the hospital and gave them a right-sizable check. Huff looked at Chris. With a shrug, Chris disavowed any knowledge of Beck's gesture. What were you about to say before Chris interrupted? Huff asked Fred. Well, I was saying that the men who work with Billy aren't going to be forgetting what happened to him any time soon. Their memories of it were fading somewhat, then tonight there's little reminders all around. Like what? Like a yellow ribbon tied to the padlock of Billy's locker? Like his name painted on that conveyor? Somebody's keeping memories fresh and stirring up resentment again. Who? I don't know yet. Lots of conversations were stopped soon as I got close enough to overhear. Find out who's responsible. I'm working on it. Huff pointed a blunt finger at him. I don't want you working on it. I want you doing it. Keep your ear to the ground and your eyes open, or I'll find someone who'll get me the names I want. Fred swallowed hard. Yes, sir. What do you want me to do about the picket? Let's not do anything tonight. Let's give it another day or so. See how it shakes out. See how our employees react. But Fred, have some men ready to knock heads at a moment's notice. Just you give the word, Mr. Hoyle. They're ready and willing. Good. But remember, if there's a fracas, It's got to look like it was a picketer's fault. They drew first blood and our men were only defending themselves. That'll be our line. Understood. Fred left just as Beck came in. Placing his briefcase on the floor and looking out of breath, he plopped down on the sofa. I leave town for a few hours and all hell breaks loose. Huff motioned Chris toward the credenza where he kept a bar. Whiskey's all around, son. Well, Mr. Nielsen is making himself scarce. Beck then told them about his unproductive visit. He didn't want to confront you on the same day his hired picket showed up at our plant, Chris said. You're probably right, Beck said. There's more. I haven't got to the good part yet. Guess who was in Nielsen's office, dressed fit to kill, and despite the high heels looking ready to take on all enemies, starting with me? You've got to be kidding, Chris exclaimed. Sayer? What was she doing there? Huff asked. Same thing I was, wanting to see Nielsen. Of course her agenda differed from mine. She was there to enlist and offer him her help. Was she with you when you went to see Billy Pollock? Beck reacted with surprise. How did you know about that? Alicia Pollock called Fred Declouette. I wasn't going to see him, Sayer was, he explained. I went along and used the cards and letters Billy has received from his co-workers as my calling card. I thought hand-delivering them might win points with Mrs. Pollock. Besides, I wanted to see what Sayer was up to. What was she up to? Huff asked. Nothing that I could tell. It appeared to be no more than a courtesy call. When Mrs. Pollock talked to Fred, she mentioned a right sizable chick. How much did that set me back? Nothing, Huff. I made the contribution without your authorization. You don't have to reimburse me if you don't want to. Hey, I'm the one who suggested we sweeten the pot, and just as I thought the woman is weakening, she kept the check, right? As far as I know. There you go, he said, taking one of the 3 highballs from Chris and raising his glass to toast their success. What was Sayer's frame of mind when you left her? We had dinner together. We drank champagne. Happily, Huff slapped his palms together. How did it go? Beck raised a wry eyebrow. It would have gone better if Chris hadn't told her about your attempted matchmaking. Huff turned to Chris. You told her? What difference does it make? I hoped that the wine and a meal of fancy French food would loosen her tongue. About what? Nielsen. I'm uneasy with the idea of the 2 of them together. He would exploit having a Hoyle in his corner. If nothing else, he could use that as a media hook. He framed an imaginary headline with his hands. Huff Hoyle's daughter sides with opposition. Complete story and photos on page 3. Huff belched. I see what you mean. Beyond that, she's convinced that Chris did in Gene Iverson, that by finagling the jury he got away with murder, and that it's up to her to see that justice is done. Despite the setback with McGraw, she has no intention of letting the matter drop. He first looked at Chris, then turned to Huff. I wasn't your lawyer then, Huff, but I represent you now. I don't want to be blindsided by something that Sayer may uncover. Is there anything regarding the Iverson case that I should be made aware of? Huff knew how to keep a poker face. He looked Beck straight in the eye and said, If the state had been able to make a case against Chris, there would have been another trial. Sayer won't uncover anything. Did you hear anything from Red while I was in New Orleans? Nothing except that Slap Watkins remains at large, Chris told him. So far there's been no trace of him. I hope they find him sooner rather than later, Beck said. And when he's brought in, I hope he confesses to killing Danny. Because of everything that's gone on here, he said, nodding toward the wall of glass, we're going to be viewed through a microscope, by OSHA in particular. Bastards, Huff muttered around a fresh cigarette. We had some play with them, Beck said, but it was lost with Billy's accident. We've got to present a squeaky clean image. We can't give them 1 iota of ammunition more than Billy's accident already has. They could shut us down pending a thorough inspection, and they would. It had taken Sarah a long time to fall asleep. After the eventful trip to New Orleans and the long drive home, she had thought she would fall into an exhausted sleep the moment her head hit the pillow. But to her aggravation, she tossed and turned for hours. That was why she groaned unhappily when she awakened before daylight. She was lying on her stomach, face half buried in the lumpy pillow. She was dehydrated from drinking the champagne and the red wine she'd had with her meal. She needed a large glass of water. Cursing under her breath, she rolled onto her back and pulled herself into a sitting position on the side of the bed. Automatically, she reached for the lamp on the nightstand. Suddenly, a grimy hand covered her mouth, while another gripped a handful of her hair and pushed her face down onto the bed. He fell on top of her, effectively pinning her down, but she didn't stop struggling. "You fight me, I'll rip it out by the roots." He gave the handful of hair a sharp tug that brought tears to her eyes. She stopped trying to twist away and lay still. "That's better." He squirmed against her buttocks. "Now ain't this cozy?" Behind his hand, she cried out in fear and outrage. "Relax, Red. Your ass is awful tempting, but I ain't got time for romance. I came here to talk, but you can bet your life I'll hurt you if I have to. Do we have an understanding?" She nodded. "Okay, then. I'm going to take my hand off your mouth. If you scream, it'll be the last sound you ever make." Gradually, he withdrew his hand. He gave her butt a hard squeeze as he climbed off her. When she was free, she turned onto her back, then sat up. The light came on suddenly. She blinked away the sudden glare and saw Slap Watkins. "Hi, Red." Her heart was pounding and her mouth had gone dry, but she tried not to show any fear. Grinning, he slid a knife from his boot and tapped the flat side of the blade against his palm. "How did you get in?" "I'm a criminal, remember? Picked the lock in no time flat. Shame on you for not using your chain lock. A lady all by herself, you ought to know better." She didn't want to think about how long he'd been in the room with her before she woke up. It made her flesh crawl. "What do you and I have to chat about?" "Do you know I got the law looking for me?" "You assaulted my brother with a knife." "That's bullshit. I was only going to scare him with it. He caused me to cut him. Did it deliberate." Although she had advanced that theory to Beck, she posed the question to Slap now. "Why would Chris do that?" "'Cause he wanted to make me out a killer." "Chris believes you murdered our brother. Did you?" In lieu of answering, he opened the nightstand drawer, removed the Gideon Bible, and tossed it to her. "Genesis, chapter 4. You tell Sheriff Harper to read his Bible, the part about Cain and Abel. And you better be convincing when you talk to him, 'cause if I'm a wanted man for killing a Hoyle, then I'd just as soon kill me one." He reached down and placed the tip of his knife against her cheek. "And I've always had a real sweet tooth for redheads." She was waiting with Sheriff Harper and Deputy Scott in Red's office when Beck arrived. Like her, he looked a little worse for wear. She had seen the picket line when she drove past the foundry, although it was no surprise to her because she had spoken to Clark Daly the night before. He had called shortly after her return from New Orleans. He was on his coffee break in the center, he explained, using a buddy's cell phone. There had been excitement in his voice for the progress that had already been made. "I've isolated some of Huff's stoolies and warned men to be careful of what they say around them because it goes straight to Huff." He and some men he trusted were also doing what they could to keep Billy Pollock in the forefront of everyone's mind. "Nielsen's got the picket going. Huff made a speech against it, but it didn't put the scare into us he intended. Things are looking up, Sayre. I'll give you progress reports when I can." He'd sounded upbeat. His voice had a ring of confidence that validated her getting him involved in something important. "Morning," Beck said grimly as he entered Red's office. They chorused a good morning, although none sounded like he meant it. Beck sat in the unoccupied chair next to hers, facing Red's desk. Wayne Scott remained standing. "Say I had a visitor this morning." "Visitor?" "Slap Watkins broke into my motel room." Beck stared at her with shock. "This office got the call a little after 5 this morning. A man was dispatched immediately. Of course, by the time he got to the lodge, Watkins was long gone." "Are you hurt? Did he?" She lowered her head, shaking it as she responded to Beck's unfinished question and all that it implied. "He threatened to hurt me, but he didn't. Wayne and I have read the statement Sarah gave to the deputy who went to the motel, but we haven't heard about it firsthand. She thought you should be here." Beck nodded absently. "Say, start at the beginning. What did he want?" She recounted the incident, leaving out only Slap's sexual innuendos, which had no bearing on the message he had wanted her to impart to the sheriff. "That's it, almost word for word." After a short silence, Deputy Scott hitched up his gun holster and said, "Well, let's go get him." "I hope you're referring to Slap Watkins," Beck said. "Surely you don't mean to arrest Chris." "The hell I don't," Scott retorted. "Not so fast, Wayne," the sheriff said. Then to Beck, "Maybe we ought to talk to Chris again." "Based on hearsay?" Sarah looked at him with dismay. "Are you accusing me of lying?" "No. Watkins is just stupid enough to pull a stunt like this, but until he's in custody, we've got only your word for what he said." It took an act of will for her not to strike him. "Go to hell." "Say ya," Red said sternly. "We have to act on this, Sheriff Harper," Scott said staunchly. "We've already placed Chris at the scene." Beck scoffed. "With a matchbook? And we've established that he had opportunity during the 2 hours that he can't account for his time. Unless he produces an alibi." "He doesn't have one," Scott said. "He hasn't produced one," Beck said, correcting him. "That doesn't mean one doesn't exist." "I still think we've got enough for another round of questioning at the very least," Scott argued. Red sighed. "Bad as I hate to say it, Beck, Wayne's right. Any other suspect we'd bring in and see what he had to say about this allegation. We can't exempt Chris just because of who he is." Beck thought it over for a moment, then said, "We've got a powder keg at the foundry. God only knows what kind of chain reaction it would set off if you picked up Chris in a patrol car." "Then I'm making you responsible for getting him in here voluntarily," Red said. "I'll have him here after lunch." Sarah stood up. She nodded a goodbye to Red and Deputy Scott, but ignored Beck completely. She exited the building and had almost reached the red convertible when she heard him call her name. She kept walking. He caught up with her as she was unlocking the car door. When he laid his hand on her shoulder, she rounded on him. Before she had a chance to speak, he said, "I know you're mad. Mad doesn't come close. I'm Chris's counsel, so you've made clear." She opened the car door and got in, but he prevented her from closing the door. "Listen to me, Sarah. Forget that you're angry at me and focus on Watkins. Maybe he didn't intend to hurt you this morning, but now that you've delivered his message to Red, you've served your purpose. Maybe he'll come back and make an example of you. Watkins hates the Hoyles. You're a Hoyle, Sarah, like it or not, and—" His eyes moved over her. "You're conspicuous." "Good. Then I'll be easy to spot on the picket line." When Sarah got back to her motel room that night, she stayed a long time in the shower, her second of the day, trying to rid herself even of the memory of Watkins' touch. Her skin was scorched and sweaty from exposure to the sun on the picket line all day. Her feet had a crop of painful, angry-looking blisters. She let the spray pound the achiness from her muscles. When she stepped from the tub, she felt almost human again. She put on a pair of panties and the short cotton nightie she had bought to replace the one she'd slept in last night. It had gone out with the trash that morning. She told herself to forget the incident. Nothing terrible had happened. She was vesting that imbecile with way too much influence over her. Her thoughts were interrupted by knocking on her door. "Sayer? Open up." It was Beck. He had tapped lightly so not to frighten her, but his voice was stern. "What do you want, Beck?" "I want you to open the door." She unlocked it and unlatched the chain, and he came in, closing the door soundly behind him. "What do you want?" "Clark Daly is in the hospital." Her hand went to her throat. "Another accident at the plant?" "Hardly. He was beaten to a pulp. His condition is serious. Whether or not it's critical remains to be seen. He may have a skull fracture. Possible internal bleeding. He's being x-rayed and such to determine all that." "What happened?" "I was staying at the plant tonight. In case any real trouble broke out, I wanted to be there." Clark hadn't reported for work. One of his friends called his wife, who freaked out. She said he'd left in plenty of time to get there. This alarmed his buddies, who wanted to leave right then to look for him. I ordered them to stay on the job, but I picked a couple of them and we went looking for him. We spotted his car on the side of the road no more than 2 blocks from his house. Clark was lying face down in the ditch, unconscious. He's in a bad way. Sayer stumbled toward the bureau. "I'm going." She took a pair of jeans from a drawer, only to have Beck snatch them out of her hand and toss them aside. "Mrs. Daly wouldn't like that, Sayer." "I don't care what—" "Listen." He took her by the shoulders. "When Luce Daly got to the hospital, she saw me and bared her claws. She let me know in no uncertain terms that I was persona non grata and yelled at me to keep away from her husband. I would have expected that from her if Clark had been hurt on the job. But I was shocked, considering that I was the one who had found him and rushed him to the ER. It soon came out, however, that he wasn't the victim of a random mugging. Nothing like that. Clark had the crap beat out of him because you recruited him to finger Huff's spies and start rousing the men to strike." He was breathing hard, holding on to his temper by a thread. As though realizing how tightly he was gripping her shoulders, he released her suddenly. "Tell me that Mrs. Daly was wrong, Sayer. Tell me that this isn't true." She raised her chin defiantly. "You're the one who called this a war." "It's not your war. Why are you fighting it?" "Because somebody has to. Because what has been standard operating procedure in that foundry is wrong. Somebody has to set things right. Your heart may be in the right place, Sayer, but your thinking is skewed. You haven't won the trust of the workers and their families. Thanks to you, Clark Daly nearly got his brains knocked out tonight, and you're goddamn lucky it wasn't you we found in a ditch." Stung by his accusation, but more so by its merit, she turned away from him, her shoulders slumping with the weight of her blame. "The last thing I wanted to do was cause more trouble for Clark." "Then you should have stayed away from him, and that's the message I was sent to deliver." She raised her head and looked at him in the mirror above the dresser. "From whom?" "Luce Daly. She told me about your visits with him and sent me to tell you to go back where you came from and to leave her husband alone. She's thinking like a jealous wife. I have no romantic designs on Clark. I was only trying to help him." To her chagrin, tears filled her eyes. He reached for her, but she staved him off with a stiff arm and a shake of her head. "I'm fine. You should go now." "All right," he said with a terse nod. "But I'm going to leave you with this question, Sayer. Why are you getting involved in all this?" "I gave you my reasons last night." "Are those the real reasons?" "I don't think so. There's only one reason behind every decision you make and everything you do." He pulled open the door and stepped out. Turning back, he said, "Huff." Taking Beck's parting words to heart, Sayer had dressed quickly and driven fast to get here. But now she was second-guessing her spontaneous decision to come. This was no longer her house, her home. To be here in the middle of the night, creeping up the staircase, made her feel like an intruder. Light was showing beneath Huff's bedroom door. Before she could talk herself out of it, she rapped the door twice. It was opened instantly, creating a vacuum in which they stared at each other. "I want to talk to you." His eyebrows lowered into a scowl. "By your tone of voice, sounds more like you want to chew my ass. Did you sick your thugs on Clark Daly?" "Come on in. We'd just as well have this out now as later." She followed him into the room. "I want an answer. Did you give the order to have Clark beaten?" "I didn't know it would be Clark." "But you turned your dogs loose." He sat down in a large easy chair. "I have some boys who are loyal to me. I told them to stop any talk of a strike, and I wasn't particular about the way they did it. They almost killed him." "But they didn't, and I've been told he'll recover. Frankly, I'm surprised Clark Daly had the guts to inspire a spelling bee, much less a labor strike." "He might not have, if I hadn't urged him to." After several seconds of stunned silence, he began to laugh his wheezing chuckle. "Well, I'll be goddamned. Should have guessed that. Clark Daly hasn't got the balls to undertake a project like that himself. He's been on the skids for years, spineless as they come." "That's what you thought, Huff, but you were wrong. Clark was a leader. You beat him down, robbed him of his scholarship and consequently any chance of a college education. You trampled his hope and his confidence." "Oh, Jesus, sing me another song. Haven't you gotten tired of that one? All the bad that's happened to that boy he's brought on himself." "He's not a boy any longer, Huff. He's a man, and he's proven again that he's a natural leader." "Yeah, he could lead you straight to every bar in the parish." "Men listened to him, Huff. Beck said Clark's friends were ready to walk off the job tonight in order to go find him. That sounds like a person who inspires the confidence of others." Huff came out of his chair angrily. "What did Clark Daly ever inspire you to do except disobey me?" "I was 18. We didn't need your permission to get married." "Damn good thing I got word of your elopement and stopped it." "Oh, yes, you were quite the hero, Huff. Chasing us down like criminals and then threatening to fire Clark's father if we went through with the marriage. You terrorized his parents, terrorized me and Clark. Very courageous." "He was wrong for you." "Only in your selfish, self-serving opinion. The only reason you didn't like Clark was because you didn't choose him. You would not tolerate a single idea or a solitary plan that wasn't of your devising. Otherwise, you destroyed it." He glowered at her. "Yell at me all you want, girl. Rant and rave and stamp your foot. You'll never get an apology or an excuse out of me. When I was just a kid, I swore I was going to begin a line of Hoyles where the name meant something. Where nobody was going to ignore or forget the name Hoyle. And that line of Hoyles was not going to include Clark Daly's bastard baby." She drew a shaky breath. "So you had it cut out of me." "I did what any father would do who didn't have a soul. Who saw his daughter destroying—" "You had my baby cut out of me." Crossing the room in 3 strides, she struck him as hard as she could across the face. He shot to his feet and balled his hands into fists, raising them threateningly. "Go ahead, Huff. Strike back. You hit me in the face the night you dragged me out of your den, kicking and screaming and begging you not to do it. When you couldn't get me in the car, you knocked me unconscious. I woke up in Dr. Careau's back room. My feet had been tied into the stirrups, and my arms were bound to the table. And that unscrupulous bastard scraped my baby out of me. How much did you pay him to end that sweet little life, Huff? How much did it cost you to prove your dominance over me?" She was sobbing now on every word, but she pressed on. "It was put in a plastic bag and thrown out with the garbage. My baby." Following the outburst, the room became as quiet as a tomb, save for the ticking of the clock on Huff's nightstand. She wiped the tears from her face and shook back her hair. "It's recently been observed that you're the motivation for everything I do." "That's true. Hating you sustained me through depression and 2 unwanted marriages. And to this day, to this moment, I thrive on hating you for what you did to me that night. But," she laughed lightly, "but the joke is on you, Huff. You and your fucking dynastic ambitions. All your scheming to marry me off to Beck? Funny, hilarious, and futile. Because, see, when your inept friend Dr. Carreau took my baby, he also ruined any chance of my having another." He staggered back a step. "What?" "That's right, Huff. I can't perpetuate your goddamn line of Hoyles, and you've only yourself to thank." She turned and ran from the room, drawing up short when she saw Beck standing in the hallway. Sarah faltered when she saw him, but without a word she walked swiftly down the hallway and disappeared into the shadows on the landing. Seconds later he heard the front door close behind her. He didn't go after her. She wouldn't have wanted him to. He was tainted by his association with Huff, and now he understood the reason for her animosity. He knocked once on the bedroom door. "Huff, it's me." Huff was sitting down, although Beck got the impression that he dropped into the chair without consciously deciding to. Huff seemed to notice him for the first time. "Beck, how long have you been here?" "Long enough. You heard what Sayre told me?" He nodded. Leaning back in his chair, Huff released a sigh. "This has been a pissy 24 hours. Started last night with the picket line outside my foundry. Fine way to end it is learning that Sayre's barren." Beck sat down on the ottoman that matched Huff's chair, facing him. "She's picketing, you know," Huff said. "Carrying a sign denouncing me, and she's the one behind this business with Clark Daly. Stood right there and admitted it. If he doesn't pull out of this, there'll be hell to pay from her, and you can bet I'll catch most of it." "He's going to pull out. I called the hospital as I was driving over. No skull fracture, but several broken ribs. They're still looking for internal bleeding, but it's a good sign that none has been detected so far." Huff rubbed a hand over his flat top and laughed with chagrin. "Guess the boys went a little overboard." "It was a dumb move, Huff. I tried to impress upon you the other day that you cannot solve labor problems now like you did in the past. Nielsen isn't as easy as Iverson. He isn't going to retreat." He paused strategically, then added, "And you can't make him disappear." Beck didn't flinch from Huff's quelling stare. "I'm not going to ask you, Huff, because I don't want to know. But I would be stupid to think that you and probably Chris had absolutely nothing to do with Gene Iverson's disappearance. A subtle suggestion to some of your men, with a word or even a look, would have been all it took to solve that problem. Chris must have played at least a small role in it. Logically, if there was no truth to the charge against him, you wouldn't have been worried about the outcome of his trial. You wouldn't have ordered McGraw to bribe those jurors. And despite that little song and dance Chris and I put on for Sayre at McGraw's place, we all know he did it and that he was well compensated for doing it. Whatever happened to Iverson, you and Chris walked away clean. History repeating itself." "Meaning?" "Sonny Halser." "Irrelevant." "Is it, Huff? I didn't know until recently that Chris was at the foundry the night Halser died." Huff cursed beneath his breath. He wasn't supposed to tell anybody he was there that night. He swore to me he wouldn't. Beck didn't correct Huff by informing him that it had been Sayre, not Chris, who had told him. What did Chris witness that night? An argument between me and Sonny. And nothing, he said, raising his voice. That's all there was to see. The man and I had an argument. A heated argument. That's the only kind I know how to have. We each blew off steam. I went home with Chris. Later that night, Sonny had a fatal accident. Terrible coincidence. That's right, it was. Why bring it up now? To illustrate a point. You have a reputation for solving your labor problems with brute force. Those tactics are as obsolete as doctors using leeches to cure patients. Huff, please. No more rough stuff until I can at least try to negotiate a peaceful resolution to this mess. The Pollocks might reconsider filing suit if we offer them a significant cash settlement. And I strongly urge you to shut down the conveyor that injured Billy. It's been repaired and is running fine now. Repaired, not overhauled like it needs to be, Beck argued. It's another disaster waiting to happen. Do you think we can afford another accident right now? George is giving it a green tag, so is Chris. Those are their departments, Beck. You stick to keeping us out of a lawsuit. Beck conceded, albeit grudgingly. I'd better leave. I'm spending the night on the sofa in my office. One of us should be there in case of real trouble. Where's Chris? He no longer has to confide in me. I'm not his attorney anymore. We had a talk this afternoon and decided that he needs a criminal attorney now, not me. So I was told. Can't say as I'm happy about this new lawyer. With all that's going on at the plant, it's best, Huff. I've got my hands full. Huff smiled wryly. Let's hope Chris won't lead him. That detective, that Scott, is drilling a dry well. Bible stories, he snorted, as told by Slap Watkins, no less. The next morning, Chris appeared in the doorway of Beck's office, carrying a two-way radio which was making an awful racket. We got a problem outside, he said. Fred Declouette says some of the men on his shift joined the picket line as soon as their shift ended, Chris told him as they jogged down the hallway toward Huff's office. They're recruiting men as they report to work. Clark Daly's become their poster child. Beck wanted to ask about Sayre, but by then they had reached Huff's office. Hearing them rush in, he turned away from the wall of glass overlooking the shop floor, his expression fierce. Where the fuck is everybody? Chris summarized the situation for him in a couple of terse sentences. You two get out there, Huff said. I want this thing capped. Now! Sayre was standing on the hood of her rental car. From that vantage point, the exit door was in her sights when Beck barreled through it with Chris close on his heels. Apparently, others had been anticipating their appearance, because no sooner had they cleared the door than a beer bottle was thrown at them. Beck saw it coming and deflected it. He and Chris ducked behind a large dumpster where Fred Declouette was speaking into a bullhorn. We want this area cleared immediately. Any employee of Hoyle Enterprises who doesn't report to work by 7:30 will be docked a full shift's wages. This was met with jeers from the picketers sent by Nielsen and those townfolk and workers who had joined them outside the chain-link fence. The majority of Hoyle employees, who were either quitting their shift or reporting for work, loitered between the two camps, clearly weighing their decision of which to join. One of Nielsen's paid agitators was also speaking into a bullhorn, urging the Hoyle employees not to return to work until demands were met and their workplace was brought up to OSHA standards. Is safety equipment too much to ask? A roared "No" went up from those backing him. Hoyle Enterprises has made repairs. Whatever else Fred said was drowned out by boos and protests. One man grabbed a portable microphone and shouted into it, Ask Billy Pollock about your lousy repairs. That generated more shouting and name-calling. Sayre watched as the agitator with the microphone turned and opened a car door, extending his hand down to the passenger inside. Luce Daly stepped out. Oh, Lord, Sayre murmured. So far, a violent outbreak had only been threatened, limited to the bottle thrown at Chris and Beck. But Luce Daly's presence and anything she said could spark violence and bloodshed. Sayre scrambled off the hood of her car and began elbowing her way through the press, hoping to reach Clark's wife and dissuade her from participating. Unfortunately, she saw Luce take the microphone extended to her. I'm here, speaking for my husband. He can't talk this morning because his mouth is full of sutures. But he wrote down a list of names he wanted me to read to you. She started reading from the list, and after the second name, the crowd began to react angrily. The man nearest Sayre cupped his hands around his mouth and booed loudly. "Who are they?" Sayre asked, shouting to make herself heard above the din. "Huff Hoyle's attack dogs," he shouted back. Clark had named the men who'd beaten him. They were probably the men taking cover behind the dumpster with Beck, Chris, and Fred. One of them snatched the bullhorn from Chris and yelled into it, "That bitch is lying!" Sayre continued to fight her way through the mob toward Luce Daly, who was rereading the list. But workers who had previously been indecisive were now joining the throng of picketers. It was growing into a moving mass with a will of its own, making it a struggle for Sayre to keep her footing. Surges of outraged people were pressing on her from all sides. And then she heard someone near her shout, "You'll get yours too, merchant." Coming up on tiptoe, she saw Beck moving through the chain-link gate that was the demarcation line between the hostile groups. He walked purposefully toward Luce, who continued to repeat the list of names. When he reached her, she lowered her microphone and looked at him with patent animosity. The shouting was suddenly replaced by a dense silence. "I understand your outrage. If Clark has identified these men as the ones who attacked him last night, they'll be held accountable and dealt with legally." "Why should I believe you?" she asked. "I'd give you my word." "Your word don't count for shit," said a voice from the crowd. Gaining courage, another shouted, "You're Huff Hoyle's whore." "Yeah, he says bend over, you ask how far." Others joined in until the epithets overlapped, but the pervading message was clear. Beck was more despicable than the enemy he represented. He turned away from Luce to address the crowd, but before he could say anything, a rock struck him in the face. Then a man jumped him from behind and pinned his arms behind his back. Another punched him in the stomach. Sayre barged forward, shoving aside anyone in her path. A ring of cheering onlookers had formed around the men who now had Beck on the ground, taking turns kicking him. "Leave him alone!" She fought her way forward until there were only 2 men standing over Beck. "Stop it!" she screamed as one pulled back his foot to deliver a vicious kick. The man halted and turned. Taking advantage of his stupefaction, she shoved him aside and knelt beside Beck. His face was streaked with sweat and blood, but he was conscious. Sayre slipped her hands under his arms. "Can you stand up?" "Yeah, just not too fast." He grimaced with the effort of talking. "You've probably got broken ribs." "No, I know what that feels like. Had too. Football. This isn't that bad. Just take me home." Mid-afternoon, Beck emerged from a sleep that had been restless for the last half hour. Disoriented, he focused on her. "Sayre? You've been groaning. I think your ibuprofen is worn off. Take 3 more tablets." She pushed them into his mouth and held the water glass for him. He swallowed the pills, then asked, "Any media?" "There was a brief mention of the fracas on the noon news, with promises of more to come on the evening newscasts. I knew Huff would be worried about you, so I called him. I told him that you were all right, that you were resting at home, and that if anybody, including him, tried to come up the driveway, I'd shoot him." He smiled at that. "I believe you would." Then his eyes closed and he fell asleep again. She placed another call to Huff at 6:15. After his snarled hello, she said, "It's Sayre. I just saw it on the 6 o'clock news." "Did you call to gloat?" "I called for Beck. When he wakes up, he'll want to know your reaction." At first she hadn't believed what the TV anchorman reported, and would never have believed it if there hadn't been video to prove it. The Occupational Safety and Health Administration had moved in on Hoyle Enterprises that afternoon and shut down the plant, from the smelting of scrap iron to the shipping of new pipe. It's a sad day when a man can have his business taken over by a bunch of bureaucrats who push pencils for a living and have probably never broken a sweat in their whole lives, Huff ranted. Were you behind this? No, you were. You brought this on yourself, Huff. Hoyle Enterprises would not be allowed to resume operation until a thorough inspection had been conducted on every aspect of the plant. The agency was demanding total compliance with recommendations made as a result of that inspection, as well as full payment of any fines assessed for cited violations. It was expected there would be many. What do you plan to do? She asked. I plan to stay on those bastards like flies on stink. They've got another thing coming if they think I'm going to turn my plan over to them to be redesigned. According to an OSHA spokesperson, their redesign, as Huff called it, included mandatory installation of kill switches on each piece of machinery, guardrails, adequate fall protection, and a ventilation system to improve the air quality. You're enjoying this, aren't you? You're getting your revenge. It wasn't revenge I wanted, Huff. You carried a picket sign against your own father. If that's not revenge, what would you call it? I wouldn't call you a father. She hung up before he could respond. Hello. Chris smiled into the telephone receiver. Well, at least I've gotten you to speak to me, he said to Lila Robson. Miss me? I don't want to see you again until that business about your brother is cleared up. Understand? I won't get involved in that. I mean it, Chris. If you tell my Uncle Red that you were with me that afternoon, George will be fired. What? These OSHA inspectors are looking for liability. The plant safety director is the first person to come to mind, don't you agree? If George had done his job properly, Billy Pollock wouldn't have lost his arm. We wouldn't have Nielsen picketing in our backyard, and we would still be in operation instead of shut down. You can't blame George, she exclaimed. You never want him to lock out a machine. He only does what he knows you and Huff want him to do. Chris, please. Hearing the tremor in her voice, he smiled and mentally gave himself a thumbs up for thinking to use this tactic. Firing George would be my last resort, Lila. My first choice would be to back him when those inspectors start grilling him. I want to keep him in his present position, and you can guarantee that. How? Come Monday morning, I want you to trot yourself down to the sheriff's office and tell your Uncle Red that I was with you on the Sunday afternoon that Danny was killed. That'll serve a dual purpose, Lila. You'll be doing your duty as a law-abiding citizen by telling the truth to an officer of the law and saving an innocent man from further hassle. And you'll be saving your husband's job. See, I was thinking about this new attorney I've retained and how expensive it's going to be just to avoid an indictment. I asked myself why I was going to the time and expense when all I have to do to put a stop to this mess here and now is produce my alibi. He paused, then said, I won't even ask if you'll do it because I know you will. George watched Lila disconnect the cordless phone. She dropped it on the kitchen counter and covered her mouth with her hand, visibly upset. Lila? She spun around, her eyes wide and fearful. She splayed a hand over her chest. I didn't hear you come in. I thought you'd be at the plant for hours yet. Are there any new developments? You tell me. What? He nodded toward the phone. You were talking to Chris, weren't you? She opened her mouth to speak, but closed it before saying anything. Then she lowered her head, and her face crumpled as she began to cry. Oh, George, I've made such a mess. George crossed the room as quickly as his short legs would allow and took her in his arms. There, baby. Tell me about it. She told him everything, starting with the first time she'd been with Chris. I'm sorry, George. This is all my fault. I'm sorry. Can you still love me? Love her? He adored her. She was his sun and moon, the air he breathed. She would not go to the sheriff's office on Monday morning. He didn't want everybody in town to know that Chris Hoyle had fucked his wife. He didn't blame Lila for her infidelity. She had to live with him. And for a vital, beautiful young woman, that couldn't be very exciting. Chris had provided her with a thrill that he was incapable of providing. No, Chris was the one George blamed, and Chris was the one who had to be punished. Sarah was roused from a light sleep by the sound of running water coming from Beck's bathroom. She'd lain down on the living room sofa, intending only to rest, but apparently she had dozed off. Knowing that he was awake, she got up and felt her way through the darkness into the kitchen. By the time she entered his bedroom carrying a serving tray, he was coming out of the bathroom, a towel around his hips, his hair wet. "How do you feel?" "The hot shower actually worked out some of the soreness. Why are the lights off?" "I closed all the blinds at sunset and have been using candlelight. From the road it will look like no one's here." "Good thinking." Sarah struck a match to the candle on the tray she'd carried in. "I fixed you some supper. Tomato soup, cheese, and crackers." "You shouldn't be waiting on me, but I'm too hungry to scold." She motioned him toward the love seat, and he sat down, modestly tucking the towel between his thighs, then taking the tray onto his lap. She sat on the ottoman. He took a sip of soup and bit into a slice of cheddar. "How's Frito?" "He feasted on bacon and eggs and is presently sleeping it off." "Bacon? Thanks a lot. Now he'll never settle for eggs alone." "I felt he deserved a treat. He kept vigil over you most of the afternoon." He stopped eating and looked across at her. "Apparently so did you." Suddenly the room seemed too dark, too hushed, and Beck was too naked. She carried the tray back into the kitchen and returned with several Hershey's Kisses. "I thought you might want a sweet." "Thanks." He removed the foil from a chocolate and popped it into his mouth. Nibbling one of the chocolates, she sat down on the ottoman again. Uncertain how he would receive the news, she broke it to him as gently as she could. "OSHA shut down Hoyle Enterprises today." She related to him what she'd heard on the newscasts and later from Huff. "And," she added after taking a deep breath, "the agency spokesperson hinted that in addition to the fines that will almost certainly be assessed, probably into the millions of dollars, the Justice Department is conducting its own investigation. Hoyle may yet face criminal charges. I should get down there." He attempted to stand up, but she laid a hand on his shoulder and pressed him back down onto the love seat. Just below his heart there was a bruise on his rib cage as wide as her palm, visible even in the flickering light of the single candle. She reached out and touched it with her fingertips. She meant only to examine it briefly, but found herself reluctant to break contact with his warm skin. In that spot it was smooth, although the rest of his chest and stomach were dusted with light brown hair. She kept her hand there, watching her fingertips as they lightly rubbed the discolored spot. Then, acting on impulse, she leaned across his lap and replaced her fingers with her lips. She kissed the bruise several times with pecks almost as light as air. Beck made a low sound. Taking her head between his hands, he pulled her up. He searched her face, his eyes lighting briefly on every feature. He spoke her name on a ragged sigh. A heartbeat later, his mouth was on hers. Being careful of the cut on his cheekbone, she placed her hands against his face and gave herself over to the kiss. He drew her up to straddle his lap and fit himself into the notch of her thighs. He was surprisingly hard, his erection imperative. She tore her mouth away from his and looked at him with shock. "It could be painful." "I'm already in pain." Then he reclaimed her mouth and, if it was possible, kissed her even more urgently than before. They broke apart only long enough for him to pull her top over her head. Reaching behind her, he unhooked her bra and removed it, then pressed his head between her breasts. She folded her arms around his head, rubbed her cheek against his hair, which was still damp from his shower. The scent of his skin and the soap he'd used, the chocolate flavor of his breath, were intoxicants. She rocked her hips forward, rubbing herself against him. When she felt his tongue against her nipple, she thought she would dissolve with pleasure. He unfastened her slacks and slid his hands inside the back of them. She eased herself off his lap and began undressing. When she was down to her lace bikini, she hesitated, afflicted with a sudden and uncharacteristic bashfulness. He looked at her imploringly. "You're killing me." She removed the panties. He pushed aside the towel at his waist. His sex was full, beautiful, and Sarah felt a primal reaction to it deep inside her own body. He brushed his fingers through the gingery patch of hair between her thighs, then placed his hands on either side of her waist and pulled her forward. On her knees, she straddled his legs. He pressed his face into the giving softness of her belly and kissed it, then lower, and lower still, until he was tasting her, and she was melting against his lips and tongue, quivering to have him inside her, and she told him so. Given his recent injuries, the coupling wasn't vigorous, and was better for it. She sank onto him by degrees, because each sensation was new and exciting and too remarkable not to be savored. When it seemed to her that they couldn't possibly be more intimately joined, he cradled her hips between his strong hands and held her in place as he pushed himself higher, making her softly cry out in surprised delight. Their movements were subtle and slow, but so intense they held their breath throughout most of it, gasping for air only when reminded that they must. Their kisses were a carnal commingling of mouths. When he came, he wrapped his arms around her and laid his fevered cheek on her breast. His lips moved against her raised nipple. She couldn't understand the words he whispered, but they were spoken in such a sexy undertone and with a desperation for release so intense, they induced her own. Later, they lay facing each other in his bed. "What did you say?" she asked. "When?" She looked up at him and raised her eyebrows meaningfully. "Oh, a string of dirty words, I think." "Very erotic," she murmured, nudging his sex with her knee. "Then I'll say them out loud next time." He felt his nipple tightening at the touch of her fingertip. Then, to his supreme pleasure, she placed her open mouth over it and stroked it gently with her tongue. Keeping her lips against him, she said, "You knew I wanted this all along, didn't you?" He was slow to find his voice, but finally said, "I thought you might." "You knew from the start." "From the piano bench. I was wondering how I was going to keep myself from groping you just to see if you were real. You were the sexiest woman I'd ever laid eyes on, also one of the snootiest." She laughed softly. "I wanted so badly to hate you." Then her expression changed and her tone became serious. "I want so badly to hate you now." "You want to hate me for all the dirty work I do for Huff?" "Yes. I admire your integrity." "Do you, Beck?" "Yes. But can we leave your integrity and my shortage of it outside for a while?" he whispered. "At least until morning. You want me to stay?" He hugged her closer. "Just try to leave." Huff was on the front gallery having his morning coffee when Red Harper drove up in his official car. He got out, tucked a bundle of some sort under his arm, and approached the house in his plodding gait. "You're out early for a Sunday morning," Huff remarked. Climbing the steps seemed to require all of Red's strength. "No rest for the weary, Huff." "Holler at Selma to bring you some coffee." "No, thanks. I can't stay that long. Just came to give you some news. I hope it's good news. That would be a change." The sheriff winced as he lowered himself into the rocker. "It's good news, and it isn't. Don't keep me in suspense. What's in the sack?" "Evidence? I can't show you without risking contamination, but it pretty much nails Danny's killer." "Well?" "Slap Watkins." "Good news my ass. Huff bellowed, loudly smacking his hands together. "That's great news. I knew all along that swamp rat was involved." He motioned toward the sack. "What'd you find?" "One of his biker friends called me before dawn this morning. He was letting Watkins stay at his place this weekend while he went up to Arkansas for a bikers rally. By the time he got home late last night, Watkins had split, but he'd left behind a boot. When the guy saw that it was blood-stained, he called me. Danny's blood. I don't know for certain yet, but that would be my guess. I'm going to send it to the crime lab in Orleans Parish for the tests. If this blood turns out to be Danny's, it seals a case against him. And that brings me to the bad news. We still haven't located him. When he realizes he left behind his boot, he'll know his goose is cooked and that he's got nothing to lose by taking out another Hoyle. He could have killed Chris the other night on the road. No, he wanted to prick him first. Besides, Slap wouldn't have done anything too drastic with Beck as a witness. As for his coming into Sayer's room, well, let's just say I'm real glad we found this evidence after Watkins paid her a visit and not before, else he might have really hurt her. He'll go to death row for Danny. He might figure they can't give him the needle twice, so he'd just as well go all out. That said, want me to station a deputy over here? I can take care of myself. Be careful, Huff. This is no wayward boy we're dealing with. Slap was mean and violent before Angola, and he only came out meaner. Not too smart, though. Can't figure why he didn't destroy the clothes he was wearing that Sunday. The two men exchanged a long look. Finally, the sheriff said quietly, "There's also this." From the breast pocket of his shirt, he withdrew an envelope and laid it on the small table between the two rocking chairs. "What's that?" "The information you asked me to get on Charles Nielsen." "What have you learned?" "It's all in there." "Good stuff. How much is it going to cost me?" Red didn't return his grin. "Nothing, Huff. This one's on the house." "That's a first." "Actually, it's the last." Red used the arms of the rocker to lever himself out of it. "We had a good run. For a long time we made sure things went your way. Well, this finishes it. I'm out of it now. I'm washing my hands of it, you understand? I'll never betray you, but I won't help you with this." He pointed down at the envelope. "Whatever you do from here on, you're on your own." Red hobbled down the steps. He didn't look back. He didn't wave as he drove away. Huff retrieved the envelope the sheriff had left on the table and went into the house, calling loudly for Selma. She came from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. "Need more coffee?" "I'll get it myself." He peeled back the flap on the envelope. "Go upstairs and wake Chris. Tell him I need to talk to him." "He's not here." Huff stopped what he was doing, realizing now that Chris's car hadn't been out front. "Where'd he go this early?" "He didn't spend the night here, Mr. Hoyle. He called late last night, told me not to disturb you, but wanted you to know that he was staying the night at the fishing camp. I forgot to mention it to you." Huff left Selma apologizing for not telling him sooner and went quickly to the nearest telephone, in his den. He called Chris's cell number. It rang 4 times before it was answered by his voicemail. Wasting no more time, Huff dropped the phone and went to the gun cabinet. Chris lay on the hard, narrow bed amid a jumble of damp and dingy sheets that smelled of mildew. He was wearing only his boxer shorts, and even that much clothing was cloying in the stifling heat. It was almost as hot this morning as it had been on that Sunday 2 weeks ago when Danny had been shot to death in this very room. He'd come here to escape the pressures of yesterday. One good thing that had come out of it, he had settled that matter with Lila. He would be cleared of all suspicion of Danny's murder as soon as she talked to Red, which she would do in order to save George's job. But the plant was silent, which had caused Huff to rant like a madman. Unable to stand any more of Huff's ravings, in addition to the reporters who kept calling him for a comment, Chris had isolated himself at the fishing camp, the last place anyone would look for him. Chris actually smelled him before he heard the planks on the porch squeak beneath his weight. Seconds later, he came crashing through the door. Chris sat bolt upright. "Don't move, Hoyle. I hate to have to kill you right off. Before I slit you open from gullet to gonads, I got some things to say to you." In one hand, Slap Watkins was wielding his knife. In the other, he held several articles of clothing, which he threw at Chris. They landed in his lap. He took one look at them, then recoiled and frantically flung them off. Watkins laughed. "That's right. That's what come from your baby brother's head. It splattered like a pumpkin that fell off a tall truck." Chris glowered at him. "What's the matter, Hoyle? Are you too prissy to hear the grisly details? Too bad, 'cause I'm going to tell you anyway." He propped one foot on the end of the bed as though they were old friends about to have a casual conversation. "Danny boy told me he was expecting to meet you here. He warned me that you could show up at any time, so why didn't I just take whatever I wanted and leave before you got here and call the cops? Ain't that a hoot? He thought I come to rob the place." When I took the shotgun off the rack, he commenced to praying. The prayers got louder as I loaded the thing. I have to tell you that it came as a relief to shut him up when I poked the barrels into his mouth. He paused a second, then leaned slightly forward and in a stage whisper said, "Bang! You're a moron for saving those clothes. Why didn't you get rid of them? I wanted you to see what a Hoyle brains and blood look like. Surprise! Ain't no different from anybody else's. Why did you break in on Sayre?" "Yeah, I thought that might yank everybody's chain." He winked and smacked his lips. "I'd sure like her yanking something of mine, know what I mean?" "Very clever, the Bible story." "I thought so. Thought that up all by myself." Then he scowled. "But you only got me to talking about that to distract me from the business at hand. Ain't gonna happen. No, sir." Leering, he leaned in closer and said, "I'll get to kill my second Hoyle. Am I lucky or what?" By the time Beck and Sayre reached the fishing camp, He had to jockey for a parking space among squad cars and other emergency vehicles. Law officers, paramedics, and a photographer from the local newspaper were milling around in the yard between the cabin and the bank of Bayou Bosquet, talking among themselves. Inside the cabin, the parish medical examiner was supervising the removal of Slap Watkins' body. Beck and Sayre stood aside as the gurney carrying the black plastic body bag was wheeled past them toward the waiting ambulance. After the door had closed on it, they joined the group huddled around the front steps of the cabin. Red Harper, Wayne Scott, and Huff were there with Chris, who was seated on one of the treads. He was dressed only in a pair of slacks, his torso and feet bare and streaked with blood. He was holding a cigarette, which he had smoked halfway down. He glanced at Sayre, then greeted Beck with a weak smile. "Thanks for getting here so soon. Are you all right? What happened?" Beck posed the question to the group at large, but Deputy Scott was the first to respond. "According to Mr. Hoyle, Watkins barged in, taunted him with the clothes he'd worn when he killed Danny in that very room, and then threatened to kill him, too." Chris addressed Beck. "The other night on the road, maybe because you were with me, I wasn't afraid of him. He was just being an asshole. But this morning he was, I don't know, psychopathic. He meant to kill me, and if I hadn't been damn lucky, he would have." In a bolstering gesture, Huff squeezed Chris's shoulder. Beck wondered if he was the only one who had noticed the pistol stuck in Huff's belt. "How did Watkins know you were here?" Beck asked. "Obviously, he's been surveilling us. If he was watching this place, my car would have been easy to spot." He nodded toward the Porsche. "How did you defend yourself?" "The old-fashioned way. He was being a smart aleck, propped one foot on the bed, which left his crotch vulnerable. I kicked him in the balls as hard as I could. He fell backward but managed to hold on to his knife. When I tried to get it away from him, he took a slash at me. Missed, tried again, but this time I managed to catch his wrist. We fought for control of the knife. He lost, fell on the blade. I think it must have severed a major blood vessel in his gut because blood poured out of him. I tried to stop it, but he was dead within minutes." Beck looked at Deputy Scott. "Clearly it was self-defense." "Sure looks like that." He offered his hand to Chris. "I owe you an apology, Mr. Hoyle, for all the inconvenience and embarrassment I've caused you. Mostly I'm sorry I suspected you in the first place." Chris shook his hand. "You were only doing your job. We Hoyles need a man like you to protect our town, right, Huff?" "Right." Blushing over their approval, the deputy retrieved the evidence bag. "I'll get this back to the office and log it," he said to Red. "If you'd like, I can drive it to New Orleans." "Thanks. Soon as I get back to the office, I'll type up a statement for Chris to sign." The deputy touched the brim of his hat and nodded at Sayre. "Ma'am?" He left, taking the evidence bag with him. The ambulance bearing the body had already departed. Gradually, others began to leave. Red Harper was the last to drive away. "He looks worse than Slap," Chris remarked of the sheriff. "He's got cancer." Shocked, they all turned toward Huff. "Bad?" Chris asked. "Let's just say it's a good thing we now have Wayne Scott playing on our team." "He hasn't signed a letter of intent yet," Chris said. "Contrition can make a man agreeable. I think now would be an ideal time for you to send him a thank-you note with a little gift inside." Chris returned Huff's conspiratorial grin. "First thing tomorrow." "I'm going down to the water," Sayre said stiffly. "Call me when you're ready to leave, Beck." Chris, looking amused, watched her stalk away. "I think we've offended Sayre. Or is she just pissed off that she was so wrong about me?" Huff motioned toward the road behind the cabin. "I had to park down the road a piece. I'm on my way to the plant. We need to talk about how we're going to handle these OSHA inspectors." "Handle them?" Beck asked. Huff winked at him. "They might be more obliging if we threw 'em a bone in the form of somebody expendable." "I'm way ahead of you, Huff," Chris said. He told them about the bargain he'd struck with Lila. "As it turns out, we don't need her to clear me, But that's not to say that George won't come in handy as a fall guy. Okay then, that's the plan, Huff said. Y'all coming? Chris looked down at the blood spatters on his chest and frowned with disgust. I'll be along as soon as I wash off. I'll stay here with Chris until he leaves, Beck said. Huff raised his hand in a wave, then disappeared around the corner of the cabin. Chris went inside only long enough to retrieve his shirt and shoes. I put my clothes in the closet when I undressed last night, he told Beck when he came out. Good thing, too. It looks like a slaughterhouse and smells like a meat market in there. Beck followed Chris down to the edge of the fishing pier, where there was a water faucet and several yards of rubber hose they used when they cleaned fish. A porcelain basin and several bars of soap were also left there for washing up afterward. Sayre turned at the hollow sound of their footfalls on the pier. Take my pickup, Beck told Sayre. I'm going to the plant for a meeting with Chris and Huff, but I'll catch up with you later. Where will you be? In her eyes he saw disillusionment. Disappointment, perhaps. Disdain, certainly. I'll be in San Francisco. She sidestepped him and walked briskly up the pier. Beck watched her climb into his pickup, execute a three-point turn, then drive away without another glance in his direction. Staying behind and watching her leave was the most difficult thing he'd ever had to do. Entering the plant, now silent and empty except for the security guards, was a surreal experience. They went up to the executive offices. All were empty, even Huff's. He must have stopped somewhere along the way, Chris said. But let's wait for him in here. I need a drink. Want one? It's 10 o'clock in the morning. But it's been that kind of morning. While Chris was pouring his drink, Beck moved to the window and looked out over the shop floor. The OSHA inspection would begin on Monday. For now, the place was deserted. It was still dark, still dirty, still hot even though the furnaces had been turned off. What was Sayre doing? Was she at the lodge now, packing, making travel arrangements to California? Would he ever see her again? Chris carried his drink with him to the sofa. Sinking into the cushions, he tilted his face toward the ceiling and closed his eyes. Some 2 weeks, huh? Some 2 weeks. Sort of symmetric that it started and ended at the fishing camp on a Sunday. After a short silence, Chris said, Did Sayre spend the night at your place? Yes. No contraceptives necessary. Beck turned and looked at him sharply. Huff told me. He said Sayre had a female problem that had made her sterile. That put an end to his scheme for you to marry her and beget offspring. She wouldn't have me anyway. Beck crossed the room and leaned against the edge of Huff's desk, too restless to sit. Too bad it didn't pan out. The responsibility of giving Huff an heir falls to me after all. I've got to father a child in order to keep Huff's dynasty alive. Actually, I wouldn't have it any other way. That's how it should be. Sayre abandoned the family. It would have been unfair if no sooner than she reappeared, she gets pregnant with Huff's desired grandchild. Danny couldn't stop praying long enough to have a baby with that titmouse he was about to marry. That leaves me. Huff will be on me to... What? Beck's lungs and heart seized up. He could barely breathe. What did you say? Chris looked at him blankly. What? About Danny. About the woman he was going to marry. Chris's expression remained impassive for several seconds, then gradually a sly smile appeared, and finally he laughed. Son of a bitch. I'd come close to slipping so many times, but until now I always caught myself. You knew Danny was engaged. He gave Beck a derisive look. No matter how clever Danny thought he was being by sneaking around to see her, he should have known Huff would find out. Huff knew too? And evidently so did you. When did Danny tell you? He didn't. Sayre did. How did she know? Chris asked. She met his fiancée at his gravesite. She's the one who influenced Danny to join the congregation, convert, confess, get baptized, the whole 9 yards. Huff and I let it go for a while, thinking it was an infatuation that would soon wear itself out. But when we realized how serious it had become, the engagement ring and all, we pinned him down about it. We said we were glad he'd finally shown some inclinations toward romance, even marriage, but we disapproved his choice. Huff ordered him to break the engagement, never see her again, and never return to that church. Danny started praying for us. Can you believe it? Dropped to his knees right there by Huff's recliner and started praying out loud for our salvation. He went on for 10 minutes about how we needed to be washed clean of our sin and iniquity. I thought Huff was going to have a stroke. Beck's heart was thudding. Danny wanted to come clean about Iverson, didn't he? Pardon me? That was the obstacle, the cause of his emotional turmoil. Danny couldn't marry this woman he loved until he had purged his conscience and confessed his sin against Jean Iverson. Except he couldn't do that without fingering you and Huff. Danny knew that Huff had killed Iverson, and Huff did no such thing. Chris got up and poured himself another drink. He sat back down and looked at Beck. Beck stared back at him. Finally, Chris broke a slow smile. You're just itching to know, aren't you? Okay. I'll tell you. It was an accident, he said, emphasizing the syllables. You? I followed Iverson out of the meeting that night. I confronted him in the employee parking lot. I had taken a hammer with me just to give some punch to my warning that he'd keep his mouth shut about the union and stop making trouble. The fool charged me like a bull, forcing me to fight back. I was only trying to protect myself. I don't remember hitting him that hard, but next thing I know, I'm holding a bloody ball peen and he's got a hole in his head the size of a $50. I panicked. I ran back into the plant and got Huff. I was scared somebody was going to come along and see Iverson lying there, but it was between shift changes, so no one was in the parking lot. Huff calmly assessed the situation. He believed me when I told him that it had been self-defense, but who needed an inquest, he asked. No, he said, the fastest solution to the problem would be to make the body disappear, which was a smart decision. If the DA had seen that hole in Iverson's skull, he might have been able to make a more convincing case against me. Anyhow, Huff told me where to bury the body and how to do it, and recruited Danny to help me. Meanwhile, he and Red Harper cleaned up the mess in the parking lot and took care of Iverson's car. Where did you bury him? Chris chuckled. You're my lawyer, Beck. You can't divulge anything I confide in you, but some things I'm not completely comfortable telling you. You never really feared any consequences, did you, Chris? Because you'd seen Huff get away with killing Sonny Halser. Halser? I was just a kid. I barely remember that. You're lying, Chris. You were there. You saw what happened, and it made a lasting impression on you. Beck got up and began to pace. Those days, employees worked 2 10-hour shifts with a 4-hour break in between for maintenance and so forth. Huff was about to change that, go to 3 8-hour shifts, eliminating that important time for inspections and repairs. That was the substance of his quarrel with Sonny Halser. He was a workers' appointed spokesperson, Chris said. He was a stand-up kind of guy. Everybody liked him, even Huff. The problem with Mr. Halser was he took his role of employee representative too seriously. He was close to sounding pro-union. I think he might have been working as a spy for the union all along. Huff had made up his mind about changing the shifts, and nobody was going to talk him out of it, Beck said, thinking out loud. The shop floor was deserted except for Halser, who was working on that machine above the sand pit. Huff confronted him. They quarreled. Huff pushed him into that machine and started it up, and you saw it. That man got crushed so severely he was cut almost in half. You saw that, didn't you, Chris? How could I have seen that when I wasn't even there? Huff told me you were. Really? Well, even if I was, I didn't see anything. He gave Beck a long look. Why are we talking about this? And why do you seem upset? Every attorney wants his client to be innocent. Oh, I doubt that. If everyone was innocent, you'd be out of business. Actually, I'm relieved that you finally know about Iverson. We shouldn't keep secrets from each other. Otherwise, how will there ever be any trust between us? You didn't trust me with the secret of Danny's engagement. True. I hate that I let that cat out of the bag. Because your and Huff's problem wasn't with his fiancée's piety. It was Danny's determination to confess. Chris swore beneath his breath. He was going to blab to Jesus and the whole world what happened to Iverson. Do you realize what this means to your case? Case? What case? There's no longer a case, Beck. Remember Wayne Scott's humble apology for suspecting me? You had a powerful motive for killing your brother. Chris shook his head and laughed softly. You think I killed Danny? Did you? I had an alibi, sweet Lila, remember? Did you? He shouted. No, Beck, I didn't. Chris was smiling when his cell phone rang. He answered it, his smile turning into a frown. What is it, George? He listened. Right now? How long will it take? All right, he said reluctantly. I'll be right down. Chris disconnected. He's nervous about the inspection on Monday and wants me to look at the drive belt on that conveyor while it's running, see if I think it'll pass muster. His ass is on the line because he signed off on the repair of it. He's afraid he's going to be left holding a bag of shit, and he's right. But until we fire him, I guess I'd better humor him. We were talking about your motive for murder, Beck said. No, you were. Slap Watkins was the culprit. It's a dead subject. Get over it, Beck. And to Beck's consternation, Chris walked out. Parked at the Dairy Queen, eating a blizzard with peanut M&Ms, Huff laughed with self-derision as he pulled the .357 pistol from his belt and carefully laid it on the passenger seat. He supposed toting the weapon had made him look a bit ridiculous, but he would have had no compunction about shooting Slap Watkins right between the eyes. It was a foregone conclusion that he had to die. Now that he was in the morgue, the whole mess was over and done with. Huff thought that maybe a visit to Danny's grave would be appropriate. Yes, he would go today and take flowers. Wouldn't be too long he would be attending Red's funeral, he thought sadly. He was going to miss... And that was when he remembered the envelope Red had left with him that morning. He'd stuffed it into his pants pocket when Selma informed him that Chris was at the fishing cabin. In his haste to warn Chris, and with all that had come afterward, he hadn't thought of it again until now. Huff removed the envelope from his pocket. Inside was a single sheet of paper, folded like a business letter. This morning, when he'd asked Red what he'd unearthed about Nielsen, he had replied, "It's all in there." Huff put on a pair of reading glasses and read what Sheriff Harper had uncovered about his nemesis. Seconds later, a family van was nearly driven off the road by Huff Hoyle as he sped out of the Dairy Queen parking lot. He had dropped the paper cup with what was left of his blizzard onto the floorboard. As it rolled with the erratic motions of the speeding car, it slung a sticky, melting goo onto the floor mats. By the time Huff reached Hoyle Enterprises, that goo had turned to milky liquid. Huff didn't think twice of it, but he remembered to get the pistol from off the passenger seat. Sarah was latching her overnight bag when someone knocked on the motel room door. She pushed aside the window drape and looked outside. Red? Alarmed, she opened the door. What's happened now? I didn't mean to scare you, Sarah. Nothing's happened, far as I know. He removed his hat. Can I come in? She waved him inside and indicated the packed bag. You just caught me. I've booked a flight this afternoon out of New Orleans. You're going back to San Francisco? That's where I belong now. I thought maybe you and Beck. No. This morning she had drawn a line in the sand. He had remained on the opposing side of it with Huff and Chris. I won't be seeing Beck again before I leave." "Huh. Well." Red looked around the room as though at a loss as to what to say next. Several moments ticked by. Finally she said, "I haven't got much time, Red. What did you want to see me about? Is it something to do with Danny? Watkins?" "No, that's pretty much wrapped up." He cleared his throat. "Sayer, I take full responsibility for my own actions and won't lay blame for 'em on anybody else's doorstep. I would never double-cross Huff. I want you to understand that. We colluded on lots of things I'm not proud of, but what's done is done. I can't go back and fix things. But the future is something else," he continued. "I'm telling you this because I want somebody else to know the way things are in case something bad happens and I'm not around to give the truth of it." "Truth of what? Tell me what?" "Beck Merchant is Charles Nielsen." The room seemed to tilt. "What?" "I had some guys I know in New Orleans, private investigator types, checking Nielsen out for Huff. Fact is, there is no Charles Nielsen, just somebody made up by Beck." She lowered herself to the arm of the chair, the nearest place to sit down. "Now, I don't know why he worked up such an elaborate charade," Red said. "Don't really want to know. But my last official duty to Huff was to give him that information this morning." "Oh, my God." "Out at the fishing camp, Huff didn't let on like he knew yet. But any time now he could open the envelope I left with him and read what's inside. When he does, I don't know how he'll react." She shot to her feet. "Like hell you don't, you gutless old bastard." She shoved him out of her way and ran for the door. The tires of the rental convertible smoked on the hot asphalt as she pulled onto the highway. She couldn't even consider the implications of Beck's being the elusive Nielsen, or his reasons for scamming them all. Her only thought was to prevent Huff from finding out before she could warn Beck. Beck ignored his ringing cell phone as he clambered down the stairs to the shop floor. It had taken him only a few moments to put all the fragments together. When he did, the whole picture became stunningly clear. Chris's earnest claims that he hadn't murdered his brother were true. He wasn't guilty of loading the shotgun, sticking it into Danny's mouth and pulling the trigger. That didn't mean he was innocent. When Beck reached the conveyor, George Robson was standing close behind Chris, who was leaning into the machine, inspecting the faulty drive belt in operation. Neither had on a hard hat or safety glasses. Neither had learned a damn thing. But then Chris believed himself invincible, with reason. Beck had to speak loudly to make himself heard. "Chris!" George jumped as though he'd been shot and spun around. His pink jowls were flabby with shock. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. Chris straightened up and dusted off his hands. His eyes were on Beck, but he spoke to George. "We can always blame the maintenance man for a lousy repair job, George. In any case, there's not much we can do about it today. Go on home." George seemed to be gulping for oxygen like a fish out of water. He was sweating copiously and wringing his pudgy hands. Without a word, he turned quickly and left them. Beck watched him climb the metal staircase to the center and disappear through the door. Poor George. Chris hit the machine's kill switch, and it stopped. He's more nervous than I've ever seen him. He sees the handwriting on the wall. "You had Slap Watkins killed Danny for you," Beck said without preamble. "While you were with Lila creating an alibi, Watkins went to the fishing camp, where you had told him Danny would be, and he killed him. You weren't lying when you said you hadn't done it. You had somebody else do it for you." Chris laughed softly. "Slap was very upset with Danny for not hiring him, you know. He took it up with me one night in the parking lot of the Razorback, where you told him you had a job for him. You told Slap to make it look like a suicide. It might have been convincing except that Watkins forgot to remove Danny's shoe. That one mistake made Deputy Scott question that it was a suicide. Never thinking that you would be implicated, you were desperate to do something. So you advanced the idea that Slap Watkins was the culprit and was trying to frame you. What I can't figure is why Watkins didn't hightail it out of town the moment the deed was done. Why did he stick around? Why would he force that encounter with you on the road and that night at the diner? He looked at Chris as though willing him to fill in the blanks, but Chris's implacable eyes gave away nothing. "Wait," Beck said. "I just remembered something. When Watkins came into the diner, I remember him looking surprised to see us there. But it was only me he was surprised to see, wasn't it? He said he was there for a business." "Ah," he said with sudden enlightenment. "The payoff. He was meeting you there to get his money. That was the night of Billy's accident. I just come from the hospital. Our unscheduled meeting in the diner prevented you from conducting your transaction with Watkins. No wonder he was so angry that night on the road. He still hadn't been paid. He was getting antsy. The heat was shifting from you onto him. In desperation, he went to Sayre and got Scott focused on the fratricide angle. That brought things to a head, so you arranged for a meeting with Watkins at the camp this morning." Chris grinned. "I bet you aced law school, didn't you? You're actually very sharp. But Beck, the only thing I would swear to under oath is that Slap Watkins came crashing through the door of the cabin, waving a knife and telling me he was going to kill his second Hoyle, and how giddy he was at the prospect. I have no doubt that's what happened, Chris. He just arrived earlier than you expected. He wanted to get the jump on you because he didn't trust you, justifiably. Even Watkins was smart enough to realize that you weren't about to hand over money and let him walk away from that last meeting. He signed his own death warrant the minute he agreed to kill Danny. Please, Beck, let's not get sentimental over Slap. A double cross was his plan from the very beginning. Why do you think he left that matchbook in the cabin?" Beck mentally stepped back from himself and considered his options. He could leave now. Simply turn around and walk out. Go to Sayre. Live out the rest of his days loving her, and to hell with Chris and Huff, their treachery and corruption. To hell with their stinking, maiming, life-taking foundry. Or he could stay and do what he had committed to do. As appealing as the former option was, the latter was preordained. Slap Watkins didn't plant that matchbook in the cabin, Chris. He held Chris's stare for several seconds before adding, "I did." George Robson's eyes stung from unmanly tears. He wanted to weep with a mix of frustration and fear. When he left the building, shaken to the core, he stumbled to the exterior wall and vomited bile into the dry weeds growing there. When he realized how close he'd come to committing a deadly sin, when he recognized how disappointed he was that he'd failed, he was assailed with another bout of nausea. He had planned to kill Chris. He had figured it out in his mind, how he would make it look like an accident. He had weakened that belt so it might break as soon as the machine was restarted, causing it to fly off, which might have resulted in a terrible death to whoever was inspecting it while it was running. But the belt had held. In hindsight, he thanked God it had. He thanked God that even in that he'd been inept. Had he succeeded, had he been found out and sent to death row, he would have lost Lila anyway. At least now he had another chance to make her happy. He had more time with her. If she left him for Chris, or someone equally charming, next month or a year from now, well, at least she would be his in the meantime. Yes, he thanked God for averting a disaster. "I planted the matchbook in the cabin," Beck repeated. My, that's quite a bombshell. Why would you do that, Beck?" "Because I knew you did it." "I didn't. Stop splitting hairs. If not for you, Danny would be alive. I was afraid you'd get away with it unless I pointed the sheriff in the right direction. The moment Deputy Scott questioned how Danny had pulled the trigger, I was 99% sure you had killed him. Add another 0.5% to that when you suggested a frame-up and named Slap Watkins. The only nagging question was your motive. You didn't seem to hate Danny. If anything, you were indifferent toward him. As for Huff's affections, there was no contest as to who was the favored son, who would assume control of the foundry when he died. So what threat did Danny represent to you? Why did he have to die? I didn't know the answer until I learned about his engagement. His fiancée had told Sayre that Danny was wrestling with a moral issue. Then I had it. Your motive was the Iverson case. Danny knew where the body was buried, literally, and he was going to tell. Chris took a deep breath and released it slowly. It was the single time in his life that Danny wouldn't back down. He insisted on making a public confession. Huff and I couldn't let that happen. He told me to take care of it. So you took care of it. You won't escape justice this time. But, you see, Beck, he said, smiling pleasantly, I have. Not yet. Are you out to get me? Why? Because of Iverson? Beck laughed. Ah, Chris, here's the zinger. You Hoyles are so damn arrogant it makes you gullible. You never once questioned my showing up the night your trial ended in a hung jury. You took me in, set me up with a sweet position in your company, made me one of the family. And that was right where I wanted to be, ensconced in the bosom of the family, a trusted ally and confidant. Chris's eyes narrowed to slits as he asked softly, Who are you? You know who I am. You knew me from college. Beck flashed a grin. That wasn't happenstance either. I attended LSU because that's where you attended. I pledged the fraternity because it was your fraternity. I put myself in your path, brought myself to your attention so that when the time came for me to join Hoyle Enterprises, I'd be a shoo-in. And it worked. Better than I anticipated. I had instant credibility. You accepted me without a blink, and so did Huff. Who the fuck? I'm Beck Merchant. But Merchant was my stepfather's name. He adopted me when he married my widowed mother. I took his name because, even as a boy 10 or 12 years old, I was plotting your downfall, and I knew that my real name would be a tip-off. I can hardly wait, Chris said caustically. What's your real name? Hulser. Sonny Hulser was my father. Then it's really Huff you want revenge on, not me. It goes deeper than revenge, Chris. I want you and everything you represent destroyed. Chris shook his head, and in a tone that bespoke pity, he said, It'll never happen. It's already begun. Hoyle Enterprises has been shut down. Are you in cahoots with Charles Nielsen? I am Charles Nielsen. Or rather, there is no Charles Nielsen. Clever boy. I've waited years for this day, Chris. My father's life was cut short by decades, and why? Because he stood in Huff's way, so Huff eliminated him. Everyone knew it. But Huff got away with it, the same as you did with Iverson. Well, guess what, Chris? He said, lowering his voice to a menacing whisper. It's over. What are you going to do, Beck? Tattle on me? You're a lawyer. You can't tell a thing I've said to you or you'll be disbarred. Good try. But the fact is, I don't care if I'm disbarred. I never want to practice law and only did so in order to get close to you and to be privy to your dirty secrets. I'll be bad-mouthed, called a traitor and worse, but I can live with that. Representing you and Huff, I've grown used to people thinking I'm shit. It'll be nothing new. You've covered all the bases. Yes. Is this where I'm supposed to faint or something? Beck knew Chris well enough to recognize his flippancy as a bluff. Huff will atone from my father. You learned from him, and he coached you well because you even exceed his depravity. You killed your own brother. And for that, you're going down, Chris." Chris's gaze moved beyond him. "It's about time you joined us, Huff." Beck slowly turned around to confront the man who had been his adversary for almost as long as he could remember. If ever, during all those years, his resolve had weakened, he needed only to remind himself that he never got to tell his father goodbye. Neither he nor his mother even got to see him in his casket. It would be too gruesome a sight, the funeral director had told her. "Beck and I have been having the most interesting conversation," Chris said. "I heard." Apparently he had. His face was flushed. His eyes were burning like coals. In the hand held stiffly at his side, he was clutching the pistol. His voice sounded like steel against a whetstone. "I heard," he repeated as he raised his arm and extended the pistol straight out in front of him. Defensively, Beck put up his hands. "Huff, no!" But Huff pulled the trigger anyway. In the vastness, the .357 sounded like a cannon. The reverberation lasted several seconds, and Beck realized that it was followed by another noise, a terrible racket, really. The conveyor restarting. Huff dropped the pistol. It fell heavily from his hand and landed on the concrete floor. Then he shoved Beck aside and, releasing a feral wail, rushed past him. Beck turned in time to see Chris sliding to the floor in front of the conveyor. A chunk of metal was stuck in his neck. The wound was gushing blood. Huff's knees hit the floor directly in front of Chris, and he pressed his hands against the wound. As the color rapidly drained from Chris's face, he stared at Huff with profound bewilderment. Beck peeled his shirt over his head and wadded it into a ball, then pried Huff's frantic hands away from the wound and tried in vain to staunch the fountain of blood. Sayre materialized beside him. "Oh my God." "Call 911, Beck told her tersely and felt her yank his phone off his belt. Huff clasped Chris's head between his hands and shook it hard. "Why'd you do it? You had Danny murdered, son. Why? Why?" "You shot at me." A horrible gurgling sound issued from Chris's throat, and along with it a geyser of blood that showered his father's face. "You said Danny had to be stopped, Huff. You said, take care of it." Huff threw back his head and howled like a wounded animal. He yanked Chris forward and held his head against his chest, wrapping his arms around him tightly, protectively. "Danny was your brother. Your brother." He was sobbing, keening, rocking back and forth, making Chris's arms flop against the gritty shop floor as lifeless as a rag doll's. "How could you do it, son? How?" Chris wheezed wetly. "You told me to take care of it." Huff bent his head down and placed his lips against Chris's temple. "I loved you best. You know that. But Danny was my son, too. And you killed him. Why, Chris? Why?" Beck looked up at Sayre, who had made the emergency call and was standing by helplessly just as he was. When their eyes met, he saw his own thoughts mirrored in hers. Chris had only done what he had learned to do by Huff's example. Huff continued that heartrending lament for what seemed to Beck like hours while Chris's blood drained from his body to form a lake around them. Eventually, an ambulance arrived. When the EMTs tried to separate Huff from Chris, he fought them like a madman. Covered with Chris's gore and the sweat of his own torment, he screamed until he was hoarse that no one would take away his firstborn, who was long past hearing. "You look exhausted." "Then looks aren't deceiving," Beck replied as he came up the steps of his gallery, where Sayre and Frito had been waiting on him. It was a grueling 6 hours. That was how long it had been since Chris had been pronounced DOA at the parish hospital and Huff had been taken into custody. He was being held for manslaughter since his firing the pistol at Chris had caused the accident. Huff was incapable of making a decision, so Beck, acting on his behalf, immediately called the reputable defense attorney previously retained by Chris. He'd agreed to represent Huff instead and had arrived in Destiny as soon as his jazzed-up Lexus could get him there. An assistant prosecutor from the DA's office had been summoned by Wayne Scott to question Sayre and Beck. They had told their stories several times. Beck's was by far the most revealing. He omitted nothing, explaining in detail how their overheard conversation had led to Chris's demise. "I've no doubt Huff was coming to shoot me for my deception," he told the ADA. But when he heard Chris admit to conspiring to have Danny killed, I guess he just lost it. He fired the pistol out of rage. His shot missed, but as Chris recoiled from disbelief, his arms windmilled. He hit the unguarded start switch on the conveyor. The faulty drive belt flew apart. It scattered pieces of metal like shrapnel. One of them found Chris. Eventually, Sayre had been excused from the proceedings, but Beck was asked to stay and give his account one more time. He was reminded that he was violating attorney-client privilege and what that would mean to his legal career. He talked anyway. Now he sat down in the spare rocking glider and scratched a happy Frito behind both ears. What will happen next? Huff will be arraigned. You and I will probably be deposed. We'll be witnesses for the prosecution at his trial, unless he pleads guilty. Do you think he will? Wouldn't surprise me. He told them where they could find Iverson's remains. Red Harper admitted his complicity. He's got a lot to answer for, too, if he lives long enough. Beck reached for her hand and squeezed it tightly. "Are you hungry?" she asked. They went inside. She had picked up an order of fried chicken on her way there. Together they began to put food and place settings on the table. "I spoke to Luce Daly," she said. "Clark will be released from the hospital tomorrow or the next day. His co-workers have asked him to represent them to the OSHA inspectors. He won't be able to do much until he makes a full recovery, but this vote of confidence should speed that. His spirits are also raised by knowing that the men who attacked him are in jail. Luce thanks you for keeping your word to her about that. Reporting them to Wayne Scott was the least I could do. I also called Jessica de Blancet and told her what had happened today. I beat the newscast by only a half hour, and she thanked me for letting her know before she learned about it through the media. She's very kind, Beck. When I owned up to Danny's telephone calls to me, she urged me not to dwell on it. She said Danny wouldn't want me to bear any guilt over that. She also said her prayers were with all of us, including Chris. I'm glad Danny knew that kind of forgiving love, even for a little while." "Me too. I think you would enjoy meeting Jessica." "She may not enjoy meeting me," he said. "I'm still the enemy to most of the people around here. You could identify yourself as Charles Nielsen." "No. He needs to fade back into the woodwork from which he came. Public attention is fleeting. In a few months no one will remember him." "What about the men and women who picketed, and the Pollocks?" "Nielsen will refer them to another labor lawyer, a better one." "What will you do?" "What's in my future, you mean? That's up to you, Sayre. For all practical purposes, Hoyle Enterprises is yours now. I work for you. What do you want me to do?" "Can you grant me power of attorney?" "With Huff in the condition he's in, that won't be a problem. Once that's done and I'm making all the decisions, I want you to put Hoyle Enterprises on the market. I don't want it, but I can't just shut it down and leave this town without an economy. Once OSHA's demands are met, sell it to a responsible company. Top-notch in terms of safety and labor relations, or it's no sale." "I understand, and agree. I have some excellent prospects, companies that have approached me. I always told them Huff would never sell. They'll be glad to know otherwise. For as long as the plant is closed for the OSHA inspection, I want the employees to receive full pay. All right, he said. I'll stay on until everything's resolved. And then? Consulting, maybe. I could be a knowledgeable liaison between labor and management for large operations like Hoyle. God knows I've had the experience, and I'm well acquainted with both sides of the coin. They had believed they were hungry, but when they began to eat, they discovered they had little appetite. When I'm done here, after I've tendered my resignation, I'll be looking for a place to relocate, set up my consulting firm, Beck said. Any ideas about where? I was hoping you might have a suggestion. He searched her eyes meaningfully. I do know a lovely city, she said. Great parks, good food. The weather can be dicey, but Frito wouldn't mind a little fog, would he? I think he'd love it. I know I would. She reached across the table and ran her fingers through his hair. We've only known each other for 2 weeks, Beck, and it's been a rather tumultuous 2 weeks. Isn't it too early for us to be making permanent plans along these lines? Possibly, he said. To be fair to ourselves, maybe we should give it more time. See how things go before making any kind of commitment. I think so. How much time do you need? She glanced at the clock. Till past? He smiled and laughed softly. They stood up from the table. I don't need nearly that long. He encircled her waist, buried his face between her breasts, and sighed heavily. Destroying the Hoyles has been my driving force to the exclusion of everything else. Since my dad was killed, I didn't make a single decision that didn't relate to bringing this day about. But now that it's done, I'm just so tired of it all, Sayer. I've grown tired of being angry, too. I don't even feel much satisfaction over Huff's being broken. I mean, I'm glad he's finally having to account for his crimes, but he's a tragic figure. There's no joy over it, is there? No, not joy. Peace, perhaps. Perhaps. He splayed his hand over her abdomen and rubbed it gently. Of all the things he did, I hate most what he did to you. She laid her hand over his, stilling it. I'm a Hoyle, Beck. We're not always truthful, and we can be cruelly manipulative. He raised his head and looked up at her. I lied to Huff. It was a cheap shot, admittedly, but I was irate and wanted to pierce him to his soul. Lowering her voice almost to a whisper, she said, Dr. Carew didn't do any permanent damage. His eyes dropped to her middle, then snapped back to hers. You can have a child? There's no physical reason I can't. And I'm thinking that maybe I'll tell Huff. That's what separated you from them, Sayer. They had no mercy. You do. I saw that and loved you for it. No, Beck, she said, laying her cheek against his chest. That's what I saw in you.